Chapter 742. Brock looked at the veiled woman in the distance with a horrified face. Looking at the deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through his soul, he tried to calm down, but his body trembled uncontrollably. He knew the identity of this woman better than anyone else in his heart. This woman was the person he hated and feared the most. As long as this woman was here, he could only be the first general of the Shadow Empire instead of the king of the Envy royal family, Brock. Leviathan, unless he could get rid of this woman. This was obviously an impossible task. There was once when he inadvertently got very close to this goal, but he failed in the end because of some damn guy. Since then, he was forced to restrain his ambition and was forced to hide in the Jurgle fortress. He was forced to make a series of life-saving precautions. Brock's first instinct was to escape. However, when he turned his head, he found that there was an additional person in front of him, silently. An acquaintance. A tall, purple-haired man wearing a golden full-body armor with a square face and deep eyebrows. His pale golden pupils were glowing with a cold light. He seemed dignified without being angry. Asgler. Brock was shocked. He suddenly thought of the abnormality on those corpses just now. He immediately reacted and exclaimed, "You actually surrendered to the Shadow Empire!" Humph! Asgler snorted coldly and did not explain. When he was easily captured by Ice Eyes in the Dark Moon, Catherine gave him a way to live. If he worked for the Shadow Empire for 100 years, she would give the Beelzebub royal family a territory as a place to live. The control of this territory was also 100 years. After 100 years, Asgler could leave with his family freely. If he continued to work, the control of the territory would be extended accordingly. The rule of the demon realm was that the strong were respected. Facing the threat of life, Asgler had no choice. Moreover, it could give the Beelzebub royal family a public space for survival and development. It was killing two birds with one stone. So Asgler signed an equality contract with Catherine. In the past 2 years, Asgler had been lurking in the dark to help Catherine clean up the Bloodfall forces in the Shadow Empire. This time he followed Catherine and led the army to destroy an elite legion of the Bloody Empire that came to attack the Jurgle fortress. He put in a lot of effort, especially the Beelzebub royal family's demonic fly, which played a key role. This legion was completely annihilated with no survivors. Asgler was very clear about the wisdom and means of the demon realm's first sage emperor. Since she dared to take him in and use him, she must have complete control. This time, she destroyed Brock's conspiracy in one fell swoop and wiped out the power that he had painstakingly built for many years. It was not without the intention. Therefore, Asgler could only temporarily suppress his ambition to avoid following Brock. Brock's teleportation circle could no longer be used. Not to mention Catherine. Even if he was in front of Asgler, he couldn't cast the water element time gate to escape. He immediately said, "The lives of Florence and Metaloo are in my hands." Catherine smiled. "Are you scared?" Even from such a distance, Brock could feel the disdain in that smile. He clenched his teeth and said, "Don't you care about the lives of Florence and his daughter anymore?" "Sure enough, you're scared, and you've run out of tricks." Catherine shook her head. "If you were to threaten me openly, I would have some concerns considering the relationship between the people and the military. But here, do you think I care about their lives?" Bailuo's heart trembled. That's right. The Emperor was ruthless. If it was him, he could even abandon his own flesh and blood or compatriots for the sake of his own interests, let alone the first sage of the demon realm. At this moment, Catherine and Asgler's eyes fell on the forest in the distance at the same time. Brock turned his head and saw a figure slowly walking over. The figure's footsteps had a strange rhythm. The sound wasn't loud, but it resounded in his mind. Brock only listened for a while, and he was unknowingly addicted to it. Even his heartbeat was controlled by that rhythm. His eyes flashed black. He struggled to break free with the power of the Eye of Incubus, but he only felt an unbearable pain in his heart. The blood in his body almost flowed in reverse. While he was dizzy, he fell to the ground. Brock's cold sweat flowed out. He had never encountered such a thing. Just the sound of footsteps almost killed him. The figure's footsteps seemed to be slow, but he came to the small plane in the blink of an eye. This person wasn't tall, but he looked a little capable. He had long black hair, but his facial features were a little blurred. Even with Brock's eyesight, he couldn't see his face clearly. Catherine and Asgeler were both taken aback. Catherine had been staring at this person. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Her black eyes behind the veil flashed a strange color, and there was already a light gray cloak on her back. The man's footsteps slowed down. He seemed to be looking at the corpses along the way. He suddenly stopped, and his gaze fell on Asgeler. He said in a low voice, "It's you, the one who killed my soldiers?" This sentence had already made his position clear. He was from the Bloody Empire. Although Asgeler faintly felt the strength of this figure, he knew his own strength, and Catherine was by his side. He immediately snorted, and his eyes were filled with murderous intention. "I don't mind killing one more small leader." Brock was already close to despair. He didn't expect such a mysterious person would suddenly appear. He secretly thought that there was always a way out. He quickly crawled over and said, "General, I'm the newly appointed second general of the Bloody Empire. Hurry, cover me to escape from here." "Second general?" The man glanced at Brock and said faintly, "Why didn't I know that the second general was changed?" "It's true." Brock took out a leather scroll from his space ring. "This is the appointment letter signed by the Bloody Empire Emperor, Raisin Majesty." The man waved his hand, and the leather scroll fell into his hand. He glanced at it. "You're Brock from Jurgle Fortress? How did you get this appointment letter?" Brock quickly replied, "It was His Highness Alias Trusted Aide, Ollie, who secretly came to Jurgle Fortress and gave it to me personally. It's true. I'm really the Empire's general appointed by His Majesty." "Alias. Very good." The man's voice seemed to be a little hoarse. He took a deep breath and calmed down again. "Looking at you, the mutiny at Jurgle Fortress should have failed. In any case, His Majesty's appointment letter won't be fake. Cover me to escape. I will definitely repay you." Brock didn't say that the woman opposite him was Catherine, lest the man abandoned him and ran away alone. Unexpectedly, the man said faintly, "Since this is the case, then you can die now." Brock didn't expect that his savior would become his nemesis. He was shocked, and just as he was about to run away, the man pointed his finger at his forehead. Then he didn't even look at Brock and slowly walked towards Asgeler. "Why?" Brock's trembling voice came from behind. "I'm really appointed by His Majesty Raisin. For the sake of Alias, I'll give you the final answer." The man's footsteps didn't stop because I don't remember when I signed such an appointment. Brock's eyes widened and showed a look of disbelief. His consciousness was frozen, and his whole body instantly turned into black ash and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Catherine's shout came, "Asgeler, retreat!" Asgeler had actually never relaxed his vigilance. He had already gathered his strength to attack at any time, but he didn't expect the other party to deal with his accomplice Brock first. Then he heard the shocking answer. Just like Brock, he almost couldn't believe his ears. At this moment, Asgeler heard Catherine shout. At the same time, he was shrouded by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even his hairs were standing up. As Asgeler shouted, the accumulated strength burst out. He didn't move forward, but he retreated. At this moment, he had used all his strength. It was even a bit stronger than his usual peak state. However, it was still too late. Asgeler only felt a pain in his chest as if he was hit by something, but he finally flew back to Catherine's side. He looked down. The chest part of the quasi-legendary grade golden armor had been dented, showing the shape of a fist mark. He secretly felt lucky in his heart. "You take the army back to Jurgle Fortress immediately and activate the highest defense state." Catherine's voice sounded in Asgeler's ear. This was exactly what he wanted. Serving is one thing, serving is another. I don't want to face that man, the demon realm's top powerhouse, Raisin. Mammon. Raisin didn't stop Asgalar from escaping. He just looked at Catherine as if he only had this woman in his eyes. I didn't expect you to come here. Catherine sighed softly. I didn't expect to come here myself, let alone meet you. Raisin said lightly, I'm just investigating one thing. Now I almost got the answer. I have an excellent son, but he is too impatient. Alias? Catherine seemed to be thinking. The raid on Jurgle Fortress this time should not be planned by you, but by the Crown Prince, right? Or perhaps you don't know at all? Yes, when I knew it was already late, so I came a step late. Otherwise, these soldiers would not be sacrificed. Raisin suddenly smiled. However, it is indeed an unexpected gain to be able to see you. If I remember correctly, you almost became my concubine back then. Yes, almost. Catherine also showed a light smile. It's just like when the Shadow Empire was almost annexed by the Bloody Empire at that time. I didn't compromise after all, and the Shadow Empire didn't compromise either. I'm glad that I didn't. It's just one less political marriage, but one more opponent worthy of respect. Unfortunately, your strength is not as outstanding as your wisdom. Raisin's tone was full of unpretentious regret and undisguised killing intent. Chapter 743. Facing Raisin's killing intent, Catherine still seemed calm. Sure enough, you are still the Raisin who pursued power at all costs. Unfortunately, Midnight Sun is dead, and you no longer have a real opponent. When it came to Midnight Sun, Raisin's eyes suddenly changed. You are wrong. Midnight Sun has never been my opponent. He is the target that I need to look up to. The most I can do is to be invincible in the same rank, but he can fight above ranks. With him around, I can't even be invincible in the same rank. I have been chasing after him all my life, but unfortunately, until now, I can't reach his realm. Invincible in the same rank. Catherine was silent for a moment. If I have already nationalized, maybe I will challenge your so-called invincible. Unfortunately, I am still one step away from the nationalization. It seems that it is hard to survive today. We will have a battle sooner or later, but the time has been unexpectedly advanced. Raisin's indifferent gaze began to become cold. You are very smart. You know that I have already infiltrated the will of the nation into the entire plane. If you run away rashly, even if you have the dark shadow cloak, I will see through it. It's just that from just now until now, you have never found a suitable opportunity, even when you mention Midnight Sun, who moved me the most. As an opponent who respects you, all I can give you is a respectful death. Catherine didn't talk nonsense anymore. She understood that Raisin was never a person who liked to be long-winded. The reason why he said so much and even pointed out the inside story of Alias was certainly out of respect for his opponent. But the more important reason was that he didn't intend to let her leave alive in the first place, even if it was the final farewell of an old opponent. The color of the moonlight gradually changed, but the nearby scenery did not change. It was just plated with a layer of blood, except for Catherine and Raisin. Catherine's eyes became unprecedentedly solemn. If the power of the demon overlord level was a spark, then this power was a sea of fire. Regardless of quality or quantity, it was incomparable. Her current strength was between the peak stage of the demon overlord and the national level. She could be regarded as a quasi-national level, but she had not reached the national level after all. She was definitely not Raisin's opponent. Personally feeling the power of the king level may be an opportunity to break through the king level. But the prerequisite is that I must be able to escape from Raisin. Raisin is not only a king-level powerhouse, but he is also a king-level powerhouse who is invincible in the same rank. Dark Shadow Cloak had the power to transfer space, but it couldn't get out of this kingdom full of Raisin's will. Instead, it would be a waste of power, and Raisin would take advantage of it. Therefore, Catherine had been very calm and didn't rashly launch the cloak's power to escape. She might only have one chance, so she must grasp it. 4 golden puppets appeared silently beside Catherine. A touch of red appeared on her fingers, and she drew a mysterious mark in the air. The totems on the golden puppets began to light up, echoing the mark from a distance. The mark suddenly burned, spreading into thousands of golden lights that intertwined into a spider-like giant net, connecting the 4 golden puppets into one. It actually gave Raisin an indestructible feeling. Raisin casually punched in the air, and the golden giant net seemed to be hit by a huge wave. Countless spider silks were broken, and they automatically connected again. The hands and feet of the 4 golden puppets moved in a strange rhythm, unloading all the impact. The surrounding land sunk one after another, but Catherine in it was actually safe and sound. 4 Souls defense formation? You actually want to defend it? Raisin frowned. Although this kind of defense formation is strong, it can only block for a while. It can't last for a long time. Within 10 seconds, I will give you a chance to attack. Otherwise, let the 4 Souls defense formation become your tombstone. As soon as he spoke, the golden giant net suddenly changed. It gathered the 4 golden puppets together, and the totems of the 4 puppets distorted strangely. They actually began to merge. After the light faded, a brand new puppet appeared in front of Raisin. This puppet was bright gold. It was about 3 meters tall, had 4 arms, and exuded a fierce aura. Soul Combat Fusion. Raisin was slightly moved. This should be the highest puppet mystic skill that has been lost by the Asimode royal family. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Unfortunately, it's not a kingdom. It can't even fight. After the 4 puppets merged, their attack power increased by more than 4 times. Their strength was almost the same as Catherine herself. Their figures flickered, and they had already rushed to the front of Raisin. The 4 arms transformed into dozens of puppets with subtle cooperation. It was like the previous golden spider web that surrounded Raisin in it. Raisin punched 4 times. The first punch dispersed the combined puppets' attack. The second punch broke the puppet's defense, and the third punch hit the puppet's heart. The originally strong puppet was suddenly torn apart and scattered into the original 4 golden puppets of the peak stage of the demon overlord. The golden puppets were severely damaged, but they continued to attack as if they didn't know the pain and horror. Raisin's 4th punch arrived. This punch surrounded the 4 puppets at the same time. The 4 strongest superb golden puppets were crushed under the power of this punch. After Raisin defeated the war puppet, he found that Catherine had disappeared. At the same time, there was a fluctuation in the space near the distant woods. Raisin sneered and instantly moved to that position. He punched. There was a violent shock in the space, and a silver puppet figure appeared. It was turned into powder by the terrifying power in the blink of an eye. The trees within 10 meters were turned into ashes. There was nothing left. Sensing the strange movement from the other side again, the speed was extremely fast. Raisin moved again to attack, but he hit nothing. In the next second, there was a strange movement from 3 completely opposite directions at the same time. The speed was different, and some were slow. As Raisin was about to move, he suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hands and raised his palms slightly upward. The 2 red moons began to evaporate strange blood chi. The blood color of the entire plain turned into smoke and rose up. The ground within thousands of meters began to tremble violently. A series of cracks appeared on the ground. The sand, soil, and trees seemed to float upward as if they were free from gravity. Raisin suddenly squeezed his hands. Boom, boom, boom. Everything burst open, and the entire ground seemed to sink for several meters. The burst gradually extinguished, and the blood moon in the sky returned to its normal purple color. On the plain, the space in a position twisted strangely. Raisin shouted. His fist was covered in purple light, and he punched. As the earth shook, Catherine's figure appeared. She was covering her chest, and her veil had been dyed red by blood. I see. Good scheme. Raisin walked toward Catherine step by step and sighed. I didn't expect you to be so calm. You have been hiding in the same place with Dark Shadow Cloak. The space fluctuation that you escaped previously is just a bait. If I chase after you, you can get away easily. Unfortunately, the power of the kingdom is far from comparable to the territory. Although your plan is perfect, it is only an illusion in the face of absolute power. If you can reach the kingdom level, you will definitely become an opponent that I can take seriously. Unfortunately, I'm the Emperor of the Bloody Empire, so I can't let go of this opportunity to kill you. Catherine coughed a few times, and there was a new blood-red color on her veil. Her black hair slowly fluttered, and her palms were burning with black flames. There was a hint of determination in her eyes. She was obviously unwilling to die, and she wanted to do her best to make the last blow. At this moment, Raisin suddenly glanced at the sky and saw a ray of light coming from the distant sky, like a meteor cutting through the night. Even Raisin couldn't help but squint his eyes at that speed. The light had come to the small plane in the blink of an eye and landed on the field. It was Qin Rui. Previously, he left the fortress and was tracking Brock according to the broken rune crystals. Suddenly, he felt that the source of the information of the rune crystals disappeared. For some reason, there was an uneasy feeling in his heart. As he was looking around, he suddenly noticed a terrifying turbulence in the distance. The uneasy feeling became stronger, so he quickly activated the light explosion flight and rushed over quickly. Qin saw the injured Catherine at first glance. The injury was definitely not light. He couldn't help but feel a strong anger in his heart. His eyes fell on the man with a blurred face, but he was somewhat familiar. Race, Greed Royal Family. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. SS Physique. SS-Power. SS Spirit. SS-Speed. SS-Analysis. Dark Attribute Strength Talent. Danger Level. Extremely Dangerous. Kingdom Level. Qin was shocked. He already understood who the man who could seriously injure Catherine was. The top powerhouse, Raisin. Raisin really reached the kingdom level when he came out of his retreat this time. And he actually came here. This is something that no one would have thought of. Before Qin spoke, Catherine had already spoken. Her voice was very cold. Do you want to take advantage of me? These words made Qin stunned. Seeing Catherine's hostile gaze, he suddenly understood and remained silent. Raisin felt that Qin breath was just a very ordinary higher demon, but the power of flying just now was at least the peak stage of the demon overlord. He actually couldn't see through the other party. He frowned slightly. Who is he? Enemy. Catherine said coldly. However, the enemy of the enemy is not necessarily a friend. As far as I know, his strength is quite strange. Even you may not be able to kill him. Oh, these words were faintly provocative. Raisin looked at Qin a few times. Qin felt that the blade-like gaze seemed to penetrate his soul, but it was not the first time he faced a king-level powerhouse. At that time, Icyral's breath was still above Raisin's. His spirit power turned Raisin's oppression into invisible. Raisin had already noticed that this stranger's strength was not weak, and Catherine seemed to want to provoke a battle between the two. Her purpose was definitely to wait for an opportunity to escape. No matter what this person's identity was, getting rid of Catherine was the current top priority. After I finish you, I will naturally try to kill him. Catherine successfully attracted most of Raisin's attention, and she glanced at Qin lightly. In this farewell glance, Qin saw a lot of things. He suddenly sighed, and the phantasm of the galaxy gradually appeared around him. The script is a bit wrong. Script? Raisin glanced at the stars around him and looked at Qin. The normal script should be one party shouting, affectionately, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Then the other party also shouting affectionately, I won't go, I must save you. Then the two people shout affectionately, if we die together. Then the two people really die together. This tear-jerking love story will be successfully completed. But why did it become like this now? Raisin's eyes flashed with playfulness, and the moonlight became bloody red again. Are you really enemies? With a whoosh, a black flame ignited on Chunrue's body. The flame was full of vitality. This flame was enough to prove the identity of a certain royal family. Then Chunrue said to Catherine with a smile, "Don't worry about me, go quickly." Catherine's eyes, which were originally calm like an ancient well, trembled, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Chapter 744. Catherine took a deep look at Chunrue as if she wanted to completely engrave this shadow in her heart. From the moment she deliberately revealed the Nirvana's flame just now, she knew that he would not change his decision. Although he was smiling on his face, his eyes were unshakable determination. It was not the first time she saw this kind of look. When Brock desperately teleported in the Silent Night wet zone, when he crushed his heart in the Crystal Valley, it was the same look. If your persistence is to protect everyone, then my current persistence is just to protect you. The persistence that never changed. Scenes of the past slowly emerged in her mind. It was just a split second in the outside world. Catherine suddenly smiled. She smiled indifferently, but her black eyes that were steaming with mist were no longer tranquil. I don't know the name of that song yet. After saying this inexplicable sentence, she had already launched the dark shadow cloak and disappeared. As the script said, staying here would only lead to death together. Only by escaping quickly could she attract Raisin's pursuit. Raisin was already prepared. The power of the kingdom suddenly burst out. The purpose of this move was to use a large-scale attack to find the location of the dark shadow cloak. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared in front of him. The power of the kingdom was like a tide rushing into this black hole, and it was quickly swallowed. However, compared with the entire kingdom, whether it was the galaxy territory or the black hole, it only affected a small area. Raisin had already seen the vague figure in the distance. His fist glowed in purple as he punched. The figure trembled slightly and seemed to snort. Raisin was about to pursue, but he suddenly felt that his movements slowed down inexplicably. Not only his body, but even the speed of his thinking also slowed down rapidly, as if time was slowly standing still. Then, within the territory kingdom, it seemed that a space crack was forcibly torn open by a concentrated mystic art. Before it closed automatically, the phantasm had already broken out. If it was a normal time, Catherine might not be able to escape from the kingdom. Even if she used a mystic art to escape, Raisin could catch up immediately. However, at this time the central area was affected by the black hole and the galaxy territory, and the control was greatly weakened. What was even more incredible was that the flow of time was changed. Time returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and the shadow in the kingdom disappeared. Catherine had obviously taken the opportunity to escape. Raisin shouted angrily, and the power of the kingdom surged. He punched the huge black hole in front of him. The surrounding force field suddenly distorted, and there was a violent tearing. The black hole that exuded a powerful devouring power only lasted for a few seconds. Then it disappeared under this blow. The fist force of this punch was extremely terrifying. After destroying the black hole, the remaining force didn't stop and rushed toward Chunrue. The whistling fist force was extremely fast, and it had locked onto Chunrue, making it impossible for him to teleport. Almost subconsciously, ripple-like waves appeared on his hands and circled around the fist force. As soon as he came into contact with it, he felt a mountain-like pressure bearing down on him. If it was an ordinary demon overlord-level powerhouse, he would have already lost his usual reaction ability, or even couldn't move under the pressure of this super rank. Chunrue once had the experience of facing a national-level powerhouse, so his momentum alone could no longer suppress him. However, he was restricted by the true flame shackles, so he couldn't activate the polar transformation. In terms of his current strength, he was definitely not Raisin's opponent. Under the powerful impact of the fist force, Chunrue's figure involuntarily moved back. The water ripples trembled violently. He only stopped after retreating for more than 10 meters. Qinrui, who took this blow, looked a little pale, and bloodstains could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Just the residual force had injured his internal organs, and even the profound meaning of water almost collapsed. Although Raisin's comprehensive strength level was not as good as the SS level Icyril, his attack power was not inferior to Icyril. It was terrifying, although there was always someone better than him, and the nationalization was only the starting point of demigod. In terms of the same level of strength, the top powerhouse was not undeserved. If they were both SS level, Icyril was definitely not Raisin's opponent. With Chun Rui's current strength, the gap between him and the national level Raisin was too big. No matter how exquisite his skills were, it was just a fleeting cloud under the absolute suppression of power. This feeling was like walking on a tightrope in a high altitude in a scenic area. If one was careless or unlucky, he would fall into the abyss. In fact, with the current strength of both sides, Raisin's every blow would make Qinrui hover on the edge of life and death. Raisin tested the opponent's strength with one punch. At most, he was at the peak stage of the demon overlord, which was not as good as Catherine. However, his means were very strange, especially the terrifying talent that was suspected to control time. Since the Dark Shadow Cloak had the characteristics of concealment and space transfer, he must kill her as soon as possible before she escaped. As long as Catherine was killed, the Shadow Empire would definitely be in chaos. For Raisin, who was preparing to unify the demon realm in one fell swoop, there was no better opportunity than this time. He must not miss it. Kill this mysterious Asmodeus royal family. Immediately, then find Catherine. As soon as Raisin thought of this, the power of the kingdom suddenly skyrocketed. The purple gas in his eyes flashed. Qinrui felt a creepy omen of extreme danger. In the blink of an eye, there was only one thing left in the entire world. Fist. Thunder Emperor Seal. This punch was simple without any fancy or power. The speed was not fast, but it seemed to temper all the essence, chi, and spirit in one point. It contained a kind of mysterious law of sure to hit, making Qinrui unable to dodge at all. The power of this blow was far from comparable to the aftermath just now. If he was hit, even if Qinrui's physique was special, he would definitely be smashed into pieces and completely annihilated. This was no longer the scope that the profound meaning of water could resolve. Qinrui used the skill of star diversion without hesitation. His hands glowed with a faint starlight, and he went forward. As soon as he touched it, he felt a huge and irresistible pressure. Qinrui concentrated, and his hands continued to lead the mysterious trajectory to divert the power. The plain punch caused the surrounding ground to crack and collapse continuously. The 10 seconds of star diversion was almost up, and the power of this punch still showed no signs of subsiding. Qinrui couldn't continue. His body was torn apart and scattered into countless pieces. No, it was countless demonic flies. Although the punch was extremely powerful, it couldn't destroy these scattered demonic flies. After leaving terrifying marks on the ground, the power finally dissipated, and the demonic flies just happened to reassemble into Qinrui's figure. Raisin didn't expect the other party to be able to escape his Thunder Emperor seal safely. His eyes fell on the mask that appeared out of thin air, and he was slightly moved. God-eating mask! Beelzebub royal family. Qinrui just used star diversion and demonic fly's transformation consecutively just to escape the terrifying punch. He couldn't help but feel shocked. When he heard Raisin misunderstood, he didn't explain. His figure instantly appeared in the distance, and he fled without hesitation. The direction was exactly the opposite of Catherine's just now. Raisin thought of the wounds on Asgalar and the soldiers he encountered previously, and he was more certain that this mysterious person was not from the Asmodeus royal family, but the Beelzebub royal family. Because he wasn't particularly familiar with the power of nirvana, maybe he could use an item to release it, But the God-eating mask, one of the 7 artifacts, absolutely couldn't be faked. This person has the God-eating mask, so he should still be the king of Beelzebub. It turns out that the Beelzebub royal family actually defected to Catherine. Raisin's mind turned quickly, and he didn't chase after Chinrue. His figure moved to the gap of the kingdom that Catherine opened and disappeared. Chinrue had another warning sign, only to feel a terrifying wind pressure coming from behind. It turned out that before Raisin moved, he had already launched a lightning-fast blow in the air again. This punch was clearly hundreds of meters away, but it seemed to be hitting his head. A dark golden shield appeared in Chinrue's hand in an instant, and he turned around abruptly. Bang! Chinrue's body suddenly flew out. The demon's shield in his hand buzzed. The vibrating force almost made him unable to hold it firmly. He flew straight for hundreds of meters before falling. He staggered a few steps before barely standing firm. As his blood surged, his previous internal organ injuries worsened again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Raisin, who was chasing quickly, stagnated. There was an inexplicable feeling of annoyance in his chest. He looked slightly surprised, but he quickly suppressed the discomfort and continued to run forward. Punishment, passive characteristic. Reflect all damage received. The degree of damage exemption can be set. Blue star level activation probability 30%. Rebound strength 30% to 50%. After Raisin disappeared, Chinrue did not continue to escape. Instead, he walked in the direction of Raisin and stopped somewhere. It's hard to imagine that you are still here. Catherine's figure gradually emerged. I didn't expect that you can actually see the location of the dark shadow cloak. That position turned out to be the place where Catherine's figure was forced out by the kingdom's power. When the Raisin Kingdom was broken, whether it was Chinrue or Raisin, they would subconsciously react that Catherine had escaped from the danger. No one expected that she would still stay in the same place. This trick had been used by Raisin previously. It was reasonable to say that she shouldn't use the same trick again. However, Catherine did this so that both Raisin and Chinrue were deceived. If it weren't for the discovery of analytical eyes just now, Chinrue would have indeed been deceived. Therefore, he chose to escape immediately. The purpose was to confuse Raisin's judgment. You should have taken the opportunity to escape just now. Although this is a scheme, the risk is too great. Catherine's move was actually a huge risk. Once Raisin launched a large-scale attack, she would be forced to leave the place. Catherine said faintly, "I just want to save my life. And by the way, look at your so-called script. The one that died together? Aren't you a little touched? My Majesty Empress?" "It's escaping together," Catherine said faintly. "I advise you to use your sweet talk time on escaping. Raisin will soon find out that something is wrong. Before he returns to search, we must escape east." To the west was the Shadow Empire, the nearest was Jurgle Fortress, but to the east was the Bloody Empire. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Raisin ran for a while and finally found the thing that broke through the space previously. It turned out to be a puppet. He knew that he fell into a trap, so he rushed back to the plane at full speed, but it was empty. He didn't know where Catherine escaped to. "Catherine, it's useless for you to escape again." Raisin's voice, containing the kingdom's power, spread far away and resounded throughout the plane. "You have been hit by my Thunder Emperor seal twice just now. Even if you have the Dark Shadow Cloak, you can't survive for 3 days." Asgalar, who was leading the army back to Jurgle Fortress, suddenly paused and showed a look of horror. He looked down at his chest. The fist mark in the golden armor emitted a faint purple light. Countless, vein-like purple patterns spread quickly to all sides. With a boom, his entire body burst open on the horse. Chapter 745. Raisin's figure turned into a stream of light. He fully activated his perception and walked quickly between the forests and mountains. Although Catherine was hit by his Thunder Emperor seal, She was the first sage after all. He didn't know if there would be any variables. To be on the safe side, he wanted to see her alive. If she was dead, he wanted to see the corpse. At least, he wanted to see the dark shadow cloak. As he was walking, Raisin's figure suddenly stopped. His black pupils emitted a silver light, and the blood vessels on his body protruded. They were faintly dark silver, as if even the flowing blood had undergone some kind of mutation. The muscles on Raisin's face were a little distorted, and his body trembled slightly as if he was enduring huge pain. He growled in a low voice, and the ring on the middle finger of his left hand emitted a faint black light. The silvery white color quickly turned black again, forcibly suppressing the abnormality. Alias. Raisin gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words. He tried to adjust his disordered breathing and clenched his fists. Feeling the strange movement of the strange power in his body, he finally stopped searching. He turned into a bloody rainbow and flew away at full speed. A long time after the bloody rainbow disappeared, 2 blurred figures appeared on a huge rock on a hillside. It was Chun-Rue and Catherine. That should be Raisin, right? Chun-Rue looked at the light spot that disappeared in the distance. Strange. Why did he suddenly fly away? What happened? We can't take it lightly. It is likely to be a deliberate lure. Just in case, we can't return to Jurgle Fortress for the time being. It's safer to go east from here to the mountainous area. As Catherine just said that, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. The blood stains on the veil had spread, and it was dyed red. Chun-Rue thought of the Thunder Emperor seal in Raisin's shout, and his heart tightened. Your injury. Let's find a place to settle down first. Although Catherine had already drunk Chun-Rue's healing potion, the situation was still not good. About 3 hours later, the 2 rushed to the eastern mountainous area and found a hidden cave. Catherine took out a space item similar to a magic tent. There was a magic house inside, and she entered to recuperate and heal. Chun-Rue spent another hour setting up an inscription formation to hide his tracks outside the cave. When Chun-Rue returned to the magic house, he found Catherine sitting on the bed. She had changed her bloody clothes, but her face was pale, and her injuries seemed to have worsened. That Thunder Emperor seal. Catherine shook her head lightly. Dark Shadow Cloak's ability is space transfer and concealment. It can't be compared with God-eating mask and elusive demon shield, so it naturally can avoid Raisin's attack. Catherine, who used the Dark Shadow Cloak to hide on the side previously, witnessed Chun-Rue's method of breaking Raisin's attack. When she was in the Crystal Valley, she knew that the God-eating mask was in Chun-Rue's hands, but she didn't expect that the elusive demon shield was also there. The 7 artifacts could only be used by the royal family of the corresponding bloodline. This was a recognized common sense in the demon realm. Now, this human man could actually use 2 of the royal family's artifacts freely. It was absolutely incredible. You're still calculating these things at a time like this? Chun-Rue frowned tightly. Heal your injury first. We'll talk about other things later. Your combat power is amazing. You actually blocked the attack of a king-level powerhouse with the strength of a demon overlord. You really reserved a lot when you fought with me in the capital. I'm not necessarily your opponent. Is there any way to get rid of that Thunder Emperor seal? Catherine continued to say to herself, I really want to know how a person can gather all the abilities into one body. In just a few years, your strength has reached the peak stage of the demon overlord from higher demon. You have a grand master level pharmaceutic skill, and you're a trio specialized mechanic master. You also have unimaginable thinking and inspiration. New military system, city planning, magic soil, magic television, millet wine, battle ball. The so-called top genius Travis is not even a mediocre in front of you. I'm asking you about your injury. There's so many new things that have never been seen before, and they cover many fields. Even the most talented people would find it difficult to create a few of them in their lifetime, but you seem to have them at your fingertips. I don't know how much unknown knowledge and things you have in your heart. What makes me even more surprised is that these things have never existed in the human world. Where did you come from? Are you the reincarnation of a certain god? You. Catherine. Chinrue couldn't care much. He held her shoulder and asked loudly, "How to cure you?" Catherine's voice stopped abruptly. Her eyes gradually became calm as she shook her head gently. Grand Master level resurrection potion? It's useless. Once that punch is triggered, I will be annihilated. Raisin is not a boastful person. Even with the protection of the dark shadow cloak, I can't last more than 3 days. Chenrue trembled and slowly hugged her. Catherine did not resist and let him hug her tightly. Whether it was the Empress, the noblewoman, or other identities, she had this man in her heart. At this time and place, she no longer needed a mask because she only had less than 3 days left to live. Sure enough, a very warm embrace. Kathleen slowly closed her eyes. Chinrue had dreamed of hugging this Her Majesty Empress more than once, but now he would rather this wish not come true. After I die, if you are really gone, then I have no attachment to the Shadow Empire. Chinrue saw through her mind and shook his head. Not only will I take away the dark shadow cloak, but I will also use all my strength to bury Raisin and the entire bloody empire, plus the Shadow Empire as your burial objects. You don't have to force me to live. I don't want to die myself. Catherine opened her eyes and sighed. But there are some things that can't be done just by thinking. But if you don't think about it, there will be no hope. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, you can't give up. Chinrue said resolutely, "Those words just now are not a joke. I will keep my words." Catherine was silent for a moment. "Do you still have the Ju Tianxian aura fruit in the Silent Night wetland last time?" "Its name is aura fruit. I lied to you that time." A red aura fruit appeared in Chenrue's hand. It was round and clear like a gem. "You lied more than once." Catherine's pale face showed a smile. "Has any woman ever told you that you are a big liar?" "I know." Chinrue answered guiltily. He suddenly reacted and said in surprise, "You want the aura fruit? Are you trying to—" "Yes." Catherine gently stroked the aura fruit in her hand, and there was a trace of firmness in her eyes. "This is the only way to get rid of Thunder Emperor Mark, the strongest bloodline talent of the Asmodeus royal family. Nirvana! Nirvana was the most easily awakened talent of the Asmodeus royal family. The initial Nirvana could make the spirit of the Asmodeus royal family more powerful, and their appearance would also become young and handsome. Nirvana was also the most powerful bloodline talent, other than the first Nirvana. Every time after Nirvana, not only would the strength increase greatly, but the physique and aptitude would also undergo a qualitative transformation. It was equivalent to refining and rebirth. It didn't mean that only Nirvana could improve strength, but Nirvana could make a qualitative leap in one's foundation. At the same level, the attributes of a higher Nirvana was definitely higher than a lower Nirvana. Moreover, the higher the level of Nirvana, the easier it would be to break through the bottleneck of training. However, every time Nirvana was completed, the danger and failure rate would also increase exponentially. Once it failed, one would be turned into ashes by the flames of Nirvana. Catherine completed the 4th Nirvana in the Silent Night wetland last time, and this time was the 5th Nirvana. If Nirvana was successful, the impurities like Thunder Emperor Mark would naturally be purified, and Catherine's strength would also be greatly improved. However, the chance of success was almost zero, because in addition to the ancestor of Asmodeus, only one Asmodeus royal family in history had completed 5 Nirvana. He was the strongest powerhouse in the world. He killed 10 demon overlords of the same level in a battle, then he disappeared. In addition, no Asmodeus royal family could reach 5 Nirvana. Countless talented geniuses failed and died without exception when they tried to achieve 5 Nirvana. Because of this, the so-called strongest bloodline talent of the Asmodeus royal family gradually became the weakest and was replaced by War Puppet. This aura fruit is much higher quality than the one given to me in the Silent Night wetland last time. It should be able to increase the success rate again. I need about 100 this time. Is there enough? There's no problem in terms of quantity, but have you really decided? The inventory of spiritual fruits was originally quite large, but they were all transformed into the energy needed by the ancient alchemy civilization's castle. However, the Galaxy Garden produced new spiritual fruits later on. Not to mention 100. Even 1,000 would not be a problem. I have no choice. Catherine slowly sat up from Chun Rue's arms. I have to gamble once with my life and the future of the entire fallen angel empire. Chun Rue held her hand. And our future. Catherine wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She just said, faintly, "Let's talk about the future in the future." I understand what you mean. You mean to cherish the present. Chun Rue took the opportunity to hold her hand again. It was smooth as jade and felt good. It seems that you are not only a liar but also a scoundrel. Catherine was dumbfounded for a while. She resisted the urge to punch this guy's face. However, it was very strange that when she was with Chun Rue, she had an unprecedented sense of casualness and relaxation. There was also a feeling that she couldn't describe. It was as if all the laughter and anger were affected by the person in front of her. She had never felt this kind of feeling before. Okay, my heart has almost calmed down. If you don't want to disturb me, you can stop hugging and leave this room. Chun Rue smiled awkwardly and reluctantly left Her Majesty Empress's soft body. When he walked to the door, he scratched his head. By the way, will there be that side effect of using aura fruit to assist in nirvana this time? The side effect of having sex. It was precisely because of this side effect that Chun Rue was pushed back by Her Majesty Empress. Not only did he turn the first beauty into a real woman, but he also got rid of the title of a divisional cadre for 2 generations. From then on, he embarked on the Crystal Palace life that was envied and hated by all otakus. The Asmodeus royal family was also known as the Lust royal family. The power of nirvana would induce lust. The devil pomeg that was originally used could not only increase the success rate of nirvana, but it also had the special effect of restraining lust. The aura fruit was much stronger than the devil pomeg, but it didn't have the effect of restraining lust. To be precise, side effect equals benefit. Catherine's face blushed, but she wasn't angry. She just took a deep look at him and smiled. Don't forget me. She was as beautiful as jade, and her smile could topple a city. For some reason, Chun Rue only felt a little choked in his throat. He couldn't speak for a while, so he could only nod. He nodded vigorously. Chapter 746. Warlock Fortress. The city wall was covered with cracks and burn marks of flames. The broken arrow towers and fortresses witnessed the fierce battles these days. The outer wall of this fortress, known as the strongest fortress in the demon realm, was quite broken and looked crumbling. In fact, under the almost crazy attacks of the Bloody Empire army in the past few days, the Warlock Fortress was in danger several times, but it always stood firm. Not only because of the solid fortifications that had been operated for many years, but also because of the command and deployment of General George. More importantly, there was a flag flying on the Warlock Fortress, the red blood flame flag. This invincible king's flag that once followed the Lord of Midnight Sun disappeared after Regent Obsidian came to power. The granddaughter of the Lord of Midnight Sun, Princess Royal of the Empire, Shay, once again raised the once dusty king's flag and defeated Obsidian to ascend the throne. The red blood flame flag was redesignated as the Emperor's flag. Now that this flag was flying over the Warlock Fortress, it explained one thing. The fallen angel emperor, Jia, had personally come to the Warlock Fortress to supervise the war. The enemy faced by the Warlock Fortress was extremely powerful. Although the first round of exploratory battles had won a beautiful victory, many trump cards had been revealed. The subsequent second and third rounds of attacks were extremely difficult. The Bloody Empire army adjusted their tactics and measures to greatly weaken the lethality of the new weapons of the Warlock Fortress. Under the crazy attacks, the outer walls and fortresses of the fortress were seriously damaged, and the loss of the defenders was also increasing rapidly. The forces of both the offensive and defensive sides were being consumed at the same time. But if this continued, it was quite disadvantageous to the defensive side with insufficient forces. At this time, the arrival of Jia not only replenished the supplies and troops in time, but also raised the morale to an unprecedented high. Although these troops could not be compared with the 6 million elites of the Bloody Empire, this was a fortress, not a plain. Due to the limitations of the terrain, the number of troops that the Bloody Empire could put in at one time was also limited, so the two sides were still in a stalemate. The attack frequency of the Bloody Empire army did not stop because of the arrival of Jia. A new wave of attacks began again. Jia did not stay in the command tent, but she came to the front line of the city wall in person. This move undoubtedly gave all the soldiers a boost in morale. The Bloody Empire army approached step by step. The army at the front erected a special giant shield, forming a giant shield array. This kind of giant shield was made of iron. It was heavy and huge, and there were wheels at the bottom that were easy to push. There was a support at the back, and it needed 3 soldiers to support and push it. Although the giant shields reduced the mobility of the soldiers, their defensive capabilities were greatly increased. Even the explosive crossbow bolts shot by the ballistae had difficulty penetrating them. The large area of protection was also able to block the explosive, toxic fragments. The structure of the catapult behind the Bloody Empire had been completed. They began to throw fire meteors at the Warlock Fortress, and the Warlock Fortress also threw stones to intercept. The stone bullets had been consumed a lot in the past few days. Fortunately, a large number of ammunition transported by the White Feather Lord Sikali was already in place this morning. After all, it was far more difficult to intercept the meteors than to launch them. Many huge rocks that escaped the net flew towards the fortress, and one of them went straight towards the tower where Jia was. Jia's expression remained unchanged as she continued to order the lamp spirit forbidden guards. The speed of the fire meteors was very fast, but Stiller, who was next to Jia, was faster. With a wave of her hand, the flaming stone slowly stopped. Then it flew back to the Bloody Empire army, smashing a scorched hole in the giant shield array. The stones and fire meteors in the air whistled, and the soldiers below did not stop moving forward. They soon crossed the moat that had been filled up early and approached the city wall. The siege equipment this time was twice as much as the last time. There was also the Magician Legion, specially protected by the giant shield behind. These magicians were specially selected to be good at fire magic. The purpose was to eliminate the extremely destructive gluttonous vine in the Warlock Fortress. The actual combat in the first 2 days showed that the gluttonous vine was most afraid of flame attacks. Siege equipment was pushed up against the rain of arrows. Although the defenders of the Warlock Fortress had the geographical advantage, the Bloody Empire's counterattack using the well chariots and bows and arrows was equally sharp, especially the well chariots, which were a great threat. In the last wave of attacks, the Bloody Empire added a large number of new siege equipment, which was a great threat. They almost broke through the city wall, causing the casualties of the defenders to increase sharply. If it weren't for Ida's prompt decision to send the most elite soldiers to form a suicide squad to destroy a considerable part of the siege equipment and finally turn the tide, those brave soldiers were all sacrificed without any survivors. The terrifying siege equipment approached again. This time, they were obviously prepared for the tactics of the suicide squad. This time, the Bloody Empire invested more troops and siege equipment than the last time. Under the fierce attack, the defense of the Warlock Fortress gradually tightened. Many Bloody Empire soldiers had already climbed the city wall, and the casualties of the defenders were also increasing. At this moment, rows of forbidden guards appeared behind the defenders. They were all women. Not only were they powerful, but they could annihilate all the soldiers who climbed the city wall. They could also cast buff magic. The effect of these magic was extremely strong, far better than ordinary magicians. The defenders were suddenly refreshed. At the same time, the strange machinery of the new structure behind the fortress was ready. Swoosh, swoosh! Golden objects were thrown out in the direction of the Bloody Empire's siege equipment. When they were about to land, the things suddenly stretched out and turned into human figures. These human figures were about 2 meters tall. Their bodies were made of metal and glowed with a dark, golden light. These metal figures were invulnerable. They didn't know what fatigue and pain were. As soon as they landed, they began to exert terrifying combat power. Wherever they passed, they were invincible. The magicians who were originally prepared to deal with the Suicide Squad and gluttonous vines immediately launched magic attacks. However, those high-temperature fireballs landed on these metal figures and didn't even leave a mark on them. The scene left the mages dumbfounded. They watched helplessly as the metal humanoids destroyed the siege weapons one after another, as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing the giant shields one after another. These were the gold men invented by Rala. In addition to strong offensive and defensive abilities, they also had strong anti-magic attributes. The only drawback was that they were slow, but in the dense Bloody Empire army, this drawback could be ignored for the time being. This batch of gold men was Jia's secret weapon. There were a total of 3,000 of them assembled using the production line invented by Chen Rui. Although they were not as powerful as those made by Rala herself, they played a huge role with their immortality and anti-magic characteristics. Unfortunately, due to the problems of time, materials, and craftsmanship, the number of 3,000 was already the limit. Damn it, what is that thing? Alias saw the siege vehicles destroyed by the gold men in the magic mirror of the Black Cloud Town command center. He slammed his palm on the table, and the table suddenly fell apart. He had already received the news of Jia's arrival. This time, he mobilized a large number of siege equipment and dispatched the elite Magician Legion. He wanted to defeat the garrison led by the fallen Angel Empress personally. As long as this battle succeeded and the Warlock Fortress was breached, he could naturally march straight in, break through the White Feather Estate, and attack the fallen Angel capital. However, the change in the battle situation was far beyond expectations. The opponent dispatched a surprise attack to destroy most of the siege equipment. In the past few days, the loss of the Bloody Empire army had far exceeded expectations, but they still couldn't take down the Warlock Fortress. In fact, he boasted in front of his father, Raisin, that he would take down the fallen Angel Empire within a month. But now he stopped at the first pass, the Warlock Fortress. If he failed again this time, Raisin, who was in the rear, would probably be furious. He might even revoke his position as the commander-in-chief. Alias had a deeper concern. Now that Edmund was dead, his only competitor was the young prince, Terrace. Although Terrace and he had the same mother, and they had a deep brotherly relationship, Terrace took the blame for him and helped him defeat Edmund. He could be regarded as the most capable assistant. However, the last time Terrace took the blame and entered the dark furnace to reflect, he actually broke through the bottleneck inexplicably and reached the level of demon overlord. The only weakness of his younger brother, who was regarded as the top genius of the demon realm since he was a child, was also made up for. He had become the biggest threat to compete for the throne. This time, Terrace was appointed as the deputy commander, and many of the tactics proposed were rejected by Alias. Alias's purpose was obvious, which was to curb Terrace's performance. If he was dismissed by Raisin because of his poor performance, Terrace would justifiably replace him as the commander-in-chief. Terrace's military talent was extremely outstanding. Once he took down the Warlock Fortress and even the entire fallen Angel Empire, then his prestige and military merits would far exceed that of his elder brother. The position of the Empire's heir would most likely fall on Terrace. There was only one throne. Even if it was a brother, as long as he stood in the way, he would be completely crushed. Terrace was quick-witted. How could he not understand his elder brother's thoughts? He sighed and did not persuade further. At this time, Aelius saw the bloody Empire army in the magic mirror begin to retreat, and he was taken aback. Who gave the retreat order? It's me. Gustav's voice sounded at the door. What right do you have to order? Aelius said angrily. I'm the commander-in-chief. Not anymore. Gustav took out a magic communication token. I just received an order from Her Majesty to remove you from the post of commander-in-chief and let me take over. You are ordered to return to the capital immediately. Impossible. Aelius grabbed the token and listened to his father's familiar voice in it. He couldn't help but be shocked. This moment came far earlier than he thought, and it was somewhat unreasonable. Why? Gustav said coldly, Please execute Her Majesty's order, Your Highness. Elder brother, I'll go back with you. Aelius didn't expect Terrace to be willing to give up a great opportunity to earn military merits and accompany him back to the capital. Looking at his brother's serious expression, his eyes were a little complicated. He snorted coldly and walked out the door without looking back. Terrace and Gustav looked at each other with a faint smile on their faces. In another place, Chinrue was sitting on the sofa in the hall of the magic house, looking anxious. He hadn't closed his eyes since last night because Catherine had started to launch the fifth nirvana. If she failed, there was only one result, being annihilated. Chapter 747. Chinrue's spirit was highly concentrated as he stared at the closed door. The temperature in the magic house began to rise gradually. It was not pure heat, but a kind of rising life. Nirvana was a well-prepared transformation process. Before that, it required a long accumulation and ritual. It was actually not advisable to force a breakthrough like Catherine, but under the Thunder Emperor seal, there was no other way. Due to the tight time, many rituals and steps were simplified. The consequence of doing so was that the success rate would be reduced. However, the aura fruit produced by the 6-star evolved Galaxy Garden was extremely effective, far better than the Devil Pomeg fruit. As such, their chances of success were slightly higher than that of ordinary royal families. The temperature of the magic house indicated that Catherine had absorbed the aura of the aura fruit and successfully completed the process of accumulating fire. The next most important step, bathing in fire, was finally about to begin. This was also the most dangerous step. It required the power of the soul to ignite the nirvana flame beyond one's own limit, then control the power of nirvana into the nirvana flame, cleansing and refining through the method of calcination, inducing a qualitative change from the soul to the body. Once the whole step was started, it couldn't be stopped. A little carelessness would result in the backfire of the nirvana flame. For thousands of years, countless geniuses and heroes had fallen at this step. Catherine's body steamed with black flames. These flames and high temperature were actually aimed at the soul. The furniture and facilities on the side were not affected by the flames. The black flames began to jump and rise in a special rhythm, and an extremely pure red color gradually appeared in it. It was the nirvana flame. Chinrue clearly felt that a pure soul fire was rising, and his soul seemed to be slightly cleansed and sublimated at the same time as he sensed it. However, he didn't have the extra mind to enjoy this feeling. His heart was always hanging, and he was more nervous than his own training. Don't forget me. Chinrue tried to close his eyes, but that beautiful smile involuntarily emerged in his mind. There was no majesty, no pretentiousness, only natural gentleness. This should be the first time since Catherine ascended the throne that she let go of everything and showed a real smile to a person, a man. This was her farewell. Chinrue clenched his fists. No matter what, even if they really became strangers in the future, this time he had to succeed. Suddenly, the flame aura of his soul became a little chaotic. Chinrue suddenly opened his eyes, but did not dare to move, lest the slightest movement disturb her. The chaotic soul fire was gradually stabilized, returning to its original steady and rising rhythm. However, not long after, the abnormality began to appear again. This repeated a few times, causing Chen Rui to break out in a cold sweat. He finally understood what it felt like to pass a day like a year. There were several times when he wanted to rush in to take a look, but he resisted the urge. Ah! Catherine's suppressed moan came into Chen Rui's ears. He couldn't care anymore. He stood up and opened the door of the room. As soon as he opened the door, he felt a dazzling red light. He saw Catherine sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by alternating black and red flames. Her taut facial features showed that she was enduring great pain. The aura of the soul was getting more and more chaotic, and the entire magic house was filled with an anxious and fiery aura. Although he had not experienced nirvana personally, Chenrui knew that Catherine was now in an extremely dangerous situation. Catherine's body trembled violently. Apparently, she could no longer suppress the nirvana flames triggered by her soul. Phew! The red flame blazed high, and the black flame representing Catherine's own nirvana power became weaker and weaker. It was almost completely swallowed. Catherine's body stopped trembling. Her whole body was wrapped in the red nirvana flames, and her vitality began to decline rapidly. Catherine, the thing that Chenrui was most worried about, finally happened. He rushed over to try to contain the nirvana flames, but before he got close, he was repelled by an invisible force. It was the force field of the nirvana flames. The nirvana flames triggered by any Asmodeus royal family member during nirvana were beyond their own limits. The higher the level of nirvana, the greater the power of the triggered nirvana flames. Catherine's strength was originally above Chenrui. Now that it was the fifth nirvana, the triggered nirvana flames was not something that Chenrui could control with his current strength. Moreover, once Firebath was launched, it could not be stopped. No, there must be a way. Calm down, calm down. Chenrui kept telling himself to calm down in his heart, but Catherine's body had begun to become thinner. How could he calm down when he was in danger? He could only keep attacking the invisible force field of the nirvana flames. However, even the devouring of the god-eating mask could not dispel the nirvana flames. It was like a transparent wall. Although it was close at hand, it separated life and death, as well as him and Catherine. Chenrui's mouth and nose were already bleeding due to the recoil of power, but he still attacked desperately and madly. The entire space of the magic house was trembling violently. He wanted to try his best to cast polar transformation, but unfortunately, he could not break through the power of the blockade. Under the crazy outbreak of power, his blood vessels could not bear it. They burst open abruptly, and he became a bloody man in an instant. Damn true flame shackles! Chenrui, who was blown away, slammed the ground fiercely. The fingers of his clenched fists were deeply pinched into his flesh. The pain in his body and heart made him not feel that a certain part of his left arm was getting more and more intense. In the nirvana flames, Catherine, who could not move, looked at the figure covered in blood. In her eyes that were already desperate, drops of tears wrapped in flames slid down her cheeks. "Don't come over!" She used all her strength to say these 3 words, and her body seemed more and more empty. Chenrui was shocked. The unforgettable scene in his memory appeared again. Tears in the flames, he took a deep breath, calmed down unexpectedly, and got up slowly. Catherine thought that he had finally figured it out, and her heart was slightly at ease. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and she saw black flames emerging from Chenrui's body. Nirvana flames. Chenrui did not know why he did this, but an instinctive feeling told him that this might save Catherine. Therefore, even though he might die if he took another step forward, he did it without hesitation. Sure enough, as soon as the nirvana flames appeared, the resistance suddenly disappeared. The red nirvana flames spread over like a flock of ducks and integrated into the nirvana flames. His soul suddenly felt a terrible pain, as if it was constantly being torn apart. Chenrui gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. He walked toward Catherine step by step. Every step he took was unimaginable pain, and bean-sized sweat droplets were constantly evaporating. Finally, he came in front of Catherine, sat down, and gently hugged the delicate body in the flames that could almost no longer feel its weight. As soon as the black flames touched Catherine, the black flames on her body that were about to disappear suddenly lit up. Her body that was close to nothingness was materialized little by little, and her strength was slowly recovering. "I've caught you." Looking at this difficult smile, Catherine's tears gushed out uncontrollably. "Yes, you've caught me." Catherine raised her head, stared into his eyes, and slowly moved closer. When the four lips met, they looked like two hearts. Chunrue's nirvana flames were just a drop in the bucket. Soon, the terrifying nirvana flames began to rage again, and the feeling of death approached again. However, there was no despair in Catherine's eyes, only tranquility. Ever since she had ascended to the throne, she had devoted her entire life to the empire. On that throne, she had never been a woman, but an emperor. As time passed, she had even forgotten that she was a woman most of the time. She had never felt like a woman, a real woman, and a complete woman who was loved and loved. Therefore, she had no regrets. This man's embrace was so warm and calming. It even made her feel that the nirvana flames had become warm. This moment seemed to have stopped for a long time. Wait a minute, no. This is not an illusion. Nirvana flames? Catherine finally realized that something was wrong. She did not know what happened to the nirvana flames that had been extremely dangerous and she could not control. It actually became quite docile, and her nirvana power could integrate into it without any hindrance. This kind of change was not accidental. Catherine immediately realized that it must be related to Chunrue. However, she had no time to think about it. She had to use this change to complete the nirvana flames as soon as possible. Chunrue also felt the abnormality, and he also noticed the strange heat coming from his left arm. It was this heat that caused the entire nirvana flames to undergo an incredible change. Right, this warmth with a special feeling of flesh and blood seemed familiar, but he could not remember where he had encountered it. "Just hold me like this, don't move." Catherine fell into his arms, closed her eyes, and silently operated the nirvana power. She tried to integrate the nirvana flames to wrap and purify her soul, and it was unprecedentedly smooth. Catherine's words also made Chunrue not look at his left arm that was pressed down by her. He just hugged her and maintained the power of the nirvana flames. An hour had passed, and Chunrue's body was a little stiff. At this moment, Catherine, who was in his arms, finally moved. The first action was to bite her finger hard. She bit hard, and her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. It's true. She actually completed the nirvana flames. It was unbelievably smooth. It was even easier than the first nirvana awakening. Is this warm and comfortable flame power still the nirvana flames? The fifth nirvana flames that had caused the death of countless royal geniuses? Why are you biting yourself? Chunrue looked at her strangely. Okay, then I won't bite myself. Catherine showed a mischievous smile. That childish look made Chunrue intoxicated. Her Majesty, the Empress, leaned forward and bit Chunrue's neck. Ouch! Are you a vampire? Why are you biting me? At this moment, the biting action changed. The warm tongue scratched his neck, making Chunrue shiver. A certain part of his body immediately had a natural reaction, and he began to raise his head to greet her. The most difficult nirvana flames has been completed, and there is still a lot of time before the next stage of breaking the cocoon. And, as you wish, the side effect of the spiritual fruit has finally taken effect. When she said the last sentence, Catherine showed a rare, charming look, which contained undisguised affection and love. Chapter 748. Black Cloud Town. Alias sat in the military tent with an ugly expression. When Raisin ordered to send troops that day, he faintly revealed the intention of abdicating. If he could unify the demon realm this time, The prince with the highest military merit would become the new bloody empire lord. This was originally a great opportunity to make a career. If he could grasp it, he would undoubtedly surpass Terrace, ascend the throne as he wished, and become the supreme ruler of the entire demon realm. Now that the war to attack the fallen angel empire had just begun, he was removed from the position of combat commander and ordered to return to the capital. This was equivalent to giving this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to his current biggest competitor, Terrace. With Terrace's military talent, once he grasps the opportunity, the consequences are unimaginable. Elder brother. A familiar voice sounded at the door of the military tent. It was Terrace. This voice made Aelias's eyes even gloomier. He shouted, "Renta!" "Your Highness." The guard captain outside the military tent immediately responded. "Didn't I order that no one is allowed to come in?" Renta lowered his head. Terrace said, "Elder brother, have you forgotten the privilege you gave me back then? I can see you at any time without reporting." The word bestowed sounded particularly harsh in Aelias's ears. He snorted coldly, "Rentaleave. Remember, no matter who it is in the future, you must report first." This was obviously a slap in Terrace's face. The tone had the meaning of asking him to leave, but Terrace didn't seem to notice it. He still looked at Aelias with a smile. Aelias frowned and said, "What do you want?" Terrace sighed. "Elder brother, don't you think we should have a good talk?" "Is it necessary?" Aelias looked at his brother coldly. "I have always underestimated you." Terrace was silent for a while and said, "We used to be the closest brothers, and we can never go back to the past. There's only one final winner on the battlefield we are in. When you and I are the only ones left on the battlefield, there are only winners and losers. You know this better than I do, unless you are willing to withdraw from the battlefield." Achilles' burning eyes fell on Terrace's face. Terrace didn't answer, and said lightly, "You should know that I'm not an ambitious person. If I say that I'm willing to quit, would you believe me?" "I don't believe you." Aelias shook his head slowly. "You know better than anyone else that even if you really quit, I won't be able to tolerate you. Your talent is too outstanding in ambition. Just because you don't have it now doesn't mean that you won't have it in the future. The best way is to nip the threat in the bud." "You are very frank." Terrace smiled calmly and said, "This is what I admire the most about you. Unfortunately, this is the last time I can talk to you like this, my brother. To be honest, I feel sorry." "Pity?" "At this point, you don't have to pretend anymore." Aelias smiled coldly and said, "All right, I'm very tired. If you came here today just to talk nonsense, then you can leave." Terrace Yenning narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his head, and slowly raised his hand. "You are wrong, brother. What I regret is your life, because you can die now." Aelias was shocked. He thought he had heard it wrong. Aelias was the strongest among the princes of the Bloody Empire. His martial arts had been inherited by Raisin. He became a demon overlord many years ago, and he broke through to the intermediate stage of the demon overlord some time ago. His martial power was his greatest advantage. Terrace had been stuck in the demon emperor for many years because of his aptitude. It was not until he entered the dark furnace that he happened to mutate and entered the demon overlord level. Whether it was strength, experience, or actual combat, the two were incomparable. Now Terrace actually overestimated himself and said that he wanted his life. Putting aside the factor of the difference in power, Raisin would not let Terrace go even if he succeeds by directly killing his brother so blatantly. Could it be that there is something wrong with my brother who has always been wise? Seeing Terrace's elegant smile, Aelias was shocked. "It's not an illusion. Terrace is really going to kill me. At this place? At this time? Is he crazy?" Although Aelias was surprised, he did not neglect. His fists faintly glowed with green light. "In any case, I should subdue Terrace first. This may be a turning point." Suddenly, Aelias's expression changed because a terrifying aura had already silently enveloped him, and he was actually unable to move for a moment. The level of this breath is far above Alias' intermediate stage of the demon overlord. The source of the power is Terrace. You. Alias looked at Terrace, who was smiling in disbelief. Is this still the brother who only knows strategy? The little prince who is considered the biggest regret because of his training aptitude? You are right about one thing. You have always underestimated me. Not only you, but everyone including Raisin has underestimated me. Terrace said calmly, the battlefield that you think is not my battlefield at all. If this is a game of chess, then I am the person who manipulates the chess pieces. You are just a chess piece at the mercy of others. Maybe Raisin, Catherine, Ja are all chess pieces. The last sentence included the 3 emperors of the demon realm. Alias was shocked and showed disdain. Do you want to say that I'm boasting shamelessly or overestimating myself? Terrace smiled even more when I said I was going to kill you at the beginning. You should think so too. What about now? It's not that I don't have ambition, but I just don't want to show it in front of you. How can the hellhound on the ground, who will be satisfied with a meal of bones, understand the giant dragon soaring in the sky? You, the chess piece, have almost played all your role. Now there is only one last value left, which is death. Is this the real Terrace? Alias felt a chill in his heart, and he shouted, Renta! Strangely, Renta seemed to have disappeared, and none of the personal guards appeared. Terrace sighed softly. Don't waste your energy. Let me tell you, your most trusted 36 personal guards, including Renta, are all my people. Achilles was shocked. The 36 personal guards were all Terrace men. Just this point alone showed how much effort and scheming was required. Terrace was right. Everyone had underestimated him. I will give you a painless death and personally send your body back to the capital, my brother. Alias knew that it was a matter of life and death. He shouted, and the power that he had been accumulating burst out. Green flames rose from his body. However, Terrace just waved his hand gently, and the flames were like candles in the wind. They were blown out as soon as they were blown, just like Alias' life. On his deathbed, the scene of his childhood suddenly appeared in Alias' mind. In the Imperial Garden, a woman in white smiled and looked at the playful teenagers. At that time, their mother was still there. At that time, Edmund was still their brother, leading them into trouble all day long. At that time, Terrace was still a little kid who followed everyone all day long and cried at the slightest thing. These years are really tiring. Alias' expression gradually eased, and his consciousness fell into endless darkness. Shadow Empire, Jurgle Fortress. Sir Lomont, your injury has not healed yet. Don't move around first. I'll help you change the medicine. The one who spoke was a woman wearing a veil. She had black hair and black eyes. Her beautiful facial features faintly showed behind the veil. She was holding a medicine box in her hand. Ms. Metaloo, my friend, is there still no news? There is no new news. Metaloo shook her head. We have sent the best scouts. Judging from the abnormality of the small plane, there was an extremely fierce battle there. Lomont didn't know about Catherine, but when he and Chen Rue sneaked into Jurgle Fortress, he recognized Asgalar, who was with them. Asgalar once sneaked into the Dark Moon. At that time, Paglio's seal was not unlocked, so he was not his opponent. Later, it was Ice Eyes who attacked. Lomont knew that Asgalar was a powerhouse of the peak stage of the demon overlord. However, when Asgalar was about to reach Jurgle Fortress, he actually exploded and died. It could be seen what a terrifying opponent he encountered. A national-level powerhouse? Then, Chen Rue, who chased after Brock. Lomont's face looked very gloomy. Chen Rue was his best partner and friend. If something really happened, how would he explain to Athena, Isabella, and others when he returned? Sir Lomont, don't worry too much. I believe your friend should be fine. Metaloo took out medicine and gauze from the medicine box and began to carefully change his dressing. There is one thing I want to tell Sir. Brock should be dead. Lomont was refreshed. Did you find his body? Medela shook her head and said hesitantly, but since the day before yesterday my soul's shackles seems to have disappeared. It has never happened again. It turned out that Medelou was Brock's wife, Catherine's cousin. Her father was royal Uncle Florence. Florence was Catherine's most powerful supporter. He was the former #1 person in the Dark Shadow Empire's military. He once helped Catherine to deal with the internal strife, but unfortunately, he did not know the right person. He married his daughter to Brock, who had once saved his life. Brock relied on this relationship to rise to the top and became the Empire's #1 general step by step. In the beginning, Brock and Medelou seemed to be very affectionate. However, after that he revealed his ferocious face and used the soul shackles to control Medelou. He often tortured and abused her, especially after Brock had lost half of his body and become unconscious. He became even more severe. Brock once used the reason that Florence was not feeling well to bring his father-in-law and wife to Jurgel Fortress. In reality, he imprisoned the two of them to threaten Empress Catherine. Florence was extremely regretful and scolded Brock. Brock actually dug out his eyes cruelly in front of Medelou. Medela hated Brock even more. Due to the existence of soul shackles, Medelou could neither live nor die. She was tortured until Lomont appeared and saved her and her father. Therefore, she regarded Lomont as her benefactor. Although Florence was blind, with his qualifications and prestige, as well as Catherine's prior arrangements, the turbulent Jurgel Fortress soon settled down. Medelou's words made Lomont's eyes light up. Since Brock was dead, then the soul shackles on Delia would also be removed. The nightmare that had troubled Delia for many years could finally disappear. Now, the only thing that made people worry was the captain. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. Captain, a scourge like you must still be alive. Chapter 749. Lomont guessed it right. Sir Leader was indeed alive happily. Chinrue now understood a little why the Asmodeus royal family was called the Lust royal family. Compared with the Succubus family, the charm of the Asmodeus royal family women was more reserved and more temperamental. A casual action, or even just a breath, exuded a heart-stirring attraction. Of course, the premise is that she opens her heart to you. Just the faint, charming eyes were like the most powerful aphrodisiac, making him unable to control himself. Catherine not only opened her heart, but also her body, the body of the most beautiful woman in the demon realm. Flawless. This was the first word that came to Catherine's mind when she unreservedly showed her naked body in front of Chinrue, but he only had time to think so much because when a normal man faced his beloved woman who let go of everything to him, his consciousness should be more verbs than adjectives. Her Majesty Empress was very proactive. At this moment, she was not a wise man or an emperor, but a woman who let go of all the restraints. Their lips and tongues intertwined with each other's saliva. When the conditions were right, the man and the woman were completely united. This time, it was completely different from the first time in the Silent Night wetland. It was not passively driven by desire, but it truly ignited the desire to completely integrate the other party into himself. The special effect of the aura fruit was just a catalyst. Her Majesty Empress's passionate moan tightly wrapped Chinrue's fiery desire, and they were lost in the passionate, instinctive blend together. No one noticed that a mark faintly appeared on the outside of Chinrue's left arm. It seemed to be in the shape of a phoenix. This time it did not burn, but it emitted a warm and strange nirvana aura which penetrated into Catherine's body. In the sky outside the cave, strange clouds began to gather slowly, blocking the 2 white moons. There seemed to be some special power brewing. Rumble in the hall of the bloody Empire capital. Raisin leaned on the throne, quietly listening to the thunder coming from the sky. Your Majesty! The voice of the Imperial Guard commander, Stone, sounded at the door of the hall. Raisin slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of fatigue in his deterrent gaze. Urgent report from the front line. Raisin frowned slightly. He just gave the order to revoke Aelius's position as the commander-in-chief and ordered him to return to the capital immediately. This order should have reached the front line. Could it be that something happened again? Read it. Stone opened the battle report and revealed an expression of uncontrollable shock the moment he took a glance at it. The Imperial Guard commander quickly returned to normal and read, "The Crown Prince Aelius has committed suicide. The first General Gustav has halted the attack. The young Prince Terence intends to escort the Crown Prince's body back to the Imperial capital." Raisin's eyes suddenly stagnated. His left hand that was wearing the ring trembled, but his face remained cold. "Pass down my order. Gustav will continue to launch an attack on the Warlock Fortress. Terrace will be the deputy commander and is not allowed to leave the front line." "Yes." Stone hesitated slightly. "Then the first prince," Raisin did not explain and said directly, "you immediately dispatch the Imperial Guards and prepare for the southern expedition." Stone trembled and bowed. "Understood." The Imperial Guards were the most loyal and powerful army directly under the Emperor. The order of the Imperial Guards to go to war meant that Raisin the Great would come to the Warlock Fortress in person. After Stone retreated, Raisin was silent for a long time before his deep voice sounded. "Aelius," unlike the hatred before, there was a faint loneliness in this voice, and the tiredness in his eyes was even stronger. In the empty hall, the figure leaning against the throne showed unprecedented loneliness. The news of Aelius' suicide was not a secret, and the Warlock Fortress also got the news immediately. The command center was holding a combat meeting. Sarandi said, "Your Majesty, although the reason for Aelius' death is unknown, it is certain that the suicide of the commander-in-chief has a considerable impact on the morale of the Bloody Empire army. At present, the Bloody Empire has stopped attacking, which is a precious opportunity for us to take a breather. At present, the defensive facilities of the Warlock Fortress are seriously damaged, especially the city walls, which must be repaired as soon as possible. Also, in terms of strategic materials, the consumption of arrows, stone bullets, and offensive plants is quite large these days. It needs to be replenished as soon as possible. In any case, the current situation is beneficial to us." Stiller showed an optimistic attitude. "We can spread rumors and attribute Aelius' death to the little prince to further damage the enemy's morale. If we can further defeat the enemy in the defensive battle, the Bloody Empire army will definitely be unable to attack again." Stiller didn't know that her rumor was actually the real truth. Old Cowan put forward his own opinion. "I feel that Aelius' death is a bit strange. Could it be a trick of the enemy?" Jia turned her gaze to Edu. "General Edu, tell me your opinion." "No matter what the cause of Aelius' death is, we just need to deal with the changes with consistency now." Edu frowned a little tightly. "I'm worried about one thing. If the enemy can't take down the Warlock Fortress for a long time, then what will the Emperor, who is determined to destroy the Empire, do without hesitating to invest all the elites?" As soon as the sentence came out, everyone was silent. The atmosphere seemed exceptionally solemn. "I can tell you two things." Jia knew that she had to speak. "First, there is a very powerful secret weapon that I have not used. I will keep it a secret for the time being. Second, I also received a message from my husband, Aguile, a few days ago. The envoy to the Shadow Empire has made a breakthrough." The news of the secret weapon and the Shadow Empire refreshed everyone. Jia stood up slowly. Everyone, when the rebel Obsidian crusade against the Dark Moon, the Dark Moon's military strength and strength were far inferior. In that bad situation, I never gave up, and I finally defeated Obsidian to regain the throne. With our current military strength and defensive power, it is not the time to despair at all. Unity and fearlessness are the only way to victory. Do you understand? The generals stood up together. "We are willing to die for your Majesty." Jia stabilized the morale of the army with a few words. She nodded slightly, but she missed the man who was running far away in another country. She missed the warm embrace and powerful arms. Chen Rui didn't know what happened in the Warlock Fortress now. He had just ended a unique battle between men and women. This battle was fierce and long. He couldn't remember how many times both sides had reached the peak of excitement. Due to worrying about Nirvana, he didn't sleep for the past 2 days. After completely erupting his fiery lust, Chinrue, who had relaxed, finally couldn't hold it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, it was as if he wanted to open his eyes but had no strength, and he couldn't close them. He could only stay in this hazy state. He felt as if he had grown wings and was flying in a fiery red sky. Then there seemed to be a familiar childish voice. "Dad! Dad!" Chinrue could never forget this voice, and he immediately shouted, "Duo! Duo!" "Dad!" The childish female voice gradually faded away. "Duo! Duo!" Chinrue opened his eyes abruptly. It turned out to be just a dream. He was still lying naked on the bed in the magic house. There were a lot of traces of indulgence in the room, not just on the bed. Fortunately, the paw with Catherine was not a dream. The strange thing was that Catherine was gone. Chinrue was taken aback. He quickly changed his clothes and went all the way out of the magic house. He saw a huge red light cocoon in the open space outside the cave. This light cocoon was very thick. He couldn't see the situation inside, but Chinrue could clearly feel the powerful energy flowing around the light cocoon. However, this energy, similar to the power of Nirvana, gave him a sense of familiarity and warmth. In the sky directly above, there were layers of strange black and red clouds. They seemed to be pulled by some huge force. They moved slowly, forming a vortex shape, which was spectacular. Catherine had successfully completed the most difficult, bathing in fire, previously. Now it should be the last step to break the cocoon. Chinrue calmed down and guarded patiently. The rotation of the clouds in the sky began to accelerate, and the light cocoon began to tremble slightly. With a click, a crack appeared on the pure energy light cocoon, as if it was materialized. The crack gradually spread, and finally a gap was broken. As soon as the gap appeared, Chinrue felt an extremely powerful breath of life coming. It instantly filled the entire mountain area. It seemed to have completely surpassed the level of demon overlord. The nearby plants were affected by this breath and began to grow and germinate quickly in violation of the law of nature. Even the withered leaves began to rejuvenate. Bang! The light cocoon finally burst open, and a red light rushed straight into the sky. The clouds in the sky seemed to be sucked by this red light, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Chinrue seemed to see a huge black phoenix spreading its wings and making a clear chirp toward the sky. The red light and the phoenix phantasm gradually converged, and the flying light cocoon fragments automatically gathered together, forming a pair of gorgeous wings that appeared behind the figure. This was a girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. She had black hair and black pupils. She was naked, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Her appearance was extremely delicate. Her eyebrows vaguely resembled Catherine's. She was a peerless little loli. Then the little loli began to grow taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, she became a 13 or 14 years old girl. Her wings turned into a fitted long dress. After a while, she grew several years older. The corresponding face and figure also matured step by step, and finally fixed at the appearance of 27 or 28 years old. The peerless beauty and temperament seemed to be a little better than before. I succeeded. The 5th nirvana. Chinrue, who witnessed the whole process of evolving from a lowly to a mature lady, was amazed. The data in the analytical eyes changed again. Race, Lust Royal Family. Comprehensive Strength Assessment, SS-. Physique, SS-. Strength, SS-. Spirit, SS-. Speed, SS-. Analysis. Spirit negates magic and spirit damage is greatly reduced. Puppet control, Nirvana power, 5. Phoenix's blessing. Danger level. Extremely dangerous. Chapter 750. Catherine's own expression was also a little surprised. Although Nirvana could greatly improve people's strength, its biggest role was to induce a qualitative change in physique and soul, allowing the fixed foundation to make a significant leap and break through bottlenecks more easily. Unexpectedly, she was directly promoted to the kingdom level this time. She originally launched Nirvana with the awareness of death, but the fifth Nirvana that caused the death of countless Asmodeus royal family geniuses was unexpectedly smooth. Of course, this smooth actually happened after Chinrue triggered his own Nirvana's flame into her body, regardless of life and death. Although she didn't know the specific reason, it was certain that if it weren't for this man, she would have been annihilated in the fire bath like countless predecessors. Congratulations. Seeing Chinrue smile, Her Majesty Empress thought of the two of them not long ago, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. She moved her gaze to the magic house behind, waved her hand and put it away. Both of their voices sounded at the same time. You speak first. They spoke in unison again. This time, both of them were silent, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. There was no indulgence and intimacy like when they were naked previously. I'll speak first. Catherine took the lead to break the deadlock. She looked into Chinrue's eyes. There's no need to beat around the bush between us. I just want to ask, are you going back with me? This sentence seemed to be easy to answer, but Chinrue understood what she meant. This was a multiple-choice question, a cliché multiple-choice question. If it was in the past, Chinrue could give her an answer without much hesitation, but after experiencing this incident, he could no longer be decisive. He fell into extreme contradiction for a while. I know this will make it difficult for you to choose, but I have no choice. Catherine sighed. Other people are not a problem, but between her and me, you can only choose one. There was a naked relationship of interests between empires. As the supreme ruler and the representative of national interests, whether it was Jia or Catherine, their relationship with each other could only be enemies, not true friends. As long as the time and conditions allowed, the two would fight each other mercilessly. Seeing Chinrue bowing his head and not speaking, Catherine lowered her eyes. This Nirvana has promoted me to the state level. As long as I completely control the undead puppet, even Raisin can't do anything to me. The Shadow Empire is more powerful than the Fallen Angel Empire. I can give you everything she can. I can give you everything she can't. This kind of stake and condition might make you feel disgusted, but what I said is the truth. Moreover, between you and me, it's not about benefits, nor is it a deal. I understand. Chinrue raised his head, but I can't go with you. I must rush to the Warlock Fortress because Jia is facing the 6 million elites of the Bloody Empire there. She is in a very dangerous situation. If it were you, I would also rush there without hesitation. This answer is just evasion or self-deception. Catherine shook her head and took a deep look at him. What if I'm leading the 6 million elites? Even if I join forces with her for the sake of the Empire this time, what about the next time? You know very well that she and I are not just ourselves. We will meet on the battlefield sooner or later. Sooner or later, we will fight to the death. Chinrue was silent for a while. Then he smiled bitterly. Maybe I should regret it now. I regret that the first time I appeared was not in the Dark Shadow's capital, but the Dark Moon Estate. I regret that I didn't go to the Shadow Empire to find you after the Silent Night wetland. I regret that I pretended to be dead and escaped in the Crystal Valley. If I was more decisive, or there weren't so many in the past, both of us should be very happy now. I don't want to lie to you. What I really feel now is an unprecedented joy because what I have is the greatest meaning of my life. You are also one of them. It turns out that we have missed so many times. There was a touch of sadness in Catherine's eyes. Unfortunately, I missed it. As for the others, I can't pursue and have them. Because even if I can let everyone choose, I can't always let myself choose. I think I already know your choice. Catherine, you don't have to say it. This is the last time I give you a choice. As soon as Catherine finished speaking, she appeared in front of him in an instant and stretched out her hand. Chinrue's eyelids twitched slightly, but he didn't move. Catherine's hand gently stroked Chinrue's face, as if she was stroking the most precious thing. Her star-like eyes were quickly covered with a layer of faint mist. Finally, she couldn't hold back, and a drop of crystal-clear tears slowly slid down her face. Chinrue's heart trembled. He wanted to hold her hand, but there was nothing. The warm hand became an unreachable phantom. Almost like a shadow, Catherine's figure had retreated to the distance. Forget me. After saying this, there was already a veil on her face. In the blink of an eye, the figure turned into a stream of light and blasted into the sky like a meteor. There was no threat, detention, or killing. It was just these 3 simple words. Because here, she thought of herself more as Christina, as Isis, as a woman who loved him, rather than the ruler of the empire, Catherine the Great. Between you and me, it's not about benefits, let alone a deal. Don't forget me. Forget me. Chinrue's eyes were already red. He clenched his fists and shouted, Catherine! This shout made the stream of light move faster. The wetness on the veil became bigger and bigger. Even if she flew at a high speed, she couldn't dry it. 2 years. The man's shout with all his strength came faintly from behind. Catherine still didn't look back and let her tears flow freely, because after leaving this place, all her tears and emotions would be sealed. Because she was Catherine Asmodeus, the Dark Shadow Emperor. Chinrue's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. Power! I need more power. Not only the hard power of an individual, but also the soft power to influence and control the entire demon realm. Catherine, wait for me. A blue light gate appeared in the air. Chinrue looked back at the direction where the stream of light disappeared, whispered, and disappeared into the light gate. Time passed day by day. Although the death of Great Prince Aelius had a considerable impact on the morale of the Bloody Empire army, under the leadership of Gustav and Travis, they quickly recovered their morale and continued to launch a fierce attack on the Warlock Fortress. In the fierce offensive and defensive battle, both sides almost exhausted all their means. The Warlock Fortress was shattered several times, but it always stood firm. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a while and fell into a tug-of-war. Travis' patience was much better than Aelius, and his means were more brilliant. He made full use of the advantage of numbers and combat power to force the Warlock Fortress to fight a war of attrition. After several rounds of attack and defense, the military power and material consumption of the Warlock Fortress was considerable, and it even fell into an extremely dangerous situation several times. Aguail's envoy to the Shadow Empire still did not reply. The morale of the fallen Angel Empire inevitably began to waver, including many generals. They pinned their hopes on the secret weapon that Jia mentioned. If this continued, then the Warlock Fortress might not be able to withstand the enemy's next round of attack. Now, the army of the fallen Angel Empire relied on the geographical advantage to maintain a stalemate with the Bloody Empire army. If it was a battle in a normal combat environment, the army of the fallen Angel Empire was definitely not the opponent of the Bloody Empire elites. Once the Warlock Fortress was lost and the White Feather Estate was captured, the fallen Angel capital would be open. The Bloody Empire army would march straight in and sweep the entire empire. In this case, Jia finally couldn't keep silent. She gritted her teeth and used a trump card. This trump card was called Poison Thunderbolt. The launching equipment was a relatively ordinary catapult, but the ammunition was not a boulder coated with magic fuel, but a special round stone bullet. When this stone bullet landed, it would burst like an ordinary meteor, but it was not the stone that burst, but the spreading poisonous gas. The toxin contained in this poisonous gas was by no means simple. Aldas developed it based on Paglio's toxin. It was 100 times more intense than the toxin contained in the explosive bolts fired by the crossbow. Once the terrifying poisonous gas spread, the soldiers within the range would be corroded. Besides, ordinary antidotes couldn't cure it at all. Just like the killing equipment such as magic crystal cannons, weapons and armors manufactured by mechanics, pharmaceutics had finally become the dominant force in harvesting lives on the battlefield. This was not only the helplessness of science, but also the helplessness of human nature. As soon as this kind of poison thunderbolt was used, the Bloody Empire's siege army suffered huge losses. They did not launch any attacks for the next 3 days. On the 4th day, Terrace finally made his move. It was also a trump card. The Bloody Empire army dispatched an air legion. In addition to the 2 main legions, the Wind Dragon Legion and the Blood Lion Legion, a strange thing appeared in the air. If Chun Rui was here, he would definitely exclaim, "Airship." Yes, it's an airship. The power system is magic crystal. Its appearance is similar to the one used by the Dark Elemental King in the Dead Sea. There were hundreds of airships. As soon as they appeared, they immediately showed terrifying combat power. The attack of the airships was not parachuting, but throwing. Magic bombs fell on the Warlock Fortress, causing the already broken fortress to be blasted full of holes. The nearby soldiers were either killed or injured. Arrows or catapults couldn't attack those high above at all. Even the poison thunderbolt was no exception. As the 2 Bloody Empire air legions protecting the airships were very powerful, the fallen angels' air force couldn't break in and destroy the airships at all. The soldiers of the Warlock Fortress could only be beaten passively with heavy casualties. Most of the immobile poison thunderbolts and catapults were destroyed. Paglio below couldn't hold back anymore. He turned into a dragon, flew into the sky, and rushed toward the airships. It was not the first time the poison dragon appeared. The Bloody Empire was prepared. Dozens of figures flew out and surrounded the poison dragon. Since Paglio received the guidance of Augulus, his strength had made a great leap. Coupled with Dodo's stimulation, he finally reached the S++ level. He was only 1 step away from nationalization. However, the poison dragon's eyes looked very solemn because the strength of these people was actually all demon overlord. At least 10 of them were the peak stage of the demon overlord. At the same time, a large number of infantry and siege equipment began to appear in the sight of the city wall garrison. It seemed that this time Terrace dispatched not only the secret weapon airship, but he also used all his strength to defeat the fallen angel's defense in one fell swoop. In the fortress below, Jia and others also noticed that something was wrong. Their figures soared into the sky one by one. The fiercest battle was about to begin. This battle would be related to the survival of the Warlock Fortress. Chapter 751. Paglio turned into his human form immediately. The dragons were too big. In this kind of group fight of the same rank, they could easily become a target. After all, the difference between S+ and S++ was not the qualitative difference of the SS level. As Raisin said, those who are not strong enough will not be able to fight. It was not a fluke that the Bloody Empire was known as the strongest empire. Not only the soldiers, but even the generals were elite powerhouses who had experienced hundreds of battles. None of the Bloody Empire's demon overlords in front of him was an ordinary person. The fierce breath they exuded made the poison dragon alert. Paglio didn't dare to be careless. He feigned a punch, released a cloud of poisonous mist, and took the opportunity to retreat into the reinforcements of the fallen angel empire. There were a total of 11 demon overlords on the fallen angel empire side. The peak stage of the demon overlord, Paglio S++, Stiller, Old Cowan, Sarandi, Disjaro. The intermediate stage of the demon overlord, Stebble, Vanim, Jia. The early stage of the demon overlord, Faravit, Lunters, George. Jia stayed in the fortress under the unanimous dissuasion of George and the generals to command the battle on the ground. Her strength actually climbed to the intermediate stage of the demon overlord through external factors. Coupled with time and experience, her real combat power was inferior to opponents of the same level. Moreover, Jia was the soul of the entire empire. She must not be lost. In contrast, the foundation and combat power of the Bloody Empire's side were much stronger. There were 10 peak stage of the Demon Overlord, 12 intermediate stage of the Demon Overlord, and 16 early stage of the Demon Overlord. There was a total of 38. There was a big gap in strength between the two sides. The fallen Angel Empire had lost considerable strength due to years of internal strife, especially the war between Obsidian and Jia. Not only the Backbone Army, but many demon overlords also died. Although Jia eventually succeeded in ascending the throne and quickly stabilized the political situation by a series of means, it was undeniable that at this stage, the military power of the fallen Angel Empire was much weaker than when Obsidian was regent. If there was plenty of time, as long as the momentum continued to develop, the strength of fallen Angel would gradually recover and climb to a new height. But at this time, Raisin launched a war. In total, there were still several powerhouses in the Dark Moon estate, such as the Fairy Miss Long, the Slime Servant, Emerald Miss Long, the Black Dragon Chick, the Miss of Dragon Island, plus the Dark Moon's main army and Garadam's undead army. They were a powerful force. However, now that the Shadow Empire had stationed troops at the border, they were also a terrifying enemy that needed to be guarded against. The royal powerhouse Oliver and the others were guarding the capital, just in case. The combat power of the fallen Angel Empire was forced to disperse. The strength of the Bloody Empire was originally higher than the other two countries. Although it had experienced a civil war, it was not seriously injured. After Raisin came out, he immediately mobilized the real elites who hid in the people. They were aggressive. In contrast, the fallen Angel Empire fought with incomplete strength. They were indeed unmatched. If it weren't for the sturdiness of the Warlock Fortress, they couldn't be in a stalemate for so long. Facing a strong enemy, no one on the fallen Angel Empire side flinched, because this was a battle related to the survival of the Empire. Their honor, interests, and status had been firmly tied to the Empire. Once the fallen Angel Empire was defeated, neither the royal family nor the elder family would be spared. The Bloody Empire's demon overlords did not attack immediately. They just floated in the air and lined up in a neat formation. They seemed well-trained, causing a strong pressure on the fallen Angel Empire. The leader was a tall and glamorous woman at the peak stage of the demon overlord. She was wearing a blood-red cloak. Her contemptuous gaze swept across the opponents of the fallen Angel Empire, and it fell on Sarandi. Sarandi, we were separated on the battlefield 300 years ago. I didn't expect our first reunion to be on the battlefield. This slightly hoarse and sexy female voice resounded through the audience, overshadowing the sound of the flying demonic beasts flapping and chirping in the sky. It's just that this time we are opponents. Sarandi snorted coldly. Shalna, don't talk nonsense. I won't be merciful. Humph, you're still so self-righteous. Shalna showed a strange smile and pointed to the sky. I just have a proposal for territory war. Territory war? Sarandi snorted coldly. You have a good idea. Do you want to kill all of us in one fell swoop? Territory war was to gather the territory powerhouses of both sides and fight in the territory. This could minimize the impact on low-strength soldiers. However, based on the current strength of both sides, Shalna's intention was definitely to eliminate all the high-end combat power of the fallen Angel Empire in one go. There is no fairness on the battlefield. There is only victory and defeat. Shalna shook her head. As you said, we have more people. If we fight separately, you will still suffer. Beauty, you sound as if you have us under your control. Paglio said carelessly. Territory war it is then. Watch how I teach you later. The demon overlords on the fallen angel empires side quickly exchanged opinions with their eyes. Although the poison dragon was strong and seemed to be ignorant and fearless, if they really fought, the possibility of their side being completely annihilated was quite high. If it's individual battle, we have more than enough people. Shalna ignored Paglio and glanced at the fortress on the ground behind Sarandi. Your Majesty Empress is still there. The last sentence hit the key point of the fallen angel empire side. Sarandi raised his brows and looked at the demon overlords on his side. At this moment, there was no hesitation in everyone's eyes. They all showed a firm light. Then let's get started. Sarandi's breath suddenly rose, and his body shot up into the sky. The fallen angel empire and the bloody empire's demon overlords followed together. When he rose to the clouds, Sarandi's pupils had become one black and one white. He opened his hands abruptly, and everyone felt that the scene changed. A long black river appeared around them. The cold river was shining with phosphorescence like stars, which looked mysterious and beautiful. The power of territory was easy to interfere with each other, especially in such a large-scale collective territory war. Generally speaking, there were only 2 territories on both sides in a real battle. The rest of the people fought with their respective territory as the foundation or background. They could use moves containing territory power, but they couldn't use a complete territory. Therefore, this basic territory must have a considerable pertinence or compatibility. It was best to have a strong effect of buffing oneself or weakening the enemy. In the Battle of Crystal Valley, Jacob, Asgalar, and Manu besieged Catherine. They used Manu's territory as the foundation in order to restrain Catherine's war puppet. Sarandi was from the Lucifer royal family. This nightmare galaxy territory combined the 2 royal bloodline talents of Heart of Light and Dark and Wings of Holy Light. Especially Heart of Light and Dark, it could devour the power of light and darkness. It had a considerable restraining effect on the Mammon royal family, who was proficient in the dark element. As soon as this territory came out, a faint light wing appeared behind each of the demon overlords on the fallen angel empire side. They felt that their spirit and strength had increased greatly. Nightmare Celestial River? This reminds me of the time when we fought side by side in the crusade against the human world. Unfortunately, no matter how I imitate, I can't reach the power of the Lord of Midnight Sun's dream galaxy. Let me personally give you, my old comrade, a dignified death. Blood Mist Realm. Sharna's deep voice carried a strange magic power. She flung the red cloak behind her, and the cloak turned into thousands of strands of red mist that spread out instantly, forming a hazy space. The long black river seemed to be blown by a hurricane, setting off layers of waves. In the blood mist, countless long snake-like creatures condensed by the mist whizzed over. The buff effect of Nightmare Galaxy was rapidly reduced. There were also negative effects such as weakness and sluggishness from time to time. The power of the 2 territories was evenly matched for a while, and the demon overlords in the territory began to make their moves. The first to make a move was Paglio. Paglio was originally good at strength. After getting the buff of the light wings, his strength was even more tyrannical. He punched in the air, and a pale green energy surged toward the peak stage of the demon overlord at the front of the bloody empire. This punch not only contained the power of the poison dragon's territory, but it also carried a terrifying poison. The peak stage of the bloody empire demon overlord's face changed. The 2 demon overlords behind him had already rushed forward, and the 3 of them joined forces to face the green energy. The resistance made the poison dragon's body shake slightly, and his arms shook violently. The 3 of them only felt that the pressure doubled, and they involuntarily retreated together. Before the green energy hit, there were already countless overlapping dark red light shields in front of the 3 of them. It turned out that the magician on the side also made a move. However, the dark red light shield was quickly dyed into green. It only lasted for a few seconds before it was completely devoured by the power of poison. The moment the light shield disappeared. The man in the middle yelled and didn't retreat anymore. Countless black silks suddenly appeared on his body, and his skin quickly condensed into steel-like patterns. He made a defensive posture. The remaining force of the green energy hit the man solidly. A large crack appeared on the steel-like patterns on the man's skin. The green energy gradually disappeared, and the man's skin automatically gathered as before. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he was actually fine. Indestructible body. Paglio's eyes flickered. Indestructible body was one of the 3 bloodline talents of the Mammon royal family. It could greatly enhance endurance and recovery ability. It was not afraid of curses and poisons. It was said that the highest realm was immortal. The steel protection on this man's body was obviously formed by the integration of indestructible body and territory. The poison actually couldn't penetrate for a while. Good punch. Although the man suffered a small loss, a strong fighting intent appeared in his eyes. Although Paglio's punch suppressed the 3 of them, a shock wave with electric sparks came head-on before he could retract his power. A translucent ice wall suddenly appeared around the poisoned dragon's body. The ice wall trembled violently, offsetting the power of the electric sparks. It turned out that Stiller cast the water element protection magic in time to help Paglio block this blow. However, Disjaros on the side was hit by a hidden force when he resisted the 2 bloody light balls that attacked Stiller. His face suddenly turned pale. Old Cowan immediately took a step forward and flicked his 10 fingers. Countless sharp chi blasted out, forcing the enemy who tried to take advantage of the victory to retreat in time. Paglio had recovered and turned into a giant dragon in black armor again. He continuously spouted several clusters of poisonous dragon breath with green flames at the demon overlords of the baleful Blood Empire. During the flight of dragon breath, several long snake-like objects condensed by haze emerged nearby. As they shuttled around, the power of dragon breath was quickly decomposed and weakened. When it reached the baleful Blood Empire, it was resisted by the demon overlords with various means. The counterattacks launched by many people were caught by the fallen angel generals. Old Cowan and others all understood the key role of the poison dragon in this battle. They formed a half-moon formation and surrounded Paglio to protect him from attacks from all directions. Both sides launched an intense long-range attack. Neither dared to get too close. In a group battle of this level, ordinary power was no longer of much use. If one wanted to kill the enemy, every attack had to contain a great deal of domain power. Due to the problem of overall strength, although there was Paglio, the Arrowhead, and Sarandi's powerful territory, the fallen angel army was quickly suppressed into a disadvantageous position. Failure seemed to be only a matter of time. The soldiers on the ground only saw the clouds in the sky turning into a black river pouring down, and it was soon wrapped in the bloody red haze. In the whistling sound, it set off a huge wave. The 2 constantly rotated and penetrated, canceling each other out. Countless brilliance flashed inside, dazzling people's eyes. If it weren't for the distance, everything nearby would be torn apart by this terrifying power mixed with the power of many demon overlords. The residual force of this impact affected the Bloody Empire's airships to a certain extent, but they still firmly controlled the situation. Especially the Bloody Empire's Bloodlion Legion and Wind Dragon Legion, which had the absolute advantage in quantity and quality, had completely suppressed the fallen angel armies Flying Cloud Legion and Dragon Rider Legion. The fallen angel army's air force retreated step by step with heavy losses. The poison thunderbolt and catapults of the Warlock Fortress had basically been destroyed. At the same time, the horn of the Bloody Empire army sounded, and the ground army began to advance at full speed. They would soon approach the city wall. The defenders, who were tired of dealing with the demonic beasts in the air and lost the support of protective weapons, showed panic. Jia personally came to the city wall and encouraged loudly, finally stabilizing the morale. It was just that Jia's eyes looked very solemn because the situation was unprecedentedly serious. At this moment, the flying demonic beasts in the sky suddenly screamed in horror. An airship suddenly exploded, followed by the second. The third, Jia seemed to sense something, and her purple eyes showed an extremely excited light. She looked back and saw a huge thing slowly flying over in the sky. This thing was so huge that it covered the light of the territory war in the sky. This was a castle with a simple style. It was even larger than the Warlock Fortress. The exterior exuded a strange metallic light. Such a huge castle was actually floating in the air incredibly. As soon as this castle appeared, the soldiers of both the Bloody Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire were in a commotion. These soldiers were well-trained elites, but at this moment, they all showed shock at the same time. They looked at the huge thing floating in the air, dumbfoundedly. The last concert was popular in the demon realm through magic television. Even the Bloody Empire was no exception. Many people had recognized this castle. It was the castle that appeared in the most popular song Castle in the Sky. It turns out that the castle in the sky is actually real. Chapter 752. Beams of light were ejected from the huge fortress, accurately hitting the airships that dropped the bombs. The airships had weak maneuverability in the air, so they almost became live targets and crashed one after another. The Air Legion on the Bloody Empire's side woke up like a dream. The Dragon Riders tried their best to control the panicked demonic beasts and attacked the huge fortress. However, facing such a huge and fully armored air fortress, even the demonic beasts of the two elite legions had a feeling of not being able to attack. Whether it was the poison of the wyverns or the ordinary energy attacks of the Dragon Riders, they couldn't damage the outermost armor of the fortress. The light ejected from the fortress became the nightmare of the Dragon Riders instead. The fortress moved slowly. Under the continuous flashes of the energy cannons, the Dragon Riders and flying demonic beasts of the Bloody Empire fell from time to time. The two legions of the Fallen Angel Legion had already retreated to the ground under the order of Jia. After a few rounds of attacks, most of the airships of the Bloody Empire were destroyed, and the two air legions suffered countless losses. The passive situation made the Air Force, which originally had the absolute upper hand, completely suppressed. The morale of the army on the ground was also greatly affected. On the contrary, the morale of the Warlock Fortress rose. A figure suddenly appeared on the broken wall at the forefront where Jia was. Strangely, none of the female guards around Jia showed hostility. Instead, they bowed respectfully. This was a figure wearing a mask and a cloak. Jia took a deep breath, put away the excitement in her eyes, and nodded. "You're here." "Sorry, I'm late. This big guy has some difficulties moving." The man in the cloak was Chan Rui, who returned from the Dark Shadow Empire. The first place he rushed to was not the Warlock Fortress, but the lobe mine in the White Feather Estate. He activated the ancient alchemy civilization fortress there, the capital of stars, broke out from the ground, flew all the way, and finally rushed to the Warlock Fortress. "What's the news over there?" Chin Rui understood that Jia was asking about the Shadow Empire, and he sighed. "Her Majesty has actually seen the situation clearly. She should send troops, but the timing of the troops. I'm sorry. She wants to use this opportunity to gain more benefits, including the mutual exhaustion between us and the Blood Fiends. For her, this is also an important benefit." Jia shook her head slowly. "If I were you, I would have done the same thing. You have done an excellent job. There's no need to apologize." Jia. Chin Rui was actually apologizing for another matter. Before he could continue, a light flashed, and two women appeared beside him. They were the Fairy Miss Long and the Emerald Miss Long. The Fairy Miss Long was holding a translucent onion in her hand. It turned out that this time, Chin Rui used the Stargate to return to the Dark Moon and took away Rala, Dodo, and Crobolus. The Blue Dragon couple was unwilling to participate in the war, so they continued to stay in the Dark Moon to protect Oliphius. As for Lomont, the envoys of the Shadow Empire would contact him to leave with a message. After several months of hard work by the gremlins in the City of Stars, the production equipment and the overall structure of the castle had been completely restored. The gremlins also urgently repaired the propeller for the floating flight, and they drove the castle all the way here. It was just that only a small part of the castle's weapons had been repaired, and the production of soldiers had just started. The number was seriously insufficient. Otherwise, the flying demonic beasts attacking the castle now would have been easily wiped out long ago. Therefore, the current City of Stars had sufficient defense, but its attack power was seriously insufficient. However, the deterrent effect on the Blood Fiend army was still quite obvious. After all, no one knew what unknown power this terrifying behemoth would have. Jia looked up at the clouds mixed with the black sky river and the bloody haze in the distant sky. Peglio and the others are engaged in a territory war. The enemy is outnumbered. Go and support them quickly. Let's go quickly. Crobolus showed anxiety when she heard that Peglio might be in danger. Chinrue nodded. The slime took the opportunity to break free from the claws of his mistress and landed on his master's shoulder. The three figures flew into the air together. Before they got close to the mixed space, they felt a terrifying pressure, and they couldn't get close for a while. Chinrue moved his mind and stopped Rala, who wanted to make a move directly. There was already a mask on his face. He activated the God-Eating Mask's God-Eating power. In an instant, all the spirit power and magic power nearby were devoured. Although the two territories were not completely structured by magic or spirit power, they were also inevitably affected. The turbulence of the Black Sky River and the bloody haze instantly stagnated, and the color became thinner. The figures in it could already be seen. The secret shadow wand appeared in Rala's hand. She drew a circle, and the mixed territory space was easily broken open. Feeling that the territory power was rapidly weakening, the demon overlords on both sides had stopped at the same time. They looked at the three people and the slime, who appeared in surprise. As Jia worried, the fallen angel side had been suppressed to an extremely dangerous level. In particular, Disjaro, Stebble, and George had lost their combat power due to serious injuries. They were protected at the rear, and the rest were injured. Peglio, who had transformed into a dragon body, was fine except for some cracks in his wings. However, the overlord armor on his body had many bumps. It could be seen that this battle was fierce and dangerous. When Stiller saw Rala, she looked surprised. Crobolus hurriedly came to the poison dragon's side. "Hey, you guys are finally here." Peglio secretly breathed a sigh of relief and changed back to his human form. "If you still don't come, my little Betty will be a widow." "Humph. It's just 3 guys. You guys don't seem to realize your desperate situation." Although the power of the Bloody Mist realm was weakened and could not be restored for a while, the same was true for the Nightmare Galaxy. Even if the opponent had 3 more people, they couldn't reverse the disadvantage. 1, 2, 3. The slime on Chinrue's shoulder counted his fingers and found that the other party seemed to have missed one. He jumped on Chinrue's shoulder to show his sense of existence, but unfortunately he was directly ignored by Sharna. It's just 3 more to die. The one wearing the mask should be the royal family of Emperor Jia Aguile. Unfortunately, Your Majesty Empress has to be a widow before her country is destroyed. This ridicule made Chinrue stunned. Who is this arrogant woman? She seems to be Sarandi's old lover. Back then, they broke up because of dissatisfaction. Now, hatred has turned from love to love. The resentment, transformed from desire, is really strong. At this moment, the poison dragon fully displayed his poisonous tongue. He was quite mean, like the little mermaid princess. A cold, murderous intent flashed through Sharna's eyes. "Shameless dragons, I'll cut off your tongue and feed it to the dogs." I said, "I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll strip you naked." As Peglio was speaking, he suddenly felt a familiar pain on his waist. He quickly added, "Send her to your old lover's bed." The Bloody Empire's side didn't continue to fight with words. The tacit understanding between these powerhouses was far better than the fallen angel's side. Under Sharna's command, dozens of attacks containing territory power attacked Shinrue at the same time. They intended to kill the royal husband immediately and completely crush the opponent's fighting spirit. "Dodo!" Shinrue yelled, and the slime came out. His body suddenly enlarged by dozens of times, like a huge jelly. He blocked in front of Chunrue, and his whole body suddenly released a terrifying breath. The most conspicuous thing was the countless, huge mouths that appeared on his body. He actually swallowed all the attacks that came at him, regardless of whether they were meat or fish. This move was once used by Saint Dragon when he controlled Dodo's body. Now, it had become Master Gluttonous Slime's ultimate move. In the unbelievable eyes of the Bloody Empire's Demon Emperors, the powerful territory attack launched by dozens of Demon Emperors was quickly swallowed by the slime. "This is too bitter, this is too sour, the red is still better." This evaluation made everyone speechless. After a burst of fierce force, the slime's swallowing speed slowed down. Due to being picky about food, some territory energy that couldn't be swallowed in time rushed into his body, causing different degrees of explosion. "It hurts so much." Dodo wailed and howled. His body finally couldn't take it anymore and he exploded. However, those attacks also vanished. To the horror of Sharna and others, the exploded fragments quickly reassembled and turned back into the appearance of an onion head. The breath on his body didn't weaken at all. He looked at Aguile with a flattering face. "Master." This title shocked everyone except the three dragons, including father-in-law George. This terrifying monster with strength beyond the peak stage of the demon overlord, immortal body, and swallowing talent is actually the servant of the royal husband Aguile. Shinrue didn't waste the time that Dodo fought for. He waved his hands, and countless stars appeared in the thinned Nightmare Galaxy territory. Within the range of the Galaxy territory, all the fallen angels' demon overlord senses were comprehensively enhanced. This enhancement was more than the enhancement of the Nightmare Galaxy's light wings, and the effect was actually stacked. On the contrary, the Bloody Empire's power was greatly weakened. Soon, there was a vibrant green in the Galaxy territory. Under the power of this green, the fallen angels' demon overlords' physical strength and injuries began to recover rapidly. Double territory. The Bloody Empire's demon overlords were all knowledgeable people. They were all taken aback. Not only did the territory released by the opponent not cause any interference to the Nightmare Galaxy, but he also displayed another territory power with a completely different attribute at the same time. The vibrant territory became bleak in the blink of an eye. The Bloody Empire's weakened state further worsened. Some of the intermediate stage of the demon overlord or the lower stage of the demon overlord with lower strength began to involuntarily show various chaotic states, as if the blood mist realm was affecting them in turn. "Kill Aguile with all your strength." Now, Sharna's voice was filled with shock and anger. She didn't expect Aguile to be the most troublesome pure auxiliary territory powerhouse in group battles. He has such strange means. If she doesn't kill him as soon as possible, it will be troublesome if the terrifying immortal demonic beast and the powerful poison dragon take the opportunity to launch an attack. If Sharna's previous mistake was to ignore Dodo, who was like a pet, then she made the same mistake now. That was to ignore a stunning beauty wearing glasses. Although this beauty didn't look very strong and was even blocked by Aguile, she was actually the most terrifying among all the people present. Even the powerful poison dragon and terrifying immortal demonic beast could only tremble in front of her. Due to Chenrue's prior instructions, Rala had been waiting for the opportunity just now. Now that the enemy's strength had been weakened to the limit, the fairy Miss Long attacked without hesitation. Moreover, she attacked with all her strength. The quasi-artifact Secret Shadow pointed forward, and the long brood incantation blurted out. The long dragon language magic incantation was compressed by the fairy Miss Long into 3 simple characters: Qi, Shao, Shao. The Bloody Empire's demon overlords felt two indescribably huge elemental forces wrapping around them. On one side, it was like a surging ocean. The demon overlords who were involved in it couldn't help but stagger. They couldn't resist the extremely pure water elemental force at all. On the other side, it was an erupting volcano. The violent and scorching fire elemental force almost evaporated their souls. The Bloody Empire's demon overlords originally put up a concentrated offensive and defensive formation. This attack covered all 38 demon overlords. Although the Bloody Empire's demon overlords were caught off guard and suffered varying degrees of elemental damage, many of them had already reacted and began to use their strength to defend or counterattack. However, the terrifying part was yet to come. The huge and pure water elemental force and fire elemental force began to overlap gradually. Almost everyone, including the demon overlords of the fallen angel empire, felt an extremely dangerous omen in an instant. Without waiting for the Bloody Empire's demon overlords to break free from the encirclement of the water and fire elemental force, the purest elemental force of the two diametrically opposite attributes had overlapped. There was no mutual cancellation as imagined, but a terrifying annihilation force occurred. The soldiers who were preparing for the battle below couldn't help but feel a tremor. They saw the clouds in the sky suddenly emitting a dazzling light. This light even overshadowed the brilliance of the two moons, just like the legendary sun of the human world. The dazzling light finally began to converge. After the light disappeared, not a single cloud could be seen in the sky. The original black and blood-red color had all disappeared. The Bloody Empire's demon overlords fell down like broken kites. A few weaker demon overlords turned into ashes on the way down, and the rest were all seriously injured. The same was true for the demon overlords of the fallen angel empire. Fortunately, they were only affected by the aftermath, and they had the protection of the territory of Spring and Galaxy territory. No one died, but almost all of them lost their combat power. The only ones who could still keep floating were only 4 figures: the fairy Miss Long, the poison dragon and his wife, Chenru-A, and his servant, Dodo on his shoulder. The transparent round shield around Chenru-A's body had broken, and the poison dragon and his wife were covered in dust. They were in a mess. The poison dragon was the smartest. When he saw the fairy Miss Long take out the secret shadow staff and chant the incantation, he realized that it was not good. This terrifying madwoman usually doesn't use incantation and weapons even when she abuses me and Dodo. Now that she made such a big scene, I'm afraid there is a great danger. To be on the safe side, I must do my best to protect myself and little Betty. Sure enough, it turned out that this reaction was quite wise. Otherwise, he and Crobulus would also join the ranks of free fall. Master Poison Dragon looked at Rala with a look of lingering fear, and he almost blurted out the words, "Madwoman." Rala was also very surprised. This blow actually exhausted almost all of her magic power. I didn't expect the power of origin comprehended by using the elemental source power to be so powerful. I didn't expect the power of annihilation produced by the superposition of the 2 elemental sources to be far higher than the level during the experiment. Chenru-A, whose defensive shield was shattered, also felt lingering fear. Rala's blow actually has such terrifying power. I almost made a mistake of perishing together. The corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Rala? Your move just now. The fairy Miss Long was stunned for a while, as if she didn't hear it clearly. What? Chapter 753. Although Rala almost made a big mistake of destroying everything indiscriminately, the fallen angel side was obviously the one who took advantage of this result. Up to now, nearly 10 demon overlords of the Bloody Empire had fallen in this blow just now. The rest had basically lost their combat power. Although the demon overlords on the fallen angel side were the same, Chenru-A, Dodo, Paglio, and Crobulus still maintained their combat power. Moreover, Rala was only exhausted of her magic power, she was not injured. Her equipment could increase her magic power recovery speed. As long as time allowed, even if she couldn't exert her full strength, she still had the combat power beyond the average demon overlord. On the Bloody Empire's side, apart from the chief commander Gustav, the only demon overlord on the surface was Terras himself. As far as ordinary troops were concerned, the appearance of the City of Stars in the sky had greatly deterred the morale of the Bloody Empire. Then, the secret weapon airship was destroyed, and the Air Legion suffered heavy losses. In the current situation, if the ground forces were to forcefully attack the city, it would only increase casualties in vain. Sure enough, after a stalemate for a while, the Bloody Empire finally blew the horn of retreat. The Air Legion, which had suffered heavy losses from fighting the City of Stars, was relieved. They flew back like a tide, and the ground forces also began to retreat in an orderly manner. The fallen angels' side did not take advantage of the situation to attack because the catapults and poison thunderbolts had almost been destroyed. Besides, the offensive weapons of the City of Stars in the sky had not been repaired, so it was beyond their power to launch a strong attack. For now, the retreat of the Bloody Empire should be the best result. However, at this moment, the horn of retreat stopped abruptly, and the rear of the Bloody Empire suddenly became quiet. This silence quickly spread to the front. Even the dragon riders who retreated in the air landed and crouched on the ground. The Bloody Empire's army was like a gate, neatly separating to both sides. On this path, the sound of footsteps slowly rang out. The rhythm and sound of the footsteps were very ordinary, but these ordinary footsteps seemed to transcend space and resound in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. An ordinary figure appeared in everyone's sight. He was not tall, and his appearance was not particularly outstanding. However, all the tough Bloody Empire soldiers bowed their heads respectfully wherever he passed. Seeing this figure, Chun Rue, who had just landed on the city wall, suddenly narrowed his eyes. This person had actually appeared at this time and place. The figure looked at the Warlock Fortress from afar and said indifferently, "Who can fight?" The low voice instantly spread across the entire battlefield. Whether it was the Blood Fiends or the fallen angel soldiers, their ears reverberated with this calm but domineering 4 words. Who could withstand this battle? This arrogant guy is... Paglio frowned. Raisin? Chinrue nodded solemnly. The people on the fallen angels' side who recognized Raisin all looked nervous. The tense atmosphere quickly spread. Almost everyone's nerves were tense. The strongest in the demon realm, the supreme ruler of the Bloody Empire, Raisin Mammon, although a few people understood that there was another realm above the demon overlord realm. As far as the path of God was concerned, the state level was just the beginning. But in terms of the highest cognitive level of ordinary people, demon overlord, Raisin was indeed the well-deserved top powerhouse. Except for the fallen lord of Midnight Sun, no one could defeat him. Even the Dark Shadow Empire's Catherine was no exception. I've been sleeping for thousands of years. I want to try how strong the current top powerhouse is. In the battle just now, although the poison dragon had consumed a lot of poison and power, he had a new understanding of Augula's guidance in this fierce and dangerous actual combat. He faintly touched the edge of the state. Now that there was a strong opponent like Raisin, he could use the battle to further understand. The poison dragon was about to step forward, but he was pulled by Chen Rue. At this time, Raisin had already walked to the front of the team. He looked at the City of Stars in the sky and punched the sky. An extremely dull sound sounded continuously. The huge castle floating in the air slowly began to tilt, and the gremlins in the castle who were caught off guard staggered. It was not that Raisin's punch broke the castle's defense, but the thruster of the City of Stars was only partially repaired, and the originally severely damaged balance device was a weakness. This punch almost overloaded the balance device. Fortunately, the gremlins adjusted in time, and it slowly returned to stability. Raisin's punch in the air did not damage the exterior defense of the City of Stars. He was slightly surprised, but the bloody Empire army behind had already cheered. "The great Emperor is mighty!" In the eyes of the soldiers, the great Emperor almost made this terrifying Sky City fall with just a simple blow. What else do they have to be afraid of? This punch shocked Paglio's heart. Only then did he understand why Chinrue pulled him just now. Chinrue had already floated out and slowly landed in front of Raisin. "Your Majesty, Raisin! You have reached the state level. Do you want to intervene in this ordinary war?" For the demon overlord, the state demon supremacy level was an insurmountable hurdle. There was a qualitative difference between a superpower house and a higher rank powerhouse. It was no longer an existence that could be defeated by numbers. Even if all the demon overlords on both sides attacked together, there was absolutely no possibility of winning, let alone ordinary soldiers. Raisin was exposed by the other party's words. He frowned, looked at Chinrue a few times, and suddenly understood, "It's you. It turns out that you are the husband of the fallen angel empire, Aguile. I thought, I knew I couldn't hide it from your Majesty." Chinrue still did not take off his mask. "I didn't expect to reunite with your Majesty so soon, and it is on this battlefield." "I don't need you to remind me that this is a battlefield," Raisin said coldly. "The superpower house has his own dignity and code. I won't attack ordinary soldiers, nor will I attack the Warlock Fortress. However, 400 years ago, Byakuya defeated me here in public and promised a battle. I came here this time just to get back this battle. Defeat me." Raisin's gaze passed through Chinrue and fell on Jia on the wall of the Warlock Fortress. "Or she can take a punch from me." Raisin's intention, or excuse, was obvious. As long as Jia died, then the fallen angel empire would lose its biggest leader and spiritual pillar, and it would absolutely be unable to stop the elite army of the Bloody Empire. If Jia didn't dare to take it, not only her prestige would be reduced, but Raisin could also justifiably destroy the Warlock Fortress. It could be said that Raisin had already punched Jia now. He had to take it. "I'll take this punch." Chinrue had personally experienced Raisin's fist strength, so he knew that Jia definitely couldn't take a punch containing the power of the kingdom. Even if she was wearing the magic feather gauze, she would be destroyed by the endless aftershock after teleporting twice. "You don't have this qualification." Raisin shook his head slowly. "You can only choose to defeat me." Chinrue said coldly, "A national-level powerhouse actually attacked a woman who has just advanced to the demon overlord. Is this the so-called dignity and code of the super powerhouse? In my eyes, she is not only a woman, but also an emperor." Raisin did not explain or hesitate at all. "Moreover, no one can shake my decision. I'll give you a minute to choose. Defeat me, or she can take a punch from me. After a minute, you will have no choice." "Raisin!" Chinrue suddenly exuded a strong breath, which faintly contained star-like light. Raisin felt the power of that breath, and he raised his brows. However, there was a blazing power in the breath, and the star-like light was quickly suppressed and extinguished. "You just got kingdomized." "It's nothing. If it weren't for my power that hasn't recovered because of the imprisonment of the artifact of law, I would defeat you today. It's indeed the power of law. I'm looking forward to your strength after unlocking the imprisonment." Raisin seemed to start to look at Chinrue seriously for the first time, and he shook his head. "Unfortunately, it's not today because I'm Raisin the Great." "It's Raisin the Great, not Raisin. Just like Jia is not only a woman, but also an emperor. It's useless to scold with words. You still have 30 seconds to choose." The poison dragon on the wall of Warlock Fortress couldn't hold it anymore. He turned into a green light and rushed over. "You just realized the kingdom one step earlier than me. What's the first powerhouse? You only know how to bully women." Chinrue knew that this battle was inevitable. The Galaxy Territory and Autumn Territory that he had been brewing for a long time were activated at the same time. Countless stars suddenly appeared around Raisin. At the same time, a bleak breath with various negative forces swept away. Very good. As soon as Raisin's voice sounded, the circular area where the three of them were was already stained with a faint layer of blood red. The bloody Empire soldiers outside the blood red did not feel the slightest pressure. They were obviously separated by the power of the kingdom. Paglio only felt a terrifying punch coming toward him. This punch contained a strange rule before the sound sounded. He actually couldn't avoid it. If he was hit by it, even the poison dragon's physique would be torn apart. He couldn't help but secretly shudder. However, Paglio did not panic after Auguliz's special training. Strictly speaking, Master Poison Dragon was not a hot-headed guy, or he was very cunning. This time, before he rushed down the wall, he had already grabbed a transparent onion head. Now he made a prompt decision and threw the onion head out as a weapon. Help! The onion head also felt the horror of the punch, and it had already cried out. What Dodo was least afraid of was to play tricks and bully the weak. What he was most afraid of was encountering a tough opponent. However, now that his life was on the line, he had no choice but to use his devouring talent desperately and began to devour the terrifying punch. Dodo's foodie talent was really great. The power of Raisin's punch was decreasing sharply, but before the power was digested, the terrifying strength burst open. Dodo's body was turned into countless pieces. Paglio shouted. His fist was filled with a cyan smoke, facing the remaining power of the punch. In the muffled sound, the poison dragon's figure took 7 or 8 steps back. His face changed slightly, but the remaining power of this punch was also eroded by Paglio's poison. Dodo's scattered body began to reassemble and soon returned to the appearance of an onion head. But his eyes looking at Raisin were full of fear. Paglio's power and Dodo's immortal body surprised Raisin slightly. Suddenly, he felt that there was a powerful, violent, and manic breath in the air, and the source was actually the king of Beelzebub, Aguil. Chen Rui's body was suspended in the air, steaming with a red flame. A pair of red light wings actually grew behind him, just like the wings of a phoenix. These wings made the power of the flame even more violent. The bleak territory breath with the weakening power also became hot and anxious. Raisin did not make a move. He just waited quietly. Almost instantly, dozens of winding, huge, red, snake-shaped beasts appeared in everyone's sight. The aura that spread out was like a turbulent ocean. Scorching dragon roar. At the same time that Chenrue shouted, all the beasts rushed toward Raisin. This blow was no longer a scattered, wide-area attack, but it gathered the power of all the scorching dragons to attack an area. The power of a single attack was greatly increased. As for the red light wings behind him, it was the extra skill of the super system, Phoenix's Nostalgia, which enhanced fire control and fire attack by 100%. This active skill appeared suddenly, and it was likely to originate from Fire Phoenix Divine Mark. However, when the analytical eyes analyzed Catherine last time, the attribute of Phoenix's blessing appeared. I wonder if blessing and nostalgia are still related to that sex. The Scorching Dragon was not entirely a fire attack, but Phoenix's nostalgia could increase the power of this move, and it could also help Chenrue to control each Scorching Dragon more subtly. That was why the current concentrated attack was possible. When Sherna and the other Blood Demon Emperor, who were watching the battle from afar, saw this move, they all revealed a look of horror. This attack was too terrifying. Previously, they had always thought that Aguil's main ability was to support, but now it seemed that this was his real fangs. If he launched this blow previously, even without that terrifying woman, I'm afraid we will suffer a big loss. The terrifying scorching dragons twisted wildly at Raisin's position. The ground in front of the Warlock Fortress was enhanced with a stabilizing enchantment, but it couldn't resist the terrifying power of the scorching dragons. It trembled like an earthquake. There were countless strong distortions, and the agitated sand and stones were flying everywhere. When did this guy have such a terrifying move? Paglio was also shocked by this move, but the poison dragon noticed that the border of the blood-red kingdom did not tremble at all. The bloody Empire soldiers outside couldn't feel any aftermath. So the squirming of the scorching dragons suddenly stopped, and a purple crack was drawn in the Red Sea. This crack quickly spread to all sides, and the scorching dragon sea disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was a fist that caused all this, a fist with a faint purple light. Chen Rui's figure flew out in the air and landed on the ground. He took a dozen steps back before standing firm. His mask was broken, and his cloak was damaged. He tried his best to use his power to suppress the backlash of the move. If you are at the kingdomization level now, I'm not sure if I can take this move head-on. Unfortunately, Raisin looked at Chen Rui's face that he had seen in the small plains, and he slowly raised his fist. If you don't know when to stop, maybe you will never have a chance to unlock the confinement. Chapter 754. Facing Raisin's terrifying power, Chen Rui shook his head. There was only firmness in his eyes. Whether you are Raisin or Raisin the Great, I don't care if the woman behind me is Jia or Emperor Jia. I only know that she is my woman. If you want to touch my woman, you have to step over my dead body first. This sentence was resolute. Even those elder family's demon overlords who had been questioning Chen Rui's identity as the prince's husband were moved. At this moment, there was no such thing as an emperor or a prince's husband, only a man who protected women. I admit that your incredible ability is frightening. Raisin's fist faintly showed a purple light. When I attack you, I will be injured sometimes. But it doesn't mean that I don't dare to kill you. Are you sure you are ready to pay with your life? Jia stood quietly on the city wall. When Chen Rui flew out, she didn't leave as if she hadn't seen his hints and gestures. She just stood there, quietly watching the figure. Behind Chen Rui, there was a sudden burst of light. The four colors of yellow, black, blue, and red converged into a rainbow and flew toward Raisin. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a colorful elemental cage, trapping Raisin in it. This is the first time I have seen such pure magic elements. There are actually 4 kinds, and your magic means and control power are also the strongest I have encountered the best. Unfortunately, your magic power has been exhausted. If you have the full state of the previous blow, you may still be able to stop me. Raisin smashed the elemental cage with one punch. After the fist energy broke the cage, it went straight to Rala. There were no fancy moves, no gorgeous changes. From beginning to end, there were only pure and simple movements. This was Raisin. Chen Rui's expression changed, and he instantly moved in front of Rala. A faint brilliance flashed in his hand, and star diversion was performed, dispersing the fist force. However, Raisin was already aware of his special skill. The after effect of this punch was endless, and only 10 seconds of star diversion could not completely eliminate it. Rala was behind him, so Chen Rui couldn't use demonic fly's transformation. He could only use the profound meaning of water to block it. Under the great force, he and Rala were knocked out together and fell to the ground. Rala was fine, but Chen Rui's mouth and nose were bleeding. He was obviously seriously injured. Dodo and Paglio quickly flew in front of the two to guard against Raisin's next blow. Raisin did not attack again. While female magician, demonic beasts that can be reborn, including the poison dragon. You all have the potential to surprise me. You may become my real opponents in the future. Unfortunately, all of you combined wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from me. I will give you a chance to leave here. When you think you are strong enough, you can challenge me at any time. However, my patience is limited. If you are stubborn, you will completely lose your future. Chen Rui helped Rala to stand up. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Rala, I'm sorry." Rala was taken aback. "What?" I'm sorry that in your long life, I can only be a passerby. Chinrue smiled slightly. If it's you or any of them, I will also apologize to others. This is the punishment for opening the Crystal Palace. The male protagonist really needs to be sacrificed. What? Rala shook her head. I don't understand. I know you understand. Your sixth element kingdom, your experiments and research. There's still many important things that have not been completed. It also contains my painstaking efforts. Don't let them go to waste. Remember a sentence, time will fade a lot of things. What? Rala's glasses were already a little blurry, but she still stubbornly repeated. My most important things still don't understand? Asshole. Dodo on the side was suddenly taken aback. Master, my contract. It turned out that Chinrue had already removed Dodo's master-servant contract. Not only Dodo, but all the spiritual links were forcibly cut off by him. Chinrue patted Dodo's head and looked at Paglio. It's an honor to meet you, my friend. The poison dragon stared blankly at Chinrue for a while. Then he shook his head and took the opportunity to shake off the heat in his eyes. Dragons don't need friends, but partners are an exception. Don't talk nonsense. I'm too lazy to talk to you. It's really a tangled and meaningless emotion. On the city wall behind, Jia's sigh sounded. Aguile. Jia's voice seemed very indifferent. If you still love me in your heart, leave quickly. Take good care of my sister, Alice, and kill Raisin to avenge me in the future. Jia? Chinrue frowned. I don't want to die, but unfortunately, time is not with me. It's useless for you to risk your life now, so it's better to stay useful. The fallen angel empire needs you, and Alice needs you too. The tone of these words was a little different. It was not the usual tone of Jia. Chinrue saw through her true thoughts at a glance and shouted, Jia! If you are still my woman, don't say any more. Jia suddenly smiled, and her smile was full of disdain. Ridiculous! Since when am I your woman? Our wedding has been deliberately delayed by me. Until now, I haven't even let you touch me. Don't you understand? I have been using you to destroy Obsidian and use your power to fight against Raisin. Unfortunately, you disappoint me too much. You are actually not Raisin's opponent at all. You can't even protect the woman you value the most. Jia! Jia ignored him. She turned around and said loudly, Soldiers of the fallen angel empire, I now issue the last order to pass the throne to my sister, Alice. She has been recognized by the sword of fallen angel. In the future, you will be loyal to her as you are loyal to me. She will lead you to continue to fight until the invaders are expelled from our home. I, Jia, Lucifer, sincerely thank you for following me all the way. Thank you for your loyal protection. Even if I am not by your side, please believe that my spirit and soul will always watch and bless your heroic figure in the sky. I have never left you. Your Majesty, the generals and soldiers of the fallen angel empire all knelt down on one knee. Looking at the figure that slowly floated down the city wall, everyone's eyes were red. No one knew who sang first. Then more and more people sang. After a while, the sky above the entire fortress was filled with uneven and orderly singing. The eternal night is coming. I will start to fight. I will not rest until I die. I am willing to incarnate into the light of dawn, breaking through the sky, awakening the sleeping heroic soul. Just for this beloved homeland, I will be a sharp sword in the cold night, sprinkling hot blood, burning the darkness. Just for the loved ones watching behind, I will abandon my cowardice, abandon my longing, abandon my honor, abandon my life, guard here. Tonight is like this. Every night is like this. The tragic singing not only infected the fallen angel empire's garrison, but also the bloody empire's army. The familiar singing made Gustav, who was at the back of the army, clench his fists. Travis on the side looked at the sky with a deep gaze. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No one knew what he was thinking. Righteous soldiers will win. In terms of the current momentum, If Raisin really doesn't make a move, then even if Jia dies, the Warlock Fortress will not be defeated. Perhaps it will become the second Isildur who buried countless elites of the Bloody Empire. Jia had already come to the front of Raisin. Chinrue stepped forward and blocked her. "Get out of the way," Jia said blankly. "Thank you for everything you have done for me and the Empire." "I'm sorry, I'm the Emperor." "The Emperor is ruthless, and I have my own helplessness. The one who really likes you is my sister, Alice. Take good care of her." Chinrue's answer was to roar and rush straight toward Raisin. There was no demonic fly's transformation or elusive demon shield, only a desperate attack. Raisin waved his hand. Before everyone had time to react, they saw Chinrue fly out far away and fall to the ground tens of meters away. As he gritted his teeth and stood up, there was a continuous burst sound on his body. His armor was stained with blood, but he still staggered toward Raisin step by step. Raisin's body shook, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not hesitate to punch again. This time Dodo and others had already blocked in front of Chinrue in advance, but the result was only 3 more figures that were knocked away. Chinrue, who was knocked away, supported his body shakily, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and slowly stood up again. The physique of punishment had a chance. This time it did not bounce back to Raisin. "I swear in the name of Lucifer, if you take another step, I will commit suicide in front of you." Jia's purple eyes trembled a little, but her tone was unprecedentedly firm. "I will do what I say. Do you want my life to end like this?" Chinrue paused, and his body trembled violently. His blood began to flow faster, and he finally didn't dare to take another step. He gritted his teeth and said, "Raisin, you despicable villain. You call yourself the strongest powerhouse in vain. If you really do something to her, I will fight you to death for the rest of my life. I don't need to explain. I just do what I decide. No matter what others say, I don't care at all." Raisin didn't care about Chinrue. He looked at Jia and shook his head. "It really is an unnecessary emotion. Unfortunately, you clearly see through it, but you can't get rid of it. You are a strong woman with courage and wisdom. But after all, you are just a woman. Strictly speaking, you are not a qualified emperor." "Maybe." Jia didn't look at Raisin in front of her, but she quietly looked at Chinrue, who was covered in blood in the distance. "Raisin, in your life, is there a person who can make you completely trust everything? Or is there a person who will make your cowardice strong, regardless of everything?" Raisin was silent for a moment and shook his head. "Is there a person who would rather subvert the whole world just to correct your reflection? If I want to subvert the whole world, I will use my own fist." Raisin slowly raised his fist. The fist flashed with purple light, and an invisible breath had locked onto Jia. Then I didn't lose. Jia still didn't look at Raisin or the fist. Facing the impending death, there was no fear or regret in her pupils. Only that figure. The everlasting face suddenly melted, revealing a smile. This smile seemed to let go of all the masks and burdens, showing unprecedented brightness and gentleness. She gently opened her lips and murmured, "My husband, I order you in the name of Jia. Lucifer, live." It was a familiar order, but it was different from the last time. This time, she said it with a smile in front of death. The final command. Chapter 755. Chinrue's eyes became red. He madly channeled star power in his body to break the true flame shackles. But the power of the law still stubbornly imprisoned the power of polar star transformation. Although the 2 years of unlocking time was shortened due to many external factors, it was not now after all. At this moment, Travis at the back seemed to have discovered something, and his smile suddenly froze. Raisin's figure suddenly disappeared, and a huge thing appeared in his original position. The ground trembled, and a huge pit was stomped out. It was a foot, a dark, golden metal foot. Strange engravings could be faintly seen on this foot, and each engraved engravings contained endless mysteries. Before everyone could see the owner of this foot, the giant foot had disappeared. They could only vaguely see Raisin's figure flashing constantly, and they could hear the dense, high-speed punching sound in their ears. Bang! As the purple light of the fist swallowed, the lightning-fast figure flew backward and fell to the ground. This was a dark, golden metal figure. Its body was covered with concave fist marks. A green light flashed in its eyes, and these fist marks actually began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered as if it had not suffered any damage at all. Undead puppet! Raisin's pupils shrank. He raised his head suddenly and looked at the sky. In the sky, there was a phoenix cry, and it burned instantly. The black flames, full of vitality, gathered into a huge phoenix pattern. The powerful breath penetrated every corner of the battlefield. Even Raisin's Crimson Kingdom power couldn't completely suppress it. The phoenix pattern in the sky quickly disintegrated, ejecting countless flames that whistled toward the Warlock Fortress. The flames wrapped the metal figures and landed accurately in front of the city wall of the Warlock Fortress. They lined up neatly and faced the Bloody Empire army. These metals were silver and gold in different sizes. The flames quickly condensed into figures of men and women standing next to the metal figures. The men's appearance was handsome. The women's faces were either covered with veils or masks. There were about 20 men and women, and they exuded a powerful breath without exception, causing a strong pressure to the Bloody Empire army. The huge phoenix in the sky disappeared, and there was already a woman next to the dark golden puppet opposite Raisin. Dressed in a black robe, her face was covered by a veil, and she had a light gray cloak draped over her shoulders. She exuded an ethereal and noble aura. Even though her face could not be seen clearly, one could still feel her peerless elegance. A war puppet, a cloak, a veil, and a graceful woman. These words alone were fine, but when they were combined, there was only one person in the entire demon realm who fit the description. One of a kind. Catherine. Raisin felt the power emanating from the woman, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. This actually contained several layers of meaning. He actually didn't die. There was actually a qualitative breakthrough in his strength. She actually appeared at this time. Catherine's appearance also surprised Chenrue, but he was more glad. He had already come to Jia's side and held her hand. Jia trembled slightly. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She just held his hand tighter. The fairy Miss Long on the side stepped forward without showing weakness and held Chenrue's other hand. I seem to have appeared a little earlier. The indifferent and elegant voice sounded and spread throughout the battlefield, giving people a feeling of tranquility. Perhaps it's because I'm not only an emperor, but also a woman. What do you think, Raisin? This sentence was obviously aimed at what Raisin said to Jia previously. It was tantamount to slapping Raisin's face in public. But Chenrue felt that the eyes hidden behind the veil seemed to be looking at him, looking at his hands that were held tightly. Are you trying to remind me that you are not only an emperor, but also a woman who holds grudges? Raisin had regained his calmness, and he said coldly, It does surprise me that you are still alive, but you made a stupid decision. Do you think that with your current strength, plus the secret treasure undead puppet that you haven't fully mastered, you can avenge that day? It's convenient for you to come here. As long as I kill you, the Shadow Empire will naturally collapse without a fight. Travis in the rear winked at Gustav, and Gustav nodded. The sound of weapons hitting the ground and shields began to appear in the Bloody Empire army. This sound became more and more orderly and louder, converging into a powerful momentum. The originally low morale of the Bloody Empire army began to rise steadily, and Raisin's momentum also skyrocketed. The entire sky seemed to be covered with a layer of blood cloud. The tense atmosphere was on the verge of breaking out. Catherine still remained calm, looked at Raisin, and said irrelevantly, You're too impatient. This irrelevant sentence made Raisin's eyes turn cold. What do you mean? The advancement of the whole war is too hasty. Why are you so eager to start a war? You don't even hesitate to give up your pride to personally attack Jia? Catherine's eyes behind the veil seemed to see through Raisin's mind. I'm thinking about something your body. Raisin's face changed. The purple gas in his eyes flourished, and the color of the sky suddenly turned blood red. Waves of bloody air surged toward Catherine. Even the defenders on the city wall felt the monstrous, murderous aura. 2 pairs of wings slowly appeared behind Catherine. One pair was black, and the other pair was red, exuding strong vitality and heat. The undead puppet turned into a huge figure of more than 10 meters high in the blink of an eye, emitting a faint, dark, golden light. The bloody air seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier, and it couldn't advance at all. Travis's gaze at the back of the Bloody Empire army was a little more dignified. He stared closely at the wings behind Catherine. Raisin made his move. The first move was the killer move, Thunder Emperor Seal. The wings behind Catherine burned, and her palms moved forward like smoke. In an instant, the space between the two was strongly distorted, and the image became blurred. One could only feel the terrifying collision of the red and purple energies. The scattered aftermath drew a series of shocking marks on the ground in the kingdom. When the 2 pairs of wings appeared behind Catherine, Chen Rue, who had just retreated to the back with Jia, suddenly had a strange feeling. A power in his body seemed to be echoing the red wings, and the speed of recovery of his injuries and strength suddenly accelerated a lot. Catherine also felt this strange echo. The red energy that was slightly at a disadvantage suddenly strengthened, and it was in a stalemate with the purple energy. The 2 mixed energies gradually shrank and finally disappeared. They actually completely canceled each other out. Raisin raised his brows. I didn't expect Catherine to resolve the Thunder Emperor seal with her own strength without using the undead puppet. Is this the power that just advanced to the kingdom? In such a short time, the 5th nirvana. Raisin suddenly thought of an incredible thing, and his calm face showed surprise. Catherine knew that the sudden strange power behind her was very crucial to being able to repel the Thunder Emperor seal just now, but she wouldn't say it. She just nodded lightly. You actually completed the 5th nirvana. You can only be described as a genius. Raisin looked moved, but the fighting intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. I have always attached great importance to you, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. You are a really strong opponent. It was also the first time that the demon overlords of the Shadow Empire under the city wall learned that the Great had successfully completed the 5th nirvana. They were all excited. The 5th nirvana of the Asmodeus royal family is a well-known life and death juncture. Countless geniuses have fallen here, but Catherine the Great actually succeeded. The point isn't here. Catherine calmly changed the topic. She glanced at the blood on the corner of Raisin's mouth. The power of nirvana has a very wonderful sense of vitality, and it is strengthened with advancement. Your blood breath and your reaction just now tell me that your life force seems to be. What I want to ask is, even if you launch a desperate attack, can the Bloody Empire defeat the joint forces of the Shadow Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire in this situation? This sentence made the soldiers of the Fallen Angel Empire excited, and the Bloody Empire army was a little restless. At present, Catherine obviously had the strength to compete with Raisin, and the main forces of the high-end combat power of the Bloody Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire were basically exhausted. At least they couldn't play a role in a short period of time. Even if Raisin brought some demon overlords, they might not be the opponents of Chinru-A and the others. Moreover, the Shadow Empire currently had more than 20 demon overlords, not to mention the army that hadn't appeared yet. Based on the current power comparison alone, the Bloody Empire had lost the hope of winning. In this war, the Shadow Empire had become the most crucial existence to control the war situation. Raisin sneered. Don't you think it's a little early? You should wait for me to kill Jia and the fallen angel empire to fight desperately before appearing to get more benefits. As an emperor, you should not only consider the benefits you get, but also consider the price you pay. If a war or a corner of the benefits in exchange for a situation out of control and a future protracted war, then it can only be described as the loss outweighs the gain. You should understand what I mean, and you should also understand what an empire really needs in this case. Raisin snorted coldly. I don't need you to remind me. Looking too far ahead may not be successful. The plan will never keep up with the changes. Do you think you can defeat me by uniting with the fallen angel empire? No matter how big the change is, it can't leave the general framework of the plan. Catherine said unhurriedly, Besides, I'm not in a hurry and I can afford to wait. The last sentence made the nearby blood instantly become strong. Raisin's eyes were full of murderous intent. He said, word by word, Are you threatening me? I just want to tell you that the plan can also change. Catherine smiled behind the veil. There's nothing absolute in the world. Whether it is war or you don't have to be in a hurry. Raisin understood Catherine's meaning, and his murderous intent stagnated. He stared at Catherine with bright eyes. Are you sure? The power of nirvana is not omnipotent. Catherine glanced back, however. What I can't do, there is someone who can do it. Raisin's eyes fell on the person Catherine was looking at. He had personally experienced this person's special ability. Catherine's words were not a lie. Both of the man's hands were being held. He could only shrug and say, Given the current situation, there is not much meaning in continuing to fight. No matter what the reason is, I think the three empires, the three monarchs, we can all sit down and talk. Raisin was silent for a long time, and the blood around him finally, gradually converged. Then Fong Terrace's eyes had become as cold as ice. Chapter 756. The bloody battle of the Warlock Fortress finally came to an end. Raisin agreed to the request made by the Fallen Angel Party and withdrew the Bloody Empire army back to the Iron Fist Estate. Catherine and the demon overlords of the Shadow Empire were stationed in the Warlock Fortress. The armistice negotiation between the three empires was scheduled for the next morning. The location was Town Black Cloud in the middle area. The repair and treatment of the wounded in the Warlock Fortress were carried out in an orderly manner. Qin Rui's Yuan recovery tree played an important role, especially the demon overlords who were exhausted and seriously injured. They all recovered well. The replenishment of logistical materials and soldiers was also carried out as soon as possible because the start of the peace talks did not mean a truce. The more it was like this, the more vigilance should not be relaxed. In history, there are cases of such a fiasco due to carelessness. Catherine just briefly greeted Jia. Then she took her subordinates to stay in the arranged tower camp. Rala and Paglio returned to the City of Stars in the sky to recuperate. In the evening, Qinrui appeared outside the Shadow Empire camp. After a while, he was invited into the camp and came to the main tent of the tallest defense tower where Catherine was. This was a mountain peak that had been transformed. Catherine was looking at the night sky that had gradually turned purple with her back. Her figure was floating like a fairy. The female demon overlord who led the way bowed respectfully to the back and retreated. Only Qinrui and Catherine were left on the entire peak. No one would have thought that the illusory sky castle in the concert was actually real. Catherine looked at the huge castle in the sky and said with emotion, "Tell me, what is that?" The City of Stars, the ruins of the ancient alchemy civilization. Qinrui did not hide it. I became its inheritor by chance. Catherine looked enlightened and nodded. It turns out that you have the inheritance of the ancient alchemy civilization. No wonder you can have black potions and incredible mechanics talent. It was reasonable to use the ancient alchemy civilization to explain the Grand Master inheritance. In fact, it was a lucky hit. Qinrui did not explain this misunderstanding. Everyone had their own secrets. The identity of the super system and a transmigrator were his biggest secrets. In his subconscious, this was a secret that he did not intend to disclose to anyone. This castle in the sky should still have some terrifying power. How many more trump cards are you hiding? It's just an empty shell to scare people. Qinrui shook his head. Whether it's the inheritance or something else, it's not omnipotent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been on the verge of death so many times. Kathleen's gaze softened. She and he had gone through the test of death together, and more than once. Every time, he had stood in front of her without hesitation. He turned his head slowly, and his eyes became indifferent and calm again. Did Her Majesty Jia ask you to come? Mr. Aguile. Qinrui pretended not to hear the deliberate address. Catherine, thank you. Are you thanking me for saving your Empress? Or are you thanking me for saving the Warlock Fortress or the fallen Angel Empire? Catherine's voice became colder. Her Majesty Empress? Qinrui's answer seemed more like a form of address for Catherine. The softness in Catherine's eyes that was previously blocked by calmness moved slightly. She felt that her heartbeat was inexplicably faster, but she immediately suppressed it vigilantly. She frowned and said, "A living Jia and a stable fallen angel empire can better serve as a buffer zone between the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire. Raisin originally thought that I was dead, so he did not hesitate to abandon his dignity and principles to personally deal with Jia. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to unify the demon realm. Not only am I not dead now, but I have reached the national level, so Raisin will not do anything to Jia anymore. Therefore, you should be relieved that your Her Majesty Empress is now unprecedentedly safe." Qinrui cleverly changed the topic. "You just said principles. Is there any clear restriction for the powerhouses above the national level that they can't deal with ordinary people? When quantity can no longer determine quality at all, there must be corresponding restrictions. I heard that there is a corresponding demigod contract in the human world." Catherine's sentence was more of a rhetorical question. Demigod contract? Qinrui remembered that when Aisiril came to the Emerald Forest Sea in the human world, the demigod powerhouse of the elves had mentioned this term. It seems that it should be some kind of convention that restricts the demigod powerhouse from interfering in the world. There seems to be. Qinrui pondered. Demon Realm also has it. As far as I know, there is no formal contract in the Demon Realm. It is just an unwritten convention. I have just entered the national level. From the perspective of the legendary road from demigod to god level, it is just the beginning. According to the historical records, the gods have not performed miracles for a long time, but the time of the gods is endless. Our tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years is nothing more than a nap for the gods, so we can't guess or estimate it. What is known is that this legendary road has a very key word, which is faith. If a nation is compared to the world, then faith is the pillar of the world. If there is faith, there must be believers. Faith can be transformed or changed, destroyed or born, but it can't be directly interfered with by the controller. For example, the gods can use the believers in our world to influence each other and even start a war to compete for faith, but they can never kill or change the others' believers themselves. The demigod powerhouse should also have this reason because unless they're gods, these believers can't survive in the nation and can only live in the ordinary world. Catherine didn't know that the man in front of her not only had the power of faith, but he also had a galaxy of believers. According to the concept she understood, the galaxy was the Holy Kingdom. If the super powerhouse easily slaughters ordinary people, not only it may affect the state of mind and the understanding of faith, but what's more troublesome is that you don't know whether how many of these ordinary people are believers of other powerhouses and how many unknown strong enemies will be attracted. In addition, the super powerhouse also has his own pride. Unless provoked, he will never kill easily. Qinrui nodded slowly, I see. No wonder Raisin even found a lame excuse when he attacked Jia. Raisin is a very proud person. If it is an opponent of the same level, he will not hesitate at all. It is actually a great shame for him to kill Jia in public, but he actually gave up his dignity and pride. Unifying the demon realm is certainly one of the reasons, but the most important reason is probably the hidden injury in his body. He wants to clear the obstacles for the Bloody Empire at all costs before the injury breaks out or before he retires. However, I can sense a certain mutation in Raisin's life breath. Once it breaks out, even Raisin can't escape death. He should have been using the Blood Fiend Ring, one of the 7 artifacts, to contain this mutation. I'm afraid it's difficult to cure it by relying on the longevity potion alone. In any case, this is one of the most important bargaining chips in negotiating with Raisin. I will do my best. The person you want to negotiate with is not only Raisin, but also me. Catherine looked at him faintly. Since your husband is here today, it's definitely not as simple as chatting and thanking me. Then let's talk openly. As a strategic alliance, you must promise me 2 conditions. First, no matter what changes there are in the future, this City of Stars can never appear on the battlefield with the Shadow Empire. Second, all the new things and new technologies that the Fallen Angel Empire has in the future, the Shadow Empire must also have them at the same time. Qinrui shook his head. In the future, we can't escape the war after all. This question is very naive. In fact, you already know the answer in your heart. Catherine looked away. I'm actually not a wise person. Sometimes I even get tired of that cold and ruthless throne, but I have to sit on it. I have to give up more. Give up our future. Qinrui sighed. So that your people can have more? This is not the first time I've seen your stubbornness. To be honest, I really admire you. Have you ever lost someone close to you? Not only did I lose them, but I also buried them with my own hands. Catherine's eyes were a little misty. That year, I wore the crown with my hands stained with the blood of my brothers. I vowed to use everything to protect this land that was once full of crying and blood. I can't let more people be lost. I'm not very clear about Jia's story, but what is certain is that she is as persistent as I am. As an emperor, we'll not let go of our persistence, so sooner or later. Her Majesty Empress paused and sighed. I won't give you a multiple-choice question anymore. I can only tell you that your so-called our future is just an illusion. You are a smart person. Let it go as soon as possible. This is good for both of us. Qinrui was silent for a long time, and he suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, has anyone ever told you that when it comes to matters related to the Empire, you're always far-sighted, meticulous, and sometimes ingenious? Even if you're not the wisest person who has been hyped up, you're definitely not an idiot. However, when it comes to personal matters, you're an out-and-out idiot? Is this the legendary high IQ, but low EQ? Catherine didn't understand some of the words that sounded like a poisonous snake's ridicule, but there was an obvious chill in her eyes. I don't have time to talk to you about these boring words. What I want here now is your answer. IQ is innate, EQ is acquired. To be precise, this EQ is a bit ambiguous. Let's just regard it as feelings. Since you can't give me an answer, then let Jia talk to me. Catherine's voice became colder. Don't be angry, Your Majesty Empress. Isn't it just not using this big guy on the battlefield? Also, what Jia has, you have to have too. Qinrui said with a smile. I agree, but the second condition, let's temporarily set a time limit of 2 years. Catherine thought of that day. When she left, the voice of 2 years came from behind her. She nodded and closed her eyes. I'm going to rest. Mr. Guile, you can go back to report. Qinrui turned around and walked a few steps. Then he suddenly stopped, the person closest to me in this world. I have also lost. That is a life that I once regarded as my daughter. Although she has left me forever, she left an eternal mark in my heart. Your Nirvana's success should be the result of this mark. There is a strange connection between us. I believe you have already felt it. It is because I have lost it that I cherish it more. Finally, the phantom you have seen may not necessarily be an illusion. Maybe it has become a real existence now. The footsteps gradually faded away. Catherine slowly opened her eyes. What came into her eyes was the sky city under the purple moonlight. Chapter 7:57. Another barracks under the purple moonlight. Father. Terrace bowed respectfully and saluted. Raisin glanced at Terrace. Do you know why I asked you to come? Even if Father doesn't summon me, I will come to find Father. Terrace looked very sincere. First of all, I want to apologize to Father. As the deputy commander of the Southern Expedition Army, the army I led was repeatedly frustrated in the Warlock Fortress. Until Father personally led the army, I still couldn't take down the fortress. I'm really ashamed of Father's trust. Raisin shook his head. George of the Warlock Fortress is a famous general. Besides, Empress Jia is personally in charge. Coupled with Aguile and others with strange powers, it is really difficult to take it down in a short period of time. This is also because I underestimated the enemy. Besides, you are just the deputy commander. It's not your turn to bear this responsibility. Then, the second thing I want to report to Father is about elder brother Alias. Recently, there are rumors spreading everywhere in the army that I plotted against elder brother because of the fight for the heir. The more I explain, the more difficult it is to explain, so I have been silent. In fact, speaking of it, the cause of elder brother's death is very complicated. I will explain everything to Father now. If Father wants to punish me, I will have no complaints. Go ahead, I'm listening. Raisin nodded slowly. There are a few things I don't want to hide from Father. Father should have been in retreat in the deepest part of the dark furnace. When I came out, the war between elder brother and second brother had reached the most intense situation. Elder brother seemed to be particularly concerned about Father's situation, and he asked me a lot of questions. I told him the truth, saying that I had been cultivating in the periphery and hadn't seen Father. In the following days, eldest imperial brother tried to test me several times. Seeing that my answer was correct, he finally relaxed and invited me to help him suppress second imperial brother's rebellion. However, after I helped elder brother to break through the Iron Fist Castle, there was news that Father came out of retreat. Although elder brother tried to cover it up, I still found many abnormalities. For example, his emotions seemed to fluctuate very much. Terrace words made Raisin's eyes narrowed slightly. Go on. Later, he took the initiative to ask Father to serve as the commander-in-chief of the attack on the Warlock Fortress, and asked Father to let me be his deputy. However, during the siege, Big Brother refused to listen to my tactical opinions and just ordered the army to attack. I feel. Terrace seemed a little hesitant. Feel what? Raisin frowned. You don't have to worry. Terrace lowered his head. It seemed that eldest royal brother was deliberately exhausting our elite army, but it also seemed that he was stalling for time. I never understood why he would have such an intention. Terrace lowered his head. I was conflicted for a long time. I wanted to find eldest royal brother and have a frank talk. On that day, I discovered something strange. Eldest royal brother was manipulating a kind of light, and there were strange runes in the light. Those runes eventually exploded, and eldest royal brother's eyes also turned strange silver. Raisin's eyes flashed. Although his face did not change, his fists were clenched tightly. After eldest royal brother used this power, I was noticed by him. Then eldest royal brother wanted to kill me in exasperation. I could only resist, but I was not eldest royal brother's opponent. I was knocked down by him. I asked eldest royal brother why he did this. He just said that I would become the biggest obstacle to him inheriting the empire. Just when he was about to kill me, he seemed to have suddenly suffered a backlash of some power. He fell to the ground, and his breath of life rapidly declined. Then he fell into some kind of illusion. He said something inexplicably that he wanted to unify the demon realm, and finally, as Teves spoke, he took out an item from his space ring. It was a crystal coffin, and inside the coffin was Achilles' corpse. The coffin should be some kind of special tool, as the corpse did not decompose at all, especially the face, which was still vivid and lifelike. Raisin stood up, slowly came to the crystal coffin, and glanced at Achilles' corpse with a complicated gaze. When I went to find eldest royal brother, those guards can testify. But speaking of which, I have to be indirectly responsible for eldest royal brother's death. Terrace looked sad and lowered his head. Actually, after I broke through in the dark furnace, I also regarded eldest royal brother as a competitor. However, I want to defeat eldest royal brother in a fair and square manner, not like this. It can't be called the result of victory. Raisin retracted his gaze from the crystal coffin and sighed. I also heard about Achilles ostracizing you on the front line. I will further verify this matter. If what you said is true, then the responsibility is not yours. Leave the coffin here. You can leave first. Thank you, Father. Terrace looked happy. He walked to the entrance of the camp, and he suddenly turned around. Father, please forgive me for asking too much. Is what Catherine said during the day true? Your body. Raisin glanced at Terrace faintly and didn't speak. Terrace seemed to sigh softly, bowed, and retreated. Raisin didn't look at Terrace's departing figure, but he looked straight at Achilles' serene expression in the coffin. He put his hand on the coffin lid and closed his eyes gently, letting the moonlight that sprinkled into the camp elongate Jellyfish's shadow. The next day, Black Cloud Town. In the largest building in the town, which was the former temporary headquarters of the Bloody Empire Army, new guests were welcomed. The hall of the command center had been emptied, replaced by a huge round table with 3 thrones in each of the 3 corners. These were the only 3 seats in the entire hall, because no one else had the right to sit in front of these 3 people. Soon, the 3 seats were occupied. After the successful peace talks in the Dark Shadows capital 300 years ago, the leaders of the 3 countries finally gathered again. The content of this meeting was also peace. Terrace stood beside Raisin. Chinrue with a mask was beside Jia, and Lilais, a demon emperor-level confidant who rushed to the fortress last night, was beside Catherine. Your Majesty, Raisin, Your Majesty, Jia. Catherine, who was wearing a veil, said, I believe both of you are very clear about the current situation. The war between the 2 countries has deviated from the original intention of starting the war. If we continue to fight, not only the fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire, but the entire demon realm will fall into a protracted war. I believe this situation is what our 3 emperors don't want to see. Jia nodded. I agree with Her Majesty Catherine's point of view. Although the fallen Angel Empire is a victim in this war, if we are obsessed with hatred, then it will never be true peace. I hope the people of the 3 countries can live and work in peace instead of falling into endless war. As long as the 3 countries exist, then war is only a matter of time. Raisin's attitude seemed very unfriendly. Only by eliminating the countries and establishing a unified regime can the people truly enjoy peace and stability. Catherine said unhurriedly, Everyone understands this truth, but no one is willing to be unified by the will of others. Moreover, the Bloody Empire does not have the ability to swallow the other 2 countries at the same time. Similarly, the Shadow Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire do not have it either. If we insist, it will be an unimaginable disaster for the people of the 3 countries. If I let go now, it will be a real disaster for the Bloody Empire. Raisin said coldly, Her Majesty Catherine, I don't know how long you will rule the Shadow Empire as a king, but it is certain that even if I am still in the Bloody Empire, you are already the most terrifying enemy. As for Her Majesty Jia, although your personal strength is not worth mentioning, the Fallen Angel Empire's economic development momentum is the first of the 3 countries, and its military potential cannot be underestimated. As long as you are given time to develop, you will become a powerful empire not inferior to the Shadow Empire among the three empires, and the Bloody Empire will become the weakest link of the three countries. By then, the roles today may be reversed. I will never sit back and watch this day come. Her Majesty Raisin thinks too highly of the fallen Angel Empire, and you underestimate the Bloody Empire. Jia shook her head. While the fallen Angel Empire is developing, the Bloody Empire and the Shadow Empire are not stagnant. They are also making progress. The Dark Shadow Empire has Her Majesty Catherine, the first sage. In the Bloody Empire, in addition to Her Majesty, the first powerhouse, there is also Royal Highness Terrace, who has been known as the top genius of the demon realm for many years. Whether it is ability or wisdom, he can become Her Majesty's best helper. The future demon realm should be a world of rapid development and common prosperity, instead of endless chaos and war. Her Majesty Jia is right, Catherine said in time. As for His Majesty Raisin's physical condition, the fallen Angel Empire's husband, Agual, should have a solution. If it is convenient, is His Majesty Raisin willing to accept this help? Raisin snorted coldly. Is this a threat? Please forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty Raisin. Qinrui said, this is not a threat. It's just a request to help a friendly neighbor. Of course, if it is an enemy, I believe that no one here will do such a stupid thing. It's still a threat. Raisin snorted coldly. However, it sounds like you seem to have the confidence to remove the abnormality in my body. If your vitality is weakened, then there is at least one way to prolong it. If it is convenient, Your Majesty can talk to me alone later about this issue. Chen Rui didn't want to easily reveal the existence of the longevity potion. Moreover, Catherine said that the longevity potion might not necessarily cure the root cause, but it should not be a big problem to cure the symptoms. So Chen Rui's answer was vague with certainty. There is nothing inconvenient about it. This is a curse that confuses the power of dark and light. The Mammon royal family has the talent of dark proficiency. The dark curse is fine, but the stubborn light curse is the kind of light curse. Raisin glanced at Chen Rui contemptuously. Are you sure you can solve the light curse that causes trouble to a national-level powerhouse? If Your Majesty is sure that it is the light curse. Chen Rui's eyes behind the mask lit up. Then, I am 100% sure. Raisin was slightly moved. He stared at the mask closely. 100%. Chen Rui looked at Raisin fearlessly, and his voice was full of confidence. If I say 100%, then it is 100%. As soon as Terrace, who was next to Raisin, heard this sentence, his eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and it instantly became fierce and determined. He seemed to have made up some kind of determination. Chapter 758. Raisin finally retracted his gaze from Chen Rui and nodded slowly. With his vision, he could naturally see that this Agual was by no means boasting, but he was really confident. Chen Rui was certainly confident. I don't know about other things, but the light curse. With the snow dowlet, it is really easy to deal with. Now, I don't even have to expose the longevity potion. After this episode, Raisin's negotiation attitude was obviously eased. This matter was not only related to his life, but also related to the fate of the entire Bloody Empire. With the current strength comparison, if he was not in charge of the Empire, the Bloody Empire was likely to face the danger of being destroyed by the Shadow Empire and the fallen Angel Empire. Raisin was not good at eloquence. The Bloody Empire was responsible for bargaining, with Terrace who stood beside him. Terrace's eloquence and ability to grasp negotiations were indeed outstanding, but the Bloody Empire's request was not a peace covenant, but a temporary armistice agreement. The conditions were very harsh, so it was difficult for the three parties to reach a consensus for a while. However, it was finally a good start for the three empires to sit down and talk from fighting each other, especially when Chen Rui determined the key to treating Raisin. Although there was no result, the prospects of the entire negotiation showed a bright future. After the fruitless meeting in the morning, the two sides agreed to continue the negotiation the next day. The fierce battle of words and the fight for every inch of land were no less than the smoke-filled battlefield. The stalemate lasted until the third day, and the ice finally began to break. The battle ball, magic television, millet wine, soil improvement, and other technologies currently mastered by the fallen Angel Empire must be shared with the Bloody Empire. The same goes for the new things that appear during the armistice. Terra's conditions were almost the same as Catherine's at the beginning. Obviously, he attached great importance to these technologies. Although this little prince was very good at the knockoff culture, knockoff was not omnipotent. Some high-tech technical links could not be solved. Take the battle ball as an example. The venue and competition rules were easy to copy, but the production technology of the ball could not be imitated. The elasticity and durability of the locally produced combat balls of the Bloody Empire were far inferior to the original version of the Fallen Angel Empire. The ball was often kicked in the game, but those balls imported from the Fallen Angel Empire would not. We can consider the battle ball, but we won't provide the technology for the magic television, millet wine, and soil improvement crystals. We'll only provide limited products. Chunrui immediately rejected Terrace's proposal. Terrace's negotiation skills were very good. In the past few days of confrontation, Chunrui had suffered several losses. However, in terms of the general direction, Jia was still very accurate. Overall, the progress of the negotiation was still smooth. Then, let's each take a step back. The Fallen Angel Empire will provide the yellow wine technology. As for the soil improvement, we can follow the example of your country's cooperation with the Shadow Empire and do it in batches. Terrace didn't wait for Chunrui to answer, and he suddenly changed the topic. By the way, isn't the Fallen Angel Empire going to hold the Demon Realm Potioneer contest next year? Why don't the three empires jointly organize this contest? It will become a major event in the Demon Realm. A month before the contest, a three-empire joint trade fair can be held in the Fallen Angel capital. I think Royal Highness Terrace's proposal about the joint contest and the trade fair is very good, Catherine said. Terrace smiled and bowed his head to express his gratitude. Not only the Potioneer contest, but also the Mechanic contest can also be considered. It can be combined into an Alchemy contest. It can be separated into Alchemist and Alchemy Master levels. It will be held every few years in turn in the three capitals. This way, not only can the Demon Realm's alchemy level be improved through the exchange contest, but it can also strongly promote the economic development. I agree with Her Majesty Catherine's proposal. Jia agreed. The first alchemy contest will be held in the Fallen Angel Empire. It will be combined with the Potioneer contest scheduled for 7 months. The Alchemy Alliance of the three empires can jointly issue a contest notice. Chunrui thought of the bet with Saman and nodded slightly. Terrace added, "It's not alchemy. There is also Battle Ball, the Demon Realm's Three Kingdoms Battle Ball League. During the truce, this will become another form of war, a war welcomed by everyone." This proposal made Jia and Catherine nod in unison. Raisin, who liked Battle Ball, also nodded slightly. Terrace's tone changed, and he went back to the previous topic. Since the three empires agree, then the Fallen Angel Empire should provide the relevant technology of magic television so that more people can participate in this contest. Well, we can provide the relevant technology of magic television, but I have a request that the two empires must not prohibit the dissemination of the Fallen Angel Empire's TV programs. Of course, the Fallen Angel Empire will not prohibit the programs of the two empires. There are also some TV programs that we have spent a lot of money to produce, such as The Last Concert. This kind of program is now free to broadcast. In order to recover the cost, we will selectively charge in the future. Neither the Shadow Empire nor the Bloody Empire can deduct a single cent from this part of the cost. Terrace thought for a while. As long as he mastered the technology of magic television, his country could also host and broadcast similar programs in the future, so he immediately agreed. Catherine and Terrace had similar ideas, but she always felt that Chen Rui's request might have something else. But now it was related to the peace talks, and this request did not seem to have any traps on the surface, so she agreed. The two sides reached more and more consensus, and the peace talks gradually went smoothly. The recorder at the back listened while quickly recording and sorting out the items for the final agreement to be signed. At this moment, a servant came to Terrace's side and reported in a low voice. Terrace bowed to the three emperors and said, "Please forgive me. Excuse me for a moment." Terrace went out for a moment. Then he hurried into the hall again. He leaned over and said a few words in Raisin's ear. Raisin's face changed. His eyes shot at Jia and Catherine like cold lightning. A terrifying pressure came head-on. Chen Rui stepped forward and blocked in front of Jia. "Your Majesty, Raisin, what do you mean by this?" Raisin said coldly, "I should be the one asking you this." Catherine had an ominous premonition and asked, "What happened?" Terrace said, "I just received a report from General Gustav that a powerful magic barrier has been set up nearby, and part of it has been triggered. Now all the movements here have been completely isolated from the outside world." Powerful magic barrier? Chen Rui didn't expect such a change. What the hell is going on? Terrace sneered. General Gustav wanted to break the magic barrier, but he was seriously injured by the backlash as soon as he touched it. Except for the powerful magician of the fallen Angel Empire who defeated more than 30 demon overlords in one blow, I can't think of anyone else who can do this. If you really want a truce or even peace, why would you set up this kind of barrier? You obviously want to kill my father and me, then annex the bloody empire in one fell swoop. Raisin slowly stood up without speaking. His body was already surging with powerful fluctuations of power, and the hall was instantly filled with a strong, bloody smell. "Raisin, don't fall into the trap," Catherine shouted. "If we really want to join forces to deal with you, how can we have these people now? Do you think we can kill you with just a few people?" Jia also said, "During this time, Town Black Clouds has been occupied by the Bloody Empire army. Even this negotiation house is chosen by you. You did this on purpose because you won't choose to fight head-on. If General Gustav didn't see through it early, there must be a lot of conspiracies." Terrace shouted, "Father, just in case, let's get out of here first." The whole ground shook as if there was a big explosion. Everyone was unsteady for a while, and there were exclamations and shouts intertwined outside the house. The sound weakened quickly, and there was no sound in the end. There was a strange tranquility. Chen Rui was taken aback. Such a thing actually happened during the negotiation of the emperors of the three empires. I can be sure that it is not Catherine and Jia. Could it be that Raisin planned it himself? Raisin shouted, and the entire hall was torn apart. Countless broken tiles and debris shot out in all directions, and they instantly disappeared without a trace. When the smoke and dust dissipated, there was no living person nearby except for a few people in the original hall. The surroundings were filled with a cold and strange aura. The weaker scribes and guards began to tremble, and their bodies quickly became stiff. In a moment, they had fallen to the ground, as if their vitality had been devoured by an invisible force. Lilais, who was next to Catherine, only had the strength of Demon Emperor. Although the power of Nirvana had a certain restraining effect on this breath, she couldn't help but show an uncomfortable expression. A prompt of unknown energy invasion appeared in Chen Rui's consciousness. He immediately activated the super system to absorb the energy. At the same time, he held Jia's hand and transferred his power to help her alleviate the strange corrosive force. Terrace shuddered as if he was resisting the cold breath. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said anxiously, "Father, I don't know what ambush they have. You go first." Damn it. Raisin protected Terrace behind him. The purple light on his fist shone brightly, and he struck Catherine in the air. An undead puppet appeared in front of Catherine to block the punch. She shouted, "Raisin, don't you understand? We are all schemed against." I feel that the power here is very strange. Let's get out of here first. Raisin thought for a while and finally nodded. Suddenly, everyone's body was enveloped by a kind of black electric sparks. Catherine and Raisin reacted the fastest. At the same time, they showed the power of nirvana and surging blood chi to block the lightning. However, this kind of black lightning seemed to have an irresistible corrosive force, and it carried a strange power of law. The two of them were extremely tense, and their complexions changed at the same time. The two kingdom-level powerhouses were like that, and the rest of the people were even worse. Lilis couldn't bear it, and she slowly fell to the ground. Her body was trembling. Terrace also leaned against a broken pillar while trembling. His face was extremely pale, showing extreme strain. The defensive shield that Chenrue appeared was quickly eroded and collapsed. Although the power that invaded the body could be absorbed by the super system, the external pressure could not be absorbed. He could only grit his teeth and hold on while helping Jia to resist. There is actually the breath of faith here. Chenrue frowned. At this time, the data changes in the analytical eyes suddenly shocked him. He shouted, "Terrace! It's actually you." Before this, Terrace's strength had always been S in the analytical eyes. There was no bracket representing the hidden strength. Just now, it actually became S++, unbelievably. Race, Mammon royal family. Comprehensive strength assessment, S++S. Physique, S++S. Strength, S++S. Spirit, S++S. Speed, S++S. Analysis, dark attribute unknown. Danger level, high. This kind of climb from S to S++ should not be a real increase in strength, but an increase under certain specific conditions. Just like the Pope of Light, Fandis, whom Chenrue encountered at the Holy Mountain of Light, the unknown in the analysis was also puzzling. Terrace's S++ strength was completely inconsistent with the painful look he showed at this time. Besides, Chenrue could feel that the faint breath of faith was released from Terrace. Speaking of the feeling of faith power, even Raisin and Catherine, who had just arrived at the kingdom, couldn't compare with Chenrue, so he immediately shouted it out. Terrace was startled. Looking at Chenrue's sharp eyes, he suddenly smiled and slowly stood up straight. The black electric sparks on his body disappeared, and there was a faint majesty between his eyebrows. It was completely different from his usual elegance, good eyesight. I didn't expect the first one to see through me was actually you, not Catherine. Catherine and Raisin were shocked at the same time. They wanted to make a move, but the power of the electric sparks suddenly increased by dozens of times. The two of them couldn't move for a while. Even the undead puppet was imprisoned by a special force. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Terrace shook his head. Raisin, Catherine. Actually, both of you surprised me. Catherine actually completed the 5th nirvana, and Raisin is even more amazing. He actually broke through to the kingdom level in the dark furnace that I tampered with. Unfortunately, you all have to die today because I don't need to surrender. I only need to be destroyed. Travis. Raisin showed an unbelievable look. It turns out that the plot that I suffered in the dark furnace was actually planned by this youngest son. Speaking of which, the other things, Raisin, you guessed it right. Terrace seemed to see through Raisin's thoughts. The dispute between Edmund and Alias was planned by me, and I also personally solved Alias. Your exit surprised me, so I set up a trap in Town Black Clouds early in the morning and controlled the war process of the Warlock Fortress. I always wanted to lure you here. What surprised me even more was that, in addition to you, this big fish, I also caught 2 other fishes, so I used these few days to make urgent arrangements. In fact, this is very risky, but if the 3 kingdoms really restore peace, then my years of hard work will be in vain, so I made a move. Fortunately, I succeeded. As long as I kill you, the rest will be much easier. I can easily unify the demon realm. With just you, Catherine said. let's not talk about whether the ambush you set up can kill us. Even if it can, do you really think you can unify the three kingdoms? One person's power is limited, so I have been operating for 300 years. Travis smiled confidently. I forgot to tell you that I also have another identity, that is, the Master of Bloodfall. Chapter 759. The amount of information revealed by Terrace's words was too much. For a while, everyone looked surprised. The Bloody Empire's young Prince Terrace manipulated the internal strife of the Bloody Empire, killed Great Prince Aelius, and planned the amazing plan to plot against the three emperors today. What's even more unbelievable is that the top genius of the demon realm is actually the behind-the-scenes manipulator of the Bloodfall organization that attempted to subvert the three empires. The supreme rulers of the three empires finally fell into the hands of this mysterious Bloodfall master. Don't waste your energy. Terrace sneered as he looked at Catherine and Raisin, who were resisting the black electric lights with all their might. This is the blood drowning barrier activated by the rule artifact, Bead of Bloodfall. With your current strength, you can't break free at all. Your power and vitality will be weakened step by step in this rule enchantment until you are annihilated. Rule artifact? Catherine, who was preparing to counterattack, was shocked. How can you control the rule artifact? It's impossible to do it by relying on mystic arts alone. The name Bloodfall isn't just a name. Over the past hundreds of years, although the power of faith it has provided can't be compared to those so-called religions, it's enough to awaken this divine weapon. I've used the secret technique of sacrificing around 2 million lives from 3 sources of darkness, and with the help of one person, I can finally use this divine weapon at full power for once. There is only one chance, and I seized it. Darkness source. Shinrue was trying his best to resist the bead of Bloodfall. When he heard this somewhat familiar term, he suddenly thought of something, and his hair all stood up. Blue Lava Estate. Town Lupin. Shinrue, Athena, and Paglio led the army to Town Lupin of the Blue Lava Estate to investigate. When Shinrue rushed to Town Lupin, this large town with a population of nearly 300,000 people suffered a terrifying disaster of extinction. All the creatures in the town died. The reason was that the area where Town Lupin was located had a dark source with rich underground sin. In order to recover from the damage suffered in the elemental war, the Dark Elemental King Hegel killed all these lives that got the breath of the dark source and sacrificed them with mystic arts. At that time, the Water Elemental King also said one thing. Hegel's recovery did not need to sacrifice so many lives. The reason why the entire town was destroyed was that another person needed this kind of dark power to break through the bottleneck. Then this person, Terrace! It turns out that the real murderer who destroyed Town Lupin is you. Shinrue gritted his teeth and shouted. He felt an incomparable rage burning in his chest. He had always thought that Hegel was the biggest culprit, and he hated this kind of behavior very much. Therefore, even though he went through fire and water with Hegel in the Sea of Death, the two of them could not become friends. From the looks of it, the real manipulator behind the scenes was Terrace. Yes, it's me. Terrace smiled slightly. To be precise, in addition to helping me control the bead of Bloodbead once, the sacrifice of those lives also has an important role, which is to activate the soul power to transform my physique, allowing me to break through the bottleneck of training, make up for the only defect of this body, and successfully reach the level of demon overlord or even higher. Both Raisin and Catherine frowned. Jia, who had been silent, looked shocked. For this reason, you buried so many innocent lives? 2 million lives. In Shinrue's concept, the city he was in the previous life had no more than 600,000 people, which was equivalent to slaughtering several cities. According to this number, the number of innocent people slaughtered in the other 2 places with the source of darkness is much more than Town Lupin. So many innocent people died just to break through the bottleneck and a chance to use the artifact. This is just one of the things planned by Shui Yan. This question is too childish. Don't forget that you are an emperor. Unnecessary feelings and pity will only become shackles. Terrace's tone to Jia was more like a reprimand, and his gaze toward Raisin and Catherine became contemptuous. As for you guys, don't be hypocritical. Aren't your hands stained with blood? How many lives have been lost, directly or indirectly, in the battles and wars launched by an empire for various reasons? Terrace seemed to be understated, as if he had just stepped on a few insignificant ants. In fact, killing 1 or 2 people compared with killing 10 or 20,000 people is just a change in numbers. The same is true for 100,000 or 1 million people. To achieve great things, don't bother about trifles. If there are gains, there must be sacrifices. For my great cause, appropriate sacrifices are inevitable. At this time, all the Bloodfall members in the 3 empires should be launched. The 3 empires have fallen into chaos. Although you have wiped out a lot of Bloodfall forces, most of them are forces on the surface. How can the nails that I have carefully planned for 300 years be removed in a short time? As long as you guys die, with my identity as the Bloodfall Prince and the power at hand, I will soon be able to lead the Bloodfall elites to wipe out the 3 empires and unify the demon realm. No. Catherine suddenly reacted. Terrace is at most 200 years old now. You said that you have been running the Bloodfall for 300 years. You are not Terrace. Who the hell are you? Terrace showed his habitual elegant smile. I am the real Terrace. Mammon. Raisin is my biological father. He watched me grow up. There's no doubt about this. It's just that the world is unpredictable. There are some changes that you can't predict and imagine. Catherine, I know you've been trying to divert my attention in an attempt to break free from the enchantment. Unfortunately, everything you've done is in vain. No matter who I am, I'm the winner. As for you who have failed, your corpses will only become my stepping stones. A mask suddenly appeared on Chun Rui's face, like a whale sucking in water. It swallowed up the nearby spirit power and soul power at lightning speed. However, the power of the bead of Bloodfall's barrier did not change at all. It was obviously not affected by the mask's strange power. You are indeed the Beelzebub remnant of Glorfin. Terrace's smile was full of special disdain. Unfortunately, the 7 artifacts alone can only be regarded as quasi-artifacts. They can't compete with the power of the Rule artifact at all. However, under the power of the Bead of Bloodfall, even Catherine and Raisin can't use the abilities of the 7 artifacts. You can actually activate the God-Eating Mask, which surprised me. Unfortunately, with your strength, what can you do even if you break free from the barrier? As soon as he finished speaking, countless stars appeared around him again. Terrace's laughter came to an abrupt end. He felt that, in the blood immersion boundary, his own aura actually appeared to be in a weakened state. His eyes couldn't help but flash a strange color. At the same time, the black lightning on Catherine and Raisin was forcibly suppressed, and their momentum suddenly surged. It turned out that Chun Rui didn't want to break free from the barrier by himself, but he used the power of the galaxy territory to help Raisin and Catherine. Raisin and Catherine were originally accumulating strength to prepare for the biggest counterattack. With the buff of the galaxy territory, they suddenly erupted. There was a black flame in Catherine's hand. This flame seemed inconspicuous, but it was the extremely refined power of Nirvana. At the same time, Raisin's fist with purple light had come to Terrace's eyes like lightning. It was a simple and fatal punch. Although these 2 blows were not the peak state of Catherine and Raisin, they condensed the huge kingdom power of the 2 powerhouses. It was definitely not what the demon overlord level could resist. As long as he was hit, even with Chun Rui's special physique, he would definitely die if he couldn't use the star diversion or the God-Eating Mask. Terrace watched helplessly as the black fire and purple light approached. It seemed that he had no time to react. Seeing that he was about to succeed, suddenly Catherine and Raisin's faces changed at the same time. Chinrue only felt that his eyes were dazzled, and Terrace had disappeared in place incredibly. The nearby scene became a huge crystal river. The river was composed of countless starlight. Unlike the brilliance of the polar star transformation, this galaxy emitted a dreamy and beautiful crystal light. The galaxy undulated with a strange rhythm, containing a mysterious rhythm. The black fire and purple light that had the absolute upper hand in power seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and they gradually slowed down. Then, a strange distortion occurred in the Milky Way. The black flames and purple light that were supposed to destroy the Milky Way unexpectedly circled and intertwined with each other. The Milky Way hanging upside down in the sky was still crystal clear, like a god looking down on the common people. Oh no! Chenrue suddenly regained his senses, and he saw Raisin's fist power rushing straight to Catherine, while Catherine's black fire attacked Raisin. Due to the power of the law of the ominous plate, Catherine couldn't mobilize the undead puppet, nor did she have the spare energy to activate Phoenix's blessing. She could only take it head-on with her own strength in a hurry. Raisin's strength and strength quality were originally above her. Although this Thunder Emperor seal could not be as fatal as last time, it also caused her to suffer a lot of injuries. In the muffled groan, her veil had a touch of blood color. She felt that the pressure of the surrounding black lightning had doubled. Even with the buff of the galaxy territory, she couldn't move at all. Raisin was also not relaxed. The injury caused by this Nirvana flame was even more than Catherine. In addition to the power of the Nirvana flame itself, a certain curse that had been suppressed also seemed to be restless because of this. The silver light in the depths of Raisin's pupils flickered frequently. His body trembled violently, and his face was abnormally pale. He could only suppress the curse while desperately resisting the terrifying pressure of the ominous plate. In this situation, he was no longer able to attack anymore. Raisin and Catherine were both moved. There was another kind of disbelief in their eyes, as if they saw something impossible. In the next second, two voices had exclaimed in unison, "Dream Galaxy!" The dreamy, glittering brilliance of the galaxy gradually disappeared, and Terrace's figure was restored. Terrace slowly wiped off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became deeper. His deep voice was completely different from the original, and there was a sense of arrogance in it. "Raisin, Catherine, we have fought for so many years, and in the end I won." Chapter 760. Chinrue didn't understand what happened for a while, but seeing Raisin's rare, shocked expression and Catherine's horrified gaze behind the veil, he was sure that it was an incredible truth. "How can you be him?" Raisin couldn't care less about his injury and shouted angrily. His fists were clenched until his knuckles turned white as if he was about to explode. The black lightning around him flourished, but it was suppressed again. His facial features were already overflowing with blood. "Nothing is impossible." Terrace shook his head. "Raisin, you're still the same. Back then, when we were on a crusade against the human world, I once told you that an emperor must always remain calm and unfeeling. You are too proud and too obsessed with the pursuit of personal strength. In fact, you are more suited to be a warrior, not an emperor." From the moment Raisin and Catherine shouted the words "Dream Xinghe," Jia's face became weird. Although Terrace's evaluation of Raisin was pertinent, it faintly counterattacked Raisin's remark that she was not a qualified emperor that day. Catherine had recovered from the shock, and she smiled bitterly. "Although it's unbelievable, you are right. You won this war, Byakuya." Byakuya. Catherine's address made Chenrue confused in an instant. The former genius of the generation, the top powerhouse of the demon realm, the emperor and the god of war of the fallen angel empire, Byakuya. Lucifer, the lord of midnight sun who has become a legend, is actually the Terrace in front of me? This is ridiculous. No wonder Catherine and Raisin showed that kind of expression. "Byakuya," should have died in the war to attack the human world more than 300 years ago. As soon as Byakuya died, the power of the fallen angel empire was seized by Obsidian. Byakuya's son, Ja's father, Grim, was driven to the dilapidated Dark Moon estate and began a life of oppression. He finally died of depression. It was not until Ja's generation that she regained the throne. However, the grandfather who came back from the dead suddenly appeared. This grandfather used Terrace's body and even called Raisin dead for 200 years? Shinrue felt like his head was in a mess. At this moment, Catherine's voice sounded, "Are you Midnight Sun or Terrace?" "I'm Terrace Mammon and also White Knight Lucifer," Terrace replied calmly. "Reincarnation." Shinrue couldn't help but blurt out, "I don't know what possession is, but it can't be considered rebirth. Although my body was destroyed in that battle, my soul was luckily preserved." Terrace's gaze fell on Raisin's face. "Raisin, your son Terrace is also in this body. Now it's just his soul that gives the leadership to me. Most of the time I've been sleeping. Your son has contributed a lot to the Blood Mantis' current situation, including your desperate situation." Raisin gritted his teeth and tried his best to endure the internal and external suffering. He shouted, "What happened?" Terrace said unhurriedly, 300 years ago, our army was invincible in the human world. By chance, I got the Pearl of Blood puppet, then due to some special reasons, I was attacked by a super powerhouse and died." Terrace didn't seem to be willing to mention the specific process of this matter. "Fortunately, my soul attached to the Pearl of Blood puppet and survived. It was kept by someone until I returned to the demon realm after the defeat. You know this person too, Ragnaros. Samuel. Ragnaros." Catherine seemed to realize something. The former patriarch of the Samuel royal family. Terrace continued to say, "The Kingdom of Wrath was destroyed by the Mammon royal family. The Samuel royal family, who loved their homeland and refused to yield, had always been a thorn in the side of the Bloody Empire Emperor. If it weren't for the secret support of Midnight Sun, they would have fallen under Raisin's bloody means long ago. Although Midnight Sun had his own purpose, it was an indisputable fact that he was indebted to the entire Samuel royal family. After the defeat of the human world, Ragnaros returned to the demon realm with the Pearl of Blood puppet. Although Midnight Sun's soul survived by luck, he was seriously damaged. He had been lurking with the help of Ragnaros. In the desperate situation, he began to plan two things. The first was to find a way to let Midnight Sun recover his soul power and find a suitable body to resurrect with mystic arts. The second thing was to prepare the secret organization with the original purpose of Annihilation Bloody Empire, which was Bloodfall named after the artifact. Shinrue and others then knew why Midnight Sun had been missing after his fall. Terrace's tone changed. After more than 100 years, the foundation of Bloodfall has been solid, and my soul power has gradually recovered. At this time, an important turning point occurred. I met a person that is your son, Terrace. In order to transfer the soul, Ragnaros paid the price of his life, and I promised him to take care of the Samuel royal family. Raisin was slightly shocked. Shinrue had heard rumors about the Samuel royal family. The Samuel royal family was the bravest royal family in the demon realm. Although the Wrath Empire was destroyed by the Bloody Empire, they never really surrendered. There were frequent riots. This situation was maintained until the ascension of the current Bloody Empire Emperor Raisin. Raisin also used bloody suppression at the beginning, but the little prince, Terrace, changed everything later. More than 100 years ago, Terrace persuaded Raisin. He used some unknown means to invite the young patriarch of the Samuel royal family, Gustav, to be the first general of the empire. He also cooperated with various conciliatory means to make the Samuel royal family completely surrender. The internal turmoil of the Bloody Empire also stabilized. According to Terrace, now, this was exactly the beginning of the real turmoil. Terrace's dark physique has a high degree of compatibility with my soul. The most important thing is he voluntarily accepted my soul. This sentence made Raisin, who was in the black electric light, clench his fists tightly. More blood overflowed from his facial features. Looking at Raisin's appearance, Terrace showed a strange smile on his face. Your son is far above you in terms of talent, wisdom, and ambition. In some aspects, even I can only admire the word. Bloodfall really grew in his hands. However, in your eyes, Terrace's training aptitude has always been an incurable criticism. For this reason, he became the little prince that you paid the least attention to and had the least hope to inherit the throne. Now your empire, as well as the two empires of the fallen Angel Empire and the Dark Shadow Empire, were annihilated in his plan. Annihilation also includes the fallen Angel Empire? Jia finally spoke. Due to the power of the blood immersion barrier, her teeth had begun to chatter, but she still insisted to say it. Terrace took a deep look at Jia and nodded slowly. The new order is often based on the destruction of the old order. The fallen Angel Empire is also a target that needs to be buried. Jia, you are stronger than your father, Grim, but not enough. I'm sorry, you can only accept the fate of the loser. All of you are going to die here. Jia trembled and held Chen Rui's hand tightly. Your Majesty Baya, maybe I should call this soul Grandpa. You are the god of war worshipped by everyone in the Empire, and you are also the legendary hero of the demon realm. Why? Terrace was silent for a moment and replied, the hero has fallen. Now they're only the ambitious ones. Ambitious ones can't coexist. Chen Rui felt the turbulence in Jia's mind, and her breath of life was getting weaker. He immediately said, since Terrace is ambitious, do you think he is willing to share a body with you forever? Childish provocation. Terrace sneered. How can an ant like you understand the mind of a real powerhouse? Unifying the demon realm is just the first step. His goal is to be the supreme ruler of the entire demon realm. And my ultimate goal is to become a god. Not a demigod or false god, but a god? Catherine's voice showed obvious disbelief. In fact, she had been secretly accumulating the power of Nirvana, wanting to make the last fight. Unfortunately, the devouring and suppression of the blood immersion barrier was too strong. Her power was weakened uncontrollably step by step. However, the idea of becoming a god was too impossible. Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate to a super powerhouse, there were still many in the history of the demon realm. However, those who became a god were unique. At most, they were false gods. Now that Byakuya actually said that he wanted to become a god, no one really believed it. What if my newly established empire is a brand new regime that combines religion and governance? What if I, the emperor, will become the highest object of belief of the people? What if those who believe in me live, and those who don't believe in me die? Believe in you? Catherine was really taken aback. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. It's just that I've experienced some things, died once, and then figured out a lot of things. Terrace suddenly clenched his fists. What is a super powerhouse? So what if I become a false god? So what if I become a legend? Everything was nothing but a lowly plaything in front of the gods. Only a true god is eternal and immortal. Chen Rui only felt that these words were a little familiar. It seemed that he had heard similar remarks from an elemental king. Let's not talk about the other demigods first. Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the gods for stealing faith like this? Stealing faith. I'm not the first. You're just an ignorant person who is blocked from the truth. Besides, as long as I can really establish this kind of kingdom, the other demigods can't become obstacles. Instead, they will become partners with common interests. As for the gods, Terrace's eyes flashed with a strange color. Have you heard of the Twilight of the Gods? That's just a legend that has been buried in the legend. Catherine said coldly, do you want to deceive yourself with this? In fact, the gods haven't shown miracles for a long time. Regardless of whether they are asleep or not, no matter how difficult it is to do so, I only know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When they wake up, maybe I have become an existence that they need to pay attention to. Terrace's gaze became a little fiery. By the way, the legendary Twilight of the Gods is related to the 7 artifacts. After I unify the demon realm, I can try to gather the artifacts of the 7 royal families to understand the mystery. This will be a heavyweight bargaining chip. It just so happens that there are already 4 in front of me. Of course, Terrace was talking about Jia's Sword of Fallen Angel, Catherine's Dark Shadow Cloak, Raisin's Bloody Ring, and Chen Rui's God-Eating Mask. The Bloody Empire's first general, Gustav, was obviously Terrace's man, so the Wrath King's armor was definitely in the bag. It was just that Terrace didn't know that the Belphegor royal family's Breeze shadow boots had been lost in the human realm more than 100 years ago, and the Sword of Fallen Angel that should belong to Jia, including the demon shield of the Leviathan royal family, were in the hands of Aguil. At this time Raisin, who had been silent, suddenly shouted. The bloody ring in his hand emitted a strong light. He jumped up and pounced toward Terrace. Chapter 761. When Chen Rui heard Terrace mention Ragnarok of the Gods, he suddenly thought of his glorious deeds of adapting the Grand Master Ryukong as Havoc in Heaven into Ragnarok of the Gods to fool the Dark Elf Master when he was just reborn in the demon realm. I didn't expect the demon realm to really have such a legend as Ragnarok of the Gods. I don't know what the real inside story is. Fortunately, according to Catherine, it is a legend that has been buried in the legend. Otherwise, it will be exposed back then. I don't know if there will still be Chen Rui today. At this moment, Raisin launched a certain power of the Blood Fury Ring and attacked Terrace. Terrace was already prepared. His body flickered layer by layer like an overlapping phantom, and he appeared in the distance in an instant. At the same time, the fingers of his right hand were dancing quickly, and a little fluorescence jumped on his fingertips. Raisin's pupils suddenly turned silver gray. Both his speed and momentum dropped sharply, but this blow still exceeded the distance and penetrated Terrace's body. Terrace shook slightly, and the phantasm of the armor on his body cracked in an instant. His face turned pale, but he was actually fine. This attack and retreat happened in a split second. In the blink of an eye, the overlapping phantom that Terrace moved to the distance appeared in front of everyone again, and Raisin had fallen to the ground. There was a strange silver color in the blood overflowing from his mouth and nose. His whole body was trembling as if he had completely lost his combat power. Raisin, I have been giving you a chance, but you really can't help it. Terrace showed a strong confidence that everything was under control. This attack used the last power accumulated in the blood-killing ring. Unfortunately, without the suppression of the blood-killing ring, I could easily trigger your light and dark blood seal. My risky gamble was ultimately a pipe dream. Your biggest mistake is to ignore the half of the dark element curse. Although the Mammon royal family has the power of the dark element proficiency, the person who helped me cast the curse in the dark furnace has the purest power of the dark element in the entire demon realm. Therefore, the real killer move of this curse is not the light element that you think, but the power of the dark element. Now that you are suppressed by the power of law and the curse has broken out, you no longer have the strength to launch an attack. Terrace moved his gaze to Catherine. Catherine, you don't have to waste your time. The power of the artifact of law is not what you can contend with. Even the 7 artifacts in the current state can't. I don't even need to do anything. All I need to do is watch, and your power and flesh will be completely devoured by the blood drop pearl. A portion of it will even be refined into blood crystals. When I absorb that part of the blood crystal, my soul level can break through to the kingdom level in one fell swoop. This will be the first step on the road of deity. Shay! Chinrue exclaimed. It turned out that Shay couldn't hold on anymore and slowly collapsed. Chinrue, Chanrue. Chun Chanrue. Jia Rue Gen King. Chinjen. J Rue. Chun Chen King Jen. Li Chan Tian. Chinrue Yen Terrace just glanced at Jia, faintly. There was no emotion in his indifferent eyes. Catherine also felt that the pressure was increasing, and the power in her body was gradually flowing faster. She knew that Terrace's words were not false, unless Terrace had a problem with his head, and he gave up resisting and actively approached her to give her a chance to launch a dying strike. It was impossible to turn the tables. Lilith, who was on the side, had been unconscious for a long time after losing the protection of Catherine's power. Despite the protection of magic items, she still couldn't resist the power of the blood-drowning barrier. The blood color on her skin faded quickly, and her body was faintly drying up. Her life was hanging by a thread. Compared to others, Chinrue, who had the super system, had less pressure, but the Pearl of Blood Dream was an artifact of law after all. The power of a real artifact was by no means comparable to a pseudo-artifact. Even when Chinrue used the Polar Star transformation in the Emerald Forest, he was still restrained by the true flame shackles cast by Icearl, let alone now. Chinrue was not a saint. Since his rebirth, although he had experienced a lot, he was still an otaku in his bones. At this moment, he didn't think about the chaos of the demon realm, nor did he think about what the future might become. All he thought about was to protect the things he had always wanted to protect. Not only Jia and Catherine in front of him, there were also Rala, other women, and cherished friends. For this, he would do anything. Terrace suddenly felt that the surrounding force field was different. A series of symbol-like, translucent patterns appeared in the air, and the entire space seemed to be separated by layers of strange power. This power was very unstable, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In the turbulent space, the man put down the unconscious Jia in his arms and slowly stood up. The pressure of the blood-drowning barrier seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. The space trembled slightly, and a cluster of blood flowers suddenly burst out of his body. But he didn't seem to feel it. He just looked straight at Terrace with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Terrace's eyes suddenly felt a tingling feeling, and he squinted slightly. At this moment, the man's figure suddenly disappeared. Terrace immediately had a warning sign. The overlapping figure had appeared in the distance in an instant, but the sense of crisis was still strong. His body bounced violently and somersaulted in the air, avoiding a terrifying sharp chi. When he landed firmly on the ground, there was already a faint red mark on his cheek. Terrace's pupils shrank, and he looked at the man in front of him vigilantly. Aguile, even Raisin and Catherine can't resist the power of the law. You actually. The space was distorted and turbulent again. The corners of Chinrue's eyes suddenly cracked. 2 streams of blood spurted out, dyeing his cheeks red, but he was still indifferent. The power of his body became stronger instead. He was completely unaffected by the bead of blood drowning's barrier. Artifact. It must be an artifact. And the quality is even better than the bead of blood drowning. Terrace was moved. I didn't expect you to have this kind of artifact, but with your strength you can't control it at all. You can only use a secret technique similar to burning vitality to barely drive it to offset the power of the blood-drowning barrier. Speaking of this, Terrace's gaze had become cold. You can't maintain this state at all. The only thing that surprises me is that your first reaction is actually to knock me down instead of running away. It's too late for you to run now. Unfortunately, you are just a mere peak stage of the demon overlord. I have basically surpassed the level of the demon overlord now, and I am only 1 step away from the kingdom. At the same realm, even Raisin is not my opponent. With your strength, you want to defeat me? Your life and divine artifact, I'll accept them both. Chinrue didn't speak because every action and every word would cause a huge burden on his body and spirit. He used the space artifact Tower of Brilliance. The Tower of Brilliance was the trophy obtained from defeating the Saint Dragon Rodriguez. This was a very high-grade artifact. Rodriguez once used it to escape the pursuit of the fake god Raphael. After Chen Rui obtained this artifact, he had been using the deep analysis of the super system to decipher it, but the grade of the Tower of Brilliance was too high. Deep analysis not only consumed aura, but also the power of faith. So far, only the outermost layer had been analyzed. There was still a considerable distance from the core. It was equivalent to an uncracked version. The current Tower of Brilliance could only separate Chen Rui and Terrace into a separate space to offset the impact of the blood-drowning barrier on him. It couldn't work on Catherine and the others. The price was burning star power and vitality. There would not be a backlash, but the most serious thing was that once it exceeded the limit that he could bear, his entire body and soul would collapse. Terrace's body was now dominated by Midnight Sunday. Midnight Sun was once known as the top powerhouse of the demon realm. Although this first was within the scope of ordinary people's understanding, Midnight Sun was indeed invincible below the super powerhouse. According to Raisin, Midnight Sun also had the combat power to challenge higher ranks. So, how strong is Midnight Sun? Chinrue had no extra time and energy to think about other things, including the backlash he was about to suffer. The only thing he had to do now was to defeat Terrace before he collapsed. This was the only way for him to save Jia and Catherine. If he fell in this battle, then there would be no intact eggs when the nest was overturned. Not only the two empresses, but the rest of his women and friends would also be difficult to survive. Galaxy Territory and Autumn Territory were activated at the same time. Chun Rui attacked Terrace like a storm with Aura Blade in his left hand and the North Sea Sword in his right hand. Terrace had already experienced the power of Aura Blade, so he didn't dare to underestimate it. His body continuously made incredible swaying movements, making Chun Rui's attacks all miss. After dodging for a while, Terrace's counterattack finally launched. The middle finger of his clenched fist suddenly protruded. It was somewhat similar to Phoenix's eye punch. Phoenix's eye punch was the index finger. Like lightning, he accurately knocked on the wrist joint of Chun Rui's left hand. Aura Blade was extremely sharp and powerful. If it hit Chun Rui's palm, then it would not have any effect. Instead, it would be injured by the sharp chi. However, this knock just hit the key point, just like a poisonous snake's weak point. Chun Rui felt pain in his wrist. His entire palm seemed to be cut off from the nerve connection, and he could no longer control Aura Blade. When his movement was sluggish, Terrace had already approached and hit Chun Rui in succession. Although the hits were not fatal, Chun Rui felt that every attack hit the most vital part. Before he could make the next move, it had been cut off in advance. He couldn't exert his power at all. Some of his follow-up moves were even involuntarily changed by the opponent. Just like a marionette, every move was completely controlled by Terrace. This required not only an accurate grasp of strength and timing, but also a judgment to predict the enemy's moves. Terrace only witnessed the short fight between Chinrue and Raisin on the battlefield. Coupled with the dodging and observation just now, he had already grasped the situation so accurately. This ability was terrifying. Strictly speaking, the difference between S+ and S++ was not as big as imagined. They both belonged to the peak stage of the demon overlord level, but the latter was closer to that bottleneck than the former. In Chun Rui's previous battle record, there were almost no opponents of the same level. It was the first time that he was completely suppressed by the opponent like this. If Raisin's attack was simplified, refined, and effective, then what Baikia had was absolute control, able to control and influence the entire battle situation. The former top powerhouse of the demon realm really deserved his reputation. Chen Rui finally used continuous teleportation to open a distance. The blood color at the corner of his mouth was even thicker. The damage caused by the backfire was still above the injury caused by the opponent's attack. Terrace sneered. As he was about to continue to attack, he suddenly frowned and dodged. It turned out that there was already another figure. This figure's appearance was exactly the same as Aguile, but there was a faint blood color in his eyes. Shura. At this critical moment, Chenrue finally summoned Shura, who had been placed in the human world to gain faith back. Chapter 762. A light flashed in Terrace's eyes. Although Aguile was suppressed by him just now, Aguile's muscles, combat reaction, and recovery ability were all above his expectations. He had experienced countless opponents, and his combat experience was extremely rich. With Aguile's current state of forcibly activating the artifact, he could still exert such quality. He was definitely an opponent that could not be underestimated. The mysterious figure that suddenly appeared seemed to be related to Aguile. He was still in his prime, giving him a more dangerous feeling. However, Terrace was still full of confidence. He was now only one step away from the kingdom, let alone 2 peak stage of the demon overlord. Even if there were 20, he was confident to win, because he was not only Terrace, but also Byakuya, the strongest powerhouse below the surmounting rank. Shura moved. With a bounce of his feet, he had flashed in front of Terrace. His hand was in a claw shape, exuding a faint, destructive breath. He grabbed toward Terrace's face. As Terrace was about to react, he suddenly turned into a shadow and appeared in midair. It turned out that the Shura in front was actually a phantom. The real Shura had moved silently behind him like a phantom. If it weren't for Terrace's quick reaction, he would have been defeated. As soon as Terrace dodged Shura's sneak attack, the sword chi in the sky had already broken through the air, blocking all his directions. Terrace snorted coldly. He spread his 5 fingers, stretched out his hands, and drew a big circle. Suddenly, countless flashing crystal lights appeared around his body like mirrors. The invincible aura blade sharp chi was actually refracted by the mirror-like crystal lights. Some of it even rebounded toward Chenrue. Chenrue had no time to dodge. A translucent light shield immediately appeared around his body, and several cracks appeared on the defensive shield. He finally blocked the rebounded sword chi in time. There was a wisp of light, smoke around the mirror-like crystal light, spinning quickly. The flickering of the crystal light seemed to be swallowed by something, and it quickly dimmed. Terrace shook his hands, and the crystal light suddenly shattered and exploded. The light smoke scattered and gathered back into Shura's body. The few obvious wounds on his body did not bleed, and they quickly began to heal automatically. The turn of events had actually happened in an instant. Both sides had extremely fast speed and reactions. It was as if they were shooting at each other with bows and arrows. They dodged, caught, and shot back. Any slight mistake, and they would have already fallen to the ground. In the blood immersion barrier, the space was constantly twisting and changing. Raisin and Catherine, who were unable to move, could only occasionally see the 3 looming figures when the space intersected. They may have never thought that one day the life and death of the 3 emperors of the demon realm, including 2 national-level powerhouses, and even the 3 empires would be tied to a mere demon overlord. Terrace's gaze was a little more dignified. These 2 opponents are not characters that can be easily defeated. If I am a little careless, I am afraid I will fail miserably. It seems that I have to take it seriously. As soon as he thought of this, Terrace's momentum suddenly changed. Waves of unstoppable breath exuded, and a phantasm of armor appeared on his body. This armor had previously blocked Raisin's blow. Although Raisin's blow was exhausted, it was the power of the kingdom after all. The original cracked armor gathered together again, but there were still cracks on the surface. It was unknown whether it was a skill or equipment. The phantasm of the armor was fleeting, and the surrounding light became bright. The space was instantly filled with a vast and ancient breath. A glittering river of starlight appeared under Terrace's feet, flowing with a strange rhythm. It was the famous territory of the Lord of Midnight Sun in the demon realm, Galaxy Dream. As soon as this long river appeared, the buff of Galaxy territory was still fine, but the weakening effect was significantly reduced. The negative effect of autumn territory was decomposed and eliminated by the starlight, so it actually didn't work. At this time, several huge white light balls flew out of Chen Rui's hands and whistled toward Terrace. At the same time, Shura turned into 8 phantoms that surrounded from all directions. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake for a while. Terrace waved his hand, and the entire space seemed to be reversed. The glittering and brilliant galaxy hung upside down in the sky, looking dreamy and blurred. This process seemed simple, but what actually happened was that Chen Rui's aurora shot was distorted by the strange rhythm of the galaxy and attacked several phantoms of Shura. Aurora shot had a special destructive power. Shura's phantoms were instantly annihilated after being penetrated. His real body just made a hugging gesture, and the aurora shot with destructive power quickly shrank and disappeared as if it was swallowed by something. Terrace pointed at Chen Rui, and the huge torrent in the galaxy in the sky rushed down, divided into 2 waterfalls, and poured toward Chen Rui and Shura. This was not a simple water, but countless starlight with powerful power. The flow of the starlight was not very fast, but it faintly carried a breath that was quite close to the law. Chen Rui, who was locked on, could hardly dodge, so he could only take it. Before the waterfall reached Chen Rui, he had already felt a terrifying pressure as if the surrounding air was solidified into a substance, making it almost difficult for him to move. The north dark sword in Chen Rui's hand hummed, rippling out circles of soft water, and met the waterfall. The turbulent torrent met the soft trickle, and the 2 forces of water intertwined in an instant. There was no impact or repulsion as imagined, but unexpectedly entangled together, deadlocked. Shura's body shook, and his body turned into light smoke, spinning like a whirlwind. The rolling black smoke surrounded the Star River waterfall, and the waterfall was quickly offset and swallowed by some special power. Boom! Chen Rui, who was fighting against the Star River with the water sword intent, suddenly shook, and his body made an explosive sound. His face was flushed as if he was drunk. Facing the huge pressure of the Star River waterfall, the backfire caused by activating the Tower of Brilliance broke out at an inopportune time. Chen Rui's face became redder and redder, and finally he couldn't hold on any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The water sword intent stagnated, and the overwhelming Star River had already broken through the water ripples, surging over. The power of the Star River was vast and unstoppable. The translucent blue round cover that appeared temporarily only lasted for a few seconds before collapsing, and the figure in the center was about to be swallowed by the pouring Star River in the blink of an eye. This scene happened to flash in the turbulent space, and Catherine's heart skipped a beat. The calmness in her eyes was suddenly torn apart by something. Terrace was very confident in the power of the Star River dream. After his attack succeeded, he immediately turned his attention to Shura. With a thought, the Star River that was rushing toward Shura immediately solidified, turning into a giant sword. With a wave, the black smoke was cut into several pieces. The black smoke wasn't solid, and it quickly condensed together again. However, there were more starlight spots inside, which made the black smoke slower and slower, and it was no longer able to turn invisible, so it condensed back into Shura's body. Terrace's shadow appeared in front of Shura in the blink of an eye. In the sound of high-speed attacks, Shura kept retreating, and he seemed to be very passive. The wounds on his body were also slowly increasing. Obviously, Terrace's control of the battle had suppressed Shura to a disadvantage. The Star River that had swallowed Chen Rui suddenly twisted in a strange way, revealing a strange vitality and a strong, violent aura. With a bang, the Star River turned into pieces of mist, as if it was evaporated by the horribly high temperature. A figure flew out like an arrow leaving the bow, and a sharp aura came from the air like a sharp blade close at hand. Terrace repeated the same trick. Countless flashing crystal mirrors appeared around him, refracting the aura blade aura. Suddenly, Terrace's face changed. A crack appeared on the surface of the crystal mirror, and the blade aura that penetrated at high speed left a bloody mark on the back of his hand. Then another one, 2, 3. This time the almost perfect mirror protection was actually broken. Terrace immediately dispersed the skill, and the overlapping phantom flashed back to the Star River in the air. He vigilantly watched Chinrue, who was exuding a fierce aura, and a sense of extreme danger surged in his heart. Obviously, this enemy had used some kind of secret technique again, and his attack ability had been greatly improved. It had risen to the same level as him. However, in the case of barely using the artifact in front of him, the more he used this kind of secret technique, the more mental and physical burden it would increase. This also showed the opponent's eagerness to win. Terrace's mind turned quickly. While turning into a phantom, his fingers quickly formed a gesture. The Star River around Shura turned into a spider silk, crisscrossing and locking him inside with a mysterious rule. Soon, the spider silk turned into a big cocoon with starlight spots, wrapping Shura. The big cocoon bulged from time to time. Obviously, Shura was launching attacks, but he couldn't break the protection of the big cocoon. At this time, Chinrue teleported several times in a row, intercepted the phantom, and launched a crazy attack. Terrace seemed very calm. He retreated while fighting. He fully exerted his control, making Chinrue unable to fully exert his violent power despite having a body full of violent power. Terrace was not afraid of Chinrue, but at this time using guerrilla warfare to delay was the best tactic. As long as he restrained the mysterious man's combat power and exhausted the vitality of Aguile, he could naturally win without a fight. If it was another time or place, Terrace would completely defeat the opponent with brute force. But in order to destroy the 3 empires he had painstakingly planned for 300 years, he must not allow any accidents to happen because of the last bit of negligence. Chinrue had given up defense and began to attack with all his strength. He really didn't have much time left. Once the critical point was exceeded, both he and Shura would turn into bubbles. Suddenly, Terrace felt something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Something's not right. Why is the power of the pearl of blood red reduced? The power of faith. What weakened the power of faith that I accumulated with great difficulty? Terrace was very shocked. Once the pearl of blood red loses its effect, then Catherine and Raisin will escape. With my current strength, even if the 2 of them are at the end of their tether, I can't match them. In that case, everything will be over. Terrace, who realized this, immediately reacted. His eyes fell on the big cocoon that wrapped Shura. The source is that mysterious man. It turns out that the other party actually has such a terrifying plan. Damn it! Terrace shouted, and he didn't retreat anymore. The galaxy suddenly became shining, and he charged at Chinrue with all his strength. That mysterious man must be the summoned creature, or servant of Aguile. I must kill Aguile as soon as possible.